in. This is about being respected as a human being and not being discriminated, and to ensure that children and the environment are protected.
Finally, Europe cannot act alone. Its international partnerships will also be discussed today, notably with the inauguration of the EllaLink cable. It is a very important submarine cable linking Europe and Latin America. This will happen within a few minutes' time, live from a location close to where we're coming to you from. For the second day of the conference, tomorrow, the Commission will present the Digital Europe programme, taking place between Brussels and Luxembourg. It will target the deployment of key digital infrastructures all over Europe.
And tomorrow is being dedicated to the presentation of the policy priorities of the programme and to inform stakeholders about possible funding opportunities. But for now, I'm setting sail for our second location, Rodrigo.
We'll see you later, Rita, for the inauguration of the EllaLink cable. Now, without any further ado, let's kick things off with the official opening of the event. I now invite to the stage and to the studio the Portuguese Minister of State for Economy and the Digital Transition, Pedro Cisa Vieira, to open this conference. Welcome, Minister. Bom dia, Sr. Ministro. Bom dia.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning. Commissioner, my dear Thierry, ladies and gentlemen of the press and those attending virtually, good morning. We're a small country, just a little more than 90,000 square kilometers in area. But if we look at its maritime dimension, Portugal is one of the greatest countries in the world. We have 40 times more sea than land. 90% of Portugal is basically the sea. This opened up horizons in the past and allowed us to open up Europe to the world. It puts us in a very key strategic position, and it's fundamental for us to be better in the future. We cannot talk about the future without mentioning transformations, both digital and technological. Europe and Portugal are opening the EllaLink, the submarine cable, today, a new submarine cable, the first high-speed underwater cable, which will link Sines, Europe, to Latin America. This is an item of essential infrastructure which will allow us to transmit data between the two continents at high speed. Once again, centuries after the conquest of the new worlds, Portugal is once again at the heart of this process of development. This digital program will be the digital decade, will be the heart of this program to support public bodies and citizens in improving digital technologies. We believe that it's going to be an essential tool for this purpose in terms of the funding which will be provided. As a part of our presidency of the Council of the European Union, Portugal has made a massive effort in order to make progress on the digital package. And a decision was taken in the Competitiveness Council last Thursday, which will allow Europe to have a legislative act which will regulate digital services and an act which will regulate digital markets. It will mean we can update the legislative framework of the Union, ensuring that we can moderate content online, avoid anti-competitive practices, and allow Europe and the world, if you like, to have a reference framework for how we manage the digital economy. We intend to protect the competitiveness of the single market, promote smaller platforms, help SMEs and startups into digital markets. By the same token, we wish to protect consumers better and protect the fundamental rights of online users. So over and above giving this control over infrastructure, we're proposing a unique proposal in terms of the ethics and management of digital societies. The Lisbon Declaration, Digital Democracy with a Purpose, means that we can structure digital society and digital markets in a way which we wish to achieve through the Lisbon Declaration EU website. And we hope there will be fundamental changes achieved in the digital world as a result. This declaration is wants to be open not just to member states of the European Union, but also to states outside the Union, all parts of society. And we want to strengthen the paradigm of economic and social development, which we can achieve with the digital transformation based on ethical principles in due respect for human rights. And these are all rights which are very much at the foundation of the European Union. The digital transformation is also to do with bringing people closer together, and we can be a trustworthy partner in terms of respecting individual rights, the sovereignty of all countries, and open cooperation in the digital area, and an economy based on the digital sector as a driver for prosperity and competitiveness. Obviously, we will not neglect environmental aspects as well, and we will try to mitigate the effect that digital change can have on important sectors. In our declaration, we also talk about promoting the inclusion of citizens, business ethics, which will be at the heart of this digital transformation. We have to guarantee people's rights when they're using these services and online platforms. We have to be careful about protecting children in the digital world. And we have to encourage freedom of information while combating misinformation, hate speech, and crimes online. As far as Portugal is concerned, we guarantee the approval of a Charter of Fundamental Rights in a digital era, which was recently approved by the Portuguese Parliament. So we are all called upon to take part in this digital transformation. And over the next 2 days, we're going to be discussing what this really means and what it's going to mean for us in the future. Thank you very much and have a good meeting.
Connecting the dots since before 1143. Here we go, again. We, the Portuguese, invented a country by connecting the dots of a territory that was then divided into kingdoms with different ethnic origins and religions. Portugal was the first country in Europe to connect the dots of its identity, language, frontier, and its purpose as a nation that remains to this day. Facing the fears of the sea horizons, the Portuguese began to connect the dots of the world, first by connecting Europe to Africa. Looking at the sky, we discovered we could connect the stars' dots and work out locations. So we invented some precious navigation instruments that made us the first sea astronauts. By connecting planet Earth dots, we moved forward to connect Europe with America and Africa. And we went even further, connecting Asia. Connecting the seas, the Portuguese connected the dots by designing the first world maps. With that, the Portuguese founded the first global connected world, connecting different continents, people, plants, spices, materials and cultures all around the globe. Connecting dots has been in our genes since the beginning. Each time we connected dots and faced the unknown, we gathered more energy to carry on. Now, we are doing it again, connecting the dots of a country that knows only too well that where there is a will, there is a way. If in our past we connected the dots of the world, we are now connecting the dots of our Portugal. Connecting the talent and the infrastructures, powered once again by the sun and the wind, that have been our main source of energy for centuries. We are connecting the dots of smart cities all over the country, uniting and bringing public services closer to companies and to people. Connecting the innovation dots using creativity to build up an imagination. The Portuguese are moving forward to a digital nation with the same purpose as before, connecting dots to go further and beyond. Portugal Digital, moving forward with a purpose, Here we go, again.
I now invite the European Commissioner for the Internal Market to give his opening address for the event. So, welcome, Commissioner, Monsieur Thierry Breton.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, all, dear Pedro, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here with you, even if it's, of course, virtually, but I would like really to welcome everyone to the 2021 edition for the Digital Assembly. You will remember that unfortunately the 2020 edition could not take place, of course, due to the pandemic. 1 year later, while we are still fighting our battle against the virus, the Digital Assembly is virtually back, and I'm extremely happy of this, and I'm absolutely certain that we are now hopefully at the end of the tunnel. The pandemic, of course, has given a tremendous acceleration to the digital transformation. Today, as never before, we have become aware of all the possibilities offered by digital technologies, as well as, of course, all the risk we should watch out for when we go online. In other words, we have all become, I believe, much more, let's say, digitally aware. Awareness is the basis of empowerment, and empowered people, of course, is our vision for the digital decade. Empowering people means offering to them choices and giving them the opportunity and the means to take their own decision, including, of course, in the digital space. Do we want to lead in the technological race that is taking place and set our own rules and standards, or do we just accept the technological choices of others? Europe has all it takes to transform itself into a continent which is self-confident and technologically sovereign. This vision is what we presented in the Digital Decade in March, and which we will discuss together during today's event. You do not set off to sail without knowing where you are and where you want to go. And of course, after watching this very good small movie before, you all understand what we mean here. And this is why we gave ourselves, like Portuguese did in the past centuries, a new compass in this new digital space, ocean, call it the way you want. And as any compass, it has 4 cardinal points giving us the directions to reach our destination by 2030. This is our journey. Skills, infrastructure, digital transformation of businesses, and digital modernization of public services. But let me start from the backbone of our digital decade. In other words, connectivity. People and businesses will not be digitally empowered until we will be able to get online everywhere they are, whenever they need, in a secure and reliable way. Availability of gigabit speed connections in upload as in download, a secure satellite constellation, wide deployment of 5G networks. These will be powerful enablers for the whole European society. Second, technologies. Europe has all it takes to lead the technological race. We are the first industrial continent. We have an amazing talent pool, a vibrant community of startups, and the means to deliver on our ambitions. It is in our European DNA to look for solutions and to take on risk. The COVID-19 vaccines developed by the European companies for the world illustrates this point very clearly. But timing is everything. When others are investing massively, Europe has no time to lose. We need to accelerate investment and unleash the untapped potential of digital for a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Europe. The wealth of our industrial data will be, of course, at the core of value creating, provided, of course, then we can take advantage of it. Europe will be ready for this revolution. In the digital decade, we set a target to deploy at least 10,000 secure and sustainable edge nodes by 2030. Creating data requires, of course, computing power. And I am very pleased that just a few days ago, by the way, the competitiveness ministers reached an agreement on the new regulation to continue Euro HPC, a powerful supercomputer paving the way to realize the European ambitions with a total investment of more than 7 billion euros together with member states and private sector. And to complete the picture, an essential building block of our computing capacity is, of course, still missing. And you know, this is one of my fight, semiconductors. Europe is today dependent on this technology. We see it very concretely, the shortage of semiconductors that is hitting the European car industry. So there is urgency to act to reposition Europe on this critical technology. It is a question of, let's say, industrial and technological leadership, but also of resilience and strategic autonomy. By 2030, Europe should reach 20% of global production of cutting-edge and energy-efficient semiconductors. In other words, we want to double from where we are today. It is ambitious, yes, but it is completely within our reach. A European alliance on semiconductors is in the making to mobilize all efforts and investment, combining European national and private funds. This brings me to highlight a major opportunity for all European countries to accelerate their digital transition, the 750 billion euros recovery package. National recovery and resilience plans are crucial here. 20% of the total amount, so around 130 billion euros, must be invested into digital. And I am very pleased to report that it's going very well. First indication show that the national plans are meeting and sometimes largely exceeding the 20% digital targets. Cutting-edge technologies like processors, cloud, 5G corridors, or quantum technologies are multi-country projects by excellence. No country can do it alone. The Commission is ready to provide support where necessary, pilot projects in the short terms and more permanent instruments for pooling our efforts and resources for the future. Today, I want you to feed into our reflection on how best to roll out such a project and what type of vehicle we need. Let's move on skills. We cannot benefit from this high-end infrastructure without digitally literate citizens. People are, of course, the engine of European recovery. The EU already has the best researchers and digital experts in the world, but we need more of them. More than 70% of companies say that lack of skills is the biggest obstacle to invest. The demand for such specialists will exponentially increase, and we need all our talent pool. Today, only 18% of ICT specialists are women, and we want to see this share substantially grow, of course. By 2030, our goal is to see everyone equipped with digital skills, with at least 80% of the population with basic digital skills and more than 20 million of ICT specialists by 2030, ensuring gender, of course, convergence. One word now on business and government transformation. Our European businesses and governments should also fully participate to the digital transformation. And I want to be very clear. The digital decade is not about top of the class. It is not about those who can and those who can't. We all can. I believe in proactiveness and leadership, in political will and industrial commitment, in our joint responsibility towards the smallest companies in our supply chains. It is absolutely imperative that all businesses in Europe, even the smallest, can leverage the digital transformation for a better and a more prosperous life. Our digital ecosystem will be strong only if our SMEs are digitally strong, equipped with cybersecurity and data analytics capacities. By 2030, 75% of European enterprise should use cloud computing services, big data, and artificial intelligence. But there is more. Europe is one of the world's best places for startups right now. We have a technological and scientific excellence from our research labs. We have a new generation of role models, successful entrepreneurs, emerging in every corner of Europe, and venture capital invested in Europe startups grows every year. And we are making sure that these startups can grow without obstacle, of course, that they can use the single market, the largest market in the developed world, as a springboard to expand globally. And that's why we want to double the number of European unicorns also in this decade. Our governments should not lag behind in the digital decade. If businesses in Europe around the world are going to use AI, public administration cannot be relying on fax machines. 2030 is the time when online provision of key digital services will be fully available to citizens and services and businesses. And tomorrow, we will announce an important stepping stone in this direction, the new European Digital Identity Framework. It will be a simple, secure, and data protection compliant tool for all Europeans to control access to their own data and information, and a big leap forward for public administrations. It will give to every single European the keys and full control of their, let's say, so-called digital twin. This leads me to the final point. So digital transformation is not neutral. Our rules and our values should govern the way technology is developed. The digital transformation must happen at our conditions. That's extremely important. In Europe, we have made important progresses in this respect. The GDPR, net neutrality, the digital service package, the data strategy, the Artificial Intelligence Act, all of these are highly innovative pieces of legislation. And this is the basis. Europe is and remains open, of course, but on our terms and for the benefit of our citizens. In the analog world, as in the digital one, of course, online as offline. We have started a couple of weeks ago the public discussions leading to the presentation of the Declaration of Digital Rights and Principles to be endorsed by all EU institutions. And later today, the Portuguese presidency will present their Lisbon Declaration, which will give input to the process and will give start to the debate between all member states. I would like definitely to thank warmly you, Pedro, and all your colleagues for having spearheaded this very important initiative. And of course, I invite everyone to participate to this discussion and give your views. So to conclude, we now Europe can lead the digital decade. A digital sovereign Europe in an open and interconnected world. We know what we want. We know how to get here, and we are audacious enough to achieve it. In a way, we are Portuguese. So I would like to thank everyone and wish you a very, very productive day and rich discussion. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Breton, pour votre déclaration. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Breton, des mots suivants, des mots que nous sommes entendus.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Breton, and thank you for your very important words, which are very important also to the people who've been listening to us.
We now have completed the scene setter for today's discussions. It is time to introduce the first panel of the day, dedicated to infrastructure and the important objectives of this cardinal point in the digital compass. ICT infrastructures such as high performance and quantum computing, 5G, cloud technology and semiconductors are the foundation for the whole ecosystem of digital services. There is no doubt that a successful transformation depends on the deployment of world-leading ICT infrastructures in Europe. We all have very ambitious targets to reach by 2030, and they basically include all European households having gigabit connectivity and all populated areas being covered by 5G. Also, doubling the production of cutting-edge and sustainable semiconductors in Europe to at least 20% of the world's production. Also, deploying 10,000 climate-neutral, highly secure edge nodes distributed in a way that guarantees access to data with low latency, and the first European quantum accelerated computer at the cutting edge. We have a full panel to introduce now, and let me introduce that panel to you. So we'll be having in this panel Thomas Lippert, Director of the Institute for Advanced Simulation and Head of the Jülich Supercomputing Center. He's joining us live. Also, Lars Reger, the CTO of NXP. Maria Jesus Almazor, CEO of Cyber and the Cloud of Telefónica Tech from Spain. Also, Sebastian Ritz, CEO for Cloud and Edge at German Edge Cloud. Also, Marie-Noëlle Gigot-Lavessière, who's the Deputy CEO of Orange. And later we will be joining, or the panel will be joined by the Portuguese Minister for Infrastructure and Housing, Pedro Nuno Santos, who will join us a little bit later on. And we are now moving on to the panel. And let me start, before starting and doing the first question, I would like to say good morning to you all. Muito bom dia from Portugal. My first question is to Thomas Lippert. So a key objective to the Euro HPC joint undertaking is to deploy an exascale computing infrastructure in Europe in 2022-2023. What can exascale bring to the European research and industry ecosystems, and what needs to happen to change in order to make this infrastructure operational within the time frames proposed?
Yeah, as the name says, exascale technology and, if you like, infrastructure that operates at a tip of performance. This means it is, so to say, the leading element of a larger environment. And so the exascale effects that we will have will trickle down. This comes to be important in all simulation sciences, in data analytics, in AI, and now the new, let's say, very important development of digital twins that we all need in digital research and industrial development. But as I think it is much more than that. It has become a sort of metaphor for continents and for some big countries' high-tech capabilities. And of course, this defines somehow the leadership in this digital race. So if you look at research in complex fields, take climate change, health, brain science, we have in Europe biology, sustainable energy, materials, to name a few only, there's more. This will be heavily boosted through exascale. And industrial development, this has become increasingly complex. Take complex plants, refineries or energy technologies. Take the energy sector as a whole. If you look at a grid, the automotive sector, the financial and insurance sector, this will be pushed forward in cooperation by this effect that you have a leading element and that draws everything with it. That's what the major effect of is. So, and I think when you ask, I think you had a second part of your question, if we are prepared, actually we have a very good starting point in Europe that's based on many European developments. It's just a matter of fact that you can only lead if you also lead in the production of technology, if you are to a large extent sovereign in what you are doing and what you use. And so this development and projects funded by the Commission since a long time, this goes back to before 2010, far before 2010, and now in the European HPC-JU, I'm convinced that this short-term research goal that we need for exascale, if it should come in 2022, 2023, will be in some sense have a good point to start. We will be able to allow to bridge the remaining gaps from today's technology to scale up from now, if you like, so about 200 petaflops maximum performance by a factor of 5 to exaflop or a bit more. This will be in the reach of our technology. We can do it, and I'm convinced that in 2023 we will have a European exascale machine. There is another component where we are leading. This is a green energy technology. And I'm sure that if we go this way with our so far our research developments funded by EU and national efforts, then along with energy efficient buildings, where now the pre-exascale and the prospective exascale sites will use those technologies, these green technologies, we are in best conditions to have such building and sustainable cooling technology ready in time. This will come, and in 2023, we will be able to operate the first systems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lippert. Now I've got a question for Mr. Lars Regel. So a key element of sovereignty, world-leading EU digital ecosystem, is the autonomous development of European microprocessors. So here's a question. Why is it so important to develop and scale the design and the production of processors within Europe, and how can it be achieved?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for the question. Maybe a brief description of where the European industry largely stands at the moment. We, as global industry, we are coming from an era of an on-demand world, so where you can basically order and administer everything from your mobile phone, order a pizza, order a taxi, switch on the heating of your house. And we are moving now into a decade that anticipates and automates, if you want to describe it that way. So in other words, the analysts are forecasting that by 2025, we will have worldwide 50 billion smart connected devices. By the end of this decade, 100 billion of those smart connected devices. And the common denominator for all of these smart connected devices, whether it's your smart fridge, your smart thermostat, or your smart car, is that these devices all sense their environment, connect to the cloud, get their information, think then of a smart advice, and then send this smart advice to the arms and legs of that robot. So be it your smart thermostat, it will be the central heating of your house. Be it your smart car, it will be the powertrain and the steering wheel of the car. Now, for that smart devices, you don't need the exascale computing. That is the cloud side of the computing that Thomas mentioned before. But on the other side, so on the receiving end, opposite of the cloud, there is this huge demand for efficient, not highest performance, but for efficient computing. So that will be the complement for efficient microcontrollers, microprocessor solutions. And there, of course, looking at our lead markets in Europe, industrial, automotive, we have a lot of those smart connected devices lead markets, and we need to have the right ingredients, the right sovereignty, of course, the tools to play, not only in sense and connect and actuation electronics, but also in the think, in the microcontroller, microprocessor part. And there, of course, largely we are depending on a few monopolists at the moment that are providing this technology into the market. It would, of course, be great. It will be needed to have also independent European research, but also industry activities to have the right building blocks, the right Lego blocks, and being able to enhance that ecosystem also, with the European scope for the small medium enterprises type of solutions, for the smart home solutions, and so on. So that is basically the key need: having IP independence, having a European footprint for those core ingredients for these booming industries.
Thank you, Mr. Reger. Now going back to Mr. Lippert, one of the targets for the digital decade is to have the first European computer with quantum acceleration. What does this mean for the science and industry, and how will it be achieved?
I think that's the second very important leg. So we talked about exascale, now we're talking about quantum technology. People have to understand there is coming a completely new way to compute. The implications are not yet clear that this type of computing will really achieve. I'm just giving a lecture at my university on this lecture series, and so I also become much more and more convinced what we will here find and see is something unprecedented. But in fact, we have in Europe already started. Very shortly, the Euro HPC JU will kick off a first infrastructure project. It's named HPC QS, and by this combination, you see quantum simulation. In that sense, it's a little bit a restricted quantum computer. It's not the full-fledged one. Full-fledged one will come later. Will be combined deeply with HPC technology to allow for hybrid simulations. And so, two real quantum computers by French company Pascal, this is a forerunner at this time concerning the number of qubits in Europe, will be deeply integrated into the European large-scale HPC federation that we have. This is primarily the pre-exascale sites, Finland, Italy, and Spain, along with France and Germany, along with petascale sites in Bulgaria, Czechia, Luxembourg, Portugal, and Slovenia. That's what is coming. So we will have very shortly, this is next year, we will have a first pilot. And this pilot launch will be followed, that's planned and discussed, by full-fledged accelerators after 2023. There is this big European flagship on quantum technology. So one pillar of this flagship certainly is to build quantum computers, and the first ones are on their way. This will be then full-fledged, we call them gate type of quantum computers, so they can execute a quantum program as it was originally understood by the founding fathers of quantum computing. So a full-fledged universal program, today still restricted because error and other problems are there, but the more the qubits evolve and the more qubits we have, the better this can become under control. And then we have the second element here. We are worldwide the forerunners of this deep integration. Many countries did not understand that the first application of quantum computers will be in connection with HPC systems. Why? I talk about applications, I don't talk about experiments. Why is this so? If you have an optimization problem, for instance, a small part is very hard. This can be tackled by the quantum computer repeatedly. So you have to use it very closely connected to an HPC systems. And thanks to the developments we had in Europe, through the funding of series of projects, let me name the one I know best. It's a deep series of supercomputing projects since 2012, and now followed by new projects in Euro HPC JU. There was this so-called modular technology developed where you can bring together these modules, the quantum module, the supercomputing module, the modules that allow interactivity, etc., and storage, bring closely together and to exchange and to work with each other. This will allow the first HPC quantum computing simulations very soon. And I'm sure that this will also be the way forward with first applications with real value using the quantum accelerators. And in 2025, if you ask this question, I'm sure this will become the first time where this goes into real production to be complementing the HPC technology we have then, and to be able to make added value through quantum computing on HPC technology, on supercomputing. And as I said before, all this has a trickle-down effect. Yeah, so there are, of course, there is of course a family of sites of architectures, larger, smaller, and all of them, as we heard in the previous contribution, are important down to the edge. And all of this has to work together. And I heard with pleasure what the commissioner has said before concerning the connectivity. That's exactly the right path to go, and to allow to make all these technologies on the tip and on the, let's say, basis useful for this development.
Thank you so much. Now I'll go back to Mr. Lars Regge to have to present to you another question. What should, in your opinion, be the European strategy for the deployment of an autonomous processor design ecosystem?
Yeah, thanks. Also a very challenging question. Well, let me try to answer if I were the CTO of Europe and not of NXP. What I would try to do. A sovereign microcontroller or microprocessor roadmap is, of course, a very heavy lifting, and a lot of companies need it, but everyone standalone is too small scale to invest and to have a meaningful product offering into the market. Now, what we see since a couple of years shaping up is open source hardware, similar to open source software 30 years ago, Linux and the likes. Now we have open source hardware, for example, RISC-V as a microcontroller, microprocessor ecosystem shaping up. One could take such an open source hardware platform and bring industry players together, maybe in an industry consortium, maybe in a standalone company funded by Europe, by some member states, by the industry players, definitely. Getting the know-how together and running there a joint activity for such a microcontroller, microprocessor roadmap. Why can we do this? Because it would be pretty commoditized how the use is. Every smoke detector, every smart connected device needs these type of units, and every sensor gets more and more microcontroller capabilities directly inbuilt into the silicon. So the silicon side is one side, the software side is equally heavy lifting, so having the right tool chains to program these devices, having the right compilers, development environments, but also the right application code. So it will definitely be an ecosystem activity, not a one industry player standalone activity. And therefore, I would see this as one of the key areas where Europe can make the difference, bringing a couple of partners together and really do the heavy lifting together. I mean, we have seen this in building airplanes some decades ago. We call this Airbus now, but maybe we can do similar things for the microcontroller, microprocessor ecosystem. We have a lot of smaller players. Let's bring them together. We have a lot of big industry giants. Let's bring them in, and that would be a needle-moving thing also compared to what the other continents are doing at the moment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Regge. Now we move on to a question to our two other panelists, in this case, María Jesús Almazor, buenos días, and Sebastian Ritz, good morning. The question is for both of you. Soon, a majority of the data is expected to be processed at the edge, and the digital decade, in line with the EU data strategy, wants to build Europe's competitiveness on edge computing by setting a target of 10,000 nodes by 2030. So my question is, can you explain from a respective company perspective what is meant by edge computing, edge node, and why is it so important today? And also, if I may ask you a second question, 2 in 1, is this technology mature today, and what trajectory do you expect to deploy needed edge nodes, including possible main intermediate milestones to ensure that Europe is on track to meet the targets of 2030?
Okay. I start or?
Please.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for inviting me today, and good morning to you all. Well, it's a very long question, so I'll try to summarize, because if I have to describe edge computing in only one sentence, I would say that it's a new paradigm that brings cloud computer closer to our customers. No? In this way, the edge is the next stage in the evolution of IT, and its convergence with communication networks. It really closes the gap between the customer premises and the cloud, and brings computing storage capabilities closer to the end customers. And a very important thing, it offers the best of both worlds. No? The edge combines the performance of local deployments with flexibility, scalability, and cost efficiency of the cloud. So the edge is becoming very important for us, for Telefónica, because it leverages the capabilities of cloud, enables application that previously we considered it impractical or impossible to deploy, because in the cloud they were not possible, such as strict latency requirements, for example, gaming, no? Or need to process high volumes of data or high bandwidth requirements, for example, video analytics, or the need for data residency, security, resilience, especially when there are GDPR, no, where requirements, for example, medical imaging or the Industry 4.0. So really the edge is becoming very relevant these days, as other technologies such as 5G, for example, no? And several players are planning to take a position in this emerging business. In Telefónica, we are tending to start from more centralized position, where we host our core network functions, the near edge, and move to other distributed positions, what we call the far edge, no? As radio access networks that gets cloudified. But it builds on our current cloud business, moving the actual cloud value that we have propositioned to more close to the customer. That is very important for us, no? Leveraging on our network assets and capabilities. So, as I said before, the best of both worlds, no? And this combination of this best of both worlds, edge and cloud, well established with cloud providers with advanced and more specific edge and cloud services from a lower scale network and service providers, and this will obviously be required. No? So providers like Telefónica, like us, able to help the customer in choosing the optimal mix of these solutions, because there's not only one solution. There probably the main point will be mixing, no, and with depending on the specific use case that you require, no. So Europe will need this profile of companies to help in the digitalization of the industry, the society, in order to become a more competitive and sustainable economy. This is really necessary, and we have to accelerate in time, no? So Europe needs to scale in infrastructure, services, and skills to make this happen.
Okay, if I may add a little bit from a different angle, we in German Edge Cloud, we are part of a manufacturing enterprise. So edge computing in this manufacturing industry, let me put this angle, I think is totally agree, is a new paradigm, a very important paradigm. Why? Machines are producing in the factory. If we want to transform factories into smart factories, machine will produce many more data. So we need edge computing as an augmentation to clouds. Why? Because it is not reasonable from a technical or commercial sense, it's not reasonable to move the data, the machines in the factory, the production line, to move that straight into the cloud for various reasons. Simply the amount of data. Yeah? In our factories, we see an ever increasing amount of if you like, big data, and we have to process this on premise, if you like, so on the edge, but also for reasons of real time. So if we want to have digital smart factories, we need to produce the algorithms which process those data on premise and not in the cloud as soon as they have real-time requirements, because you can imagine we're talking about milliseconds if you want to steer a machine in the right way. So real-time is important driver. Amount of data is important driver, but I also think data sovereignty, because if we put edge into place, meaning cloud, as you expressed before me, a cloud closer to the customer, we have a very important control point, because on the edge, we catch the data first. So the one who's catching that data has a very important control point, because he can decide, once the data is processed, where the processing continues, in which cloud. So it's about data sovereignty, because the one who owns the data on the edge decides which cloud to use. And it's not the other way around. So that is very important. Therefore, I totally agree. Edge computing being a new market is a very important way or opportunity to gain back digital sovereignty, because edge computing is in its infancy. If besides factories, we see a lot of other areas where we have to confront mass data, process mass data with KI and other algorithms. But we have to deploy edges wherever those data emerge in order to get this market and this control point. Therefore, edge computing is very important.
Mr. Ritz, and who are the key market players in Europe today on edge computing, and what will be their respective role in achieving this target? And if I may, a second question, are there any important actions or measures that should be considered on at a EU level in order to facilitate the achievement of these targets?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think thank you for that question. The market is in its infancy, and you see a lot of different players trying to take and conquer this market. If I may start with the cloud providers, the hyperscalers, they see the edge as an opportunity to prolong their cloud into the edge. Yeah, that is a technique of hyperscalers, the US or Chinese ones, but also of normal cloud providers. They prolong their cloud into the edge. That is one area. Then we have the telco providers like Telefonica. They have a cloud, they have a network. They're building up a 5G, and sometime later a 6G. In order to provide real-time algorithms, they need mobile edge clouds. So they need to attach edge clouds close to where mobile consumers are consuming and having use cases. That is another segment. Then we have industrial players like us. We would like, we deploy edge into the factories, yeah, cloud stacks into the factories, and providing this as a standard product. Then we have the classical data center providers. Typically, they're sitting, I don't know, in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, so more on central locations. You can see they're also trying to get more closer to the customers, providing satellite data centers. So that is another move. And last but not least, we have also equipment providers. We have sensors and network providers who want to make their equipment also more intelligent by becoming also edge or device edge providers. We call this deep edge. So you can see there's a variety of edge solutions emerging to capture that market. And that will be quite exciting to see. Now, I think to the second part of your question, what can the EU do? I mean, we're talking about infrastructure. When we talk about data centers, network connectivity, we're talking about infrastructure. So there is a game, because we want to enable new algorithms, real-time use cases, artificial intelligence algorithms, novel algorithms. That's what it is about. And if you read the EU data strategy, we want to set up data spaces. So a lot of companies feeding and using data, exchanging data in data spaces. But that is an infrastructure play. So you always have this, you have to leapfrog this by, and I think that there is where EU can help. You have to give a little bit head start in order for software players, algorithm players, to use that infrastructure to develop new algorithms. And I think there are national initiatives around creating an IPSE. These initiatives, I think, are very important also on a EU level to foster, let's say, this seed of new infrastructure, edge data centers, to then enable, because edge data centers or edge nodes are not a mean to its end. They should enable the development of new algorithms like smart factories. But the infrastructure, I think, needs a little bit a kickstart, and that's where the EU can help.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ritz. Now, let me go to Marie-Noëlle Jégo-Lavessière. My question to you is, do you expect that new businesses, business ecosystems enabled by 5G will affect significantly the existing economic models for telecom infrastructure investments? And as a result, should we expect an increase of private investments, and how could public authorities facilitate such new investment models?
Hello, all of you. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, 5G, and it has already been said, is creating changes in the market. So the first phase is more an evolution. The second one, which is more the what we call the standalone 5G, is it's more a revolution. And we will see both on the B2C and the B2B market big changes. Of course, on the B2C, we will see a small increase of our usage of our customers, new services, but a key question is the monetization when we come to the B2C market, which is going to be could be quite low, even if we're going to have a better quality of service, a better efficiency when it comes to spectrum, and a better efficiency also when it comes to energy. But it forces telcos to run for new frequencies, to have a new spectrum, to have new equipment, and if we want to do it, in a short period of time, of course, it's a huge amount of investment for all the different telcos. So we need to accelerate, radio access network sharing, RAN sharing, as we said, and this is very important that the EU is, helping us, facilitating our capability to share with other telcos in order to make sure that we can be as fast as possible with sustainable economics everywhere. The second point is also that we need to be everywhere. That's true for the B2C, but that's also true for all the SMEs and enterprise everywhere in the EU countries. And we need to make sure that also together with the EU, with the recovery funds, we can speed up and make sure that we can go everywhere, especially in rural area. And we need to work together. It has to be a multi-operator, ambition, and we're ready for that. But I'm sure that the EU can help a lot.
Thank you very much, Marie-Noëlle. Let me just ask you something else. What should be Europe's strategy to take advantage of the synergies between 5G networks and edge cloud infrastructure to successfully compete with the other world regions?
This is clearly a big shift, and this is for the 5G standalone. We are going to have a fully virtualized network, which is not going to be a mobile network only. It's more a global network, and we hear expectation from our customers. As said before, we see use cases that are clearly impossible today, that are becoming possible. Low latency, high data volume to be managed in real time. So there is some capabilities, use case that started to be possible, and expectation from our customers. And this is typically where in a market, things can go quickly. Between we have, technical opportunities and customer demands. So these new technology reshape the market, of course. And as Maria Jesus was saying, telco, we are moving to the edge. Hyperscaler are also screening for proximity. But for us, I guess for the countries, the proximity is key. So this is also an opportunity for us to take a place where we were, to be honest, lagging behind hyperscalers, because we have that opportunity of being on proximities with our customers. We should not attempt to replicate exactly what has been done by the hyperscalers. We should leverage on complementarity assets with major cloud actors, but while, and it has been said also, making sure that sovereignty can be guaranteed. We started, for example, a key step with the Blue initiative with Orange, Capgemini, and Microsoft, but we can work with them in a way that helps Europe to keep sovereign and to master the data. So we need to leverage the infrastructure from the hyperscaler. But we need to make sure that the go-to-market, the local infrastructure, the cloud, the edge is from the telco side, from the European side. But then we can also leverage cloud stack expertise from hyperscaler. So this is very important that we trigger, both, the best of the two worlds. I said, making sure that sovereignty can be one of the key elements. So what are the key success factors to do that? We need to do it as soon as possible. We need to start the first deployment. We need to test. We need to certify it, and we need to make sure that we have something which is highly open. And then once again, the EU can be a real trigger because it has to be seamless from one country to another. So certification can be a key element. So we need to leverage on Gaia-X, for example, initiative. We need to leverage of telco edge cloud in order to make sure that all together, leveraging on some of the hyperscaler assets, we can bring proximity, sovereignty everywhere in Europe.
Marie-Noëlle, thank you so much. I now introduce to this panel another person, Roberto Viola. He's the Director General of the Directorate General for Communications, Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission. Good morning to you, Roberto. And I have a question that I would like to ask you in order for us all to have the answer. All these elements that we are discussing today will need to be seamlessly integrated to provide the next generation infrastructure to host intelligent applications with high processing capacity, low latency, and also to businesses and the public sector. So here's the question. What are the drivers for this integration?
Thanks very much, and thank you for having the opportunity to contribute to this very interesting panel, which is about our future. It's about processing data for the citizens, and indeed, what you just said is the end goal. I mean, we heard many technical words that for many are incomprehensible, like edge, 5G, cloud, supercomputing. But what really matters here is what comes to the citizens, to the users. And the idea is that indeed they should be living and experiencing the digital world in the most simple and effective way, from their homes, from wherever they like to be, and also for companies, I mean, to reach out customers and interact, and also for citizens to be more safe, more healthy. That's the final goal. And now this final goal passes through a web of interconnected services, interoperable services, which use this technology you just heard about. So we do all this not just for the sake of technology, but we do it for the citizens. That is the most important characteristic of the European model, to do things human-centered for the citizen. That's why the EU has set very ambitious objectives for getting this digital infrastructure on the ground, near to the citizens, and that's why we have a very ambitious investment plan. Central investment, local investment, investment from companies, and teaming up, that's the objective that we want to reach, exactly what you said. Interconnected, seamlessly utilizing all possible means to reach out to citizens to improve the quality of life.
Thank you. Grazie, Roberto. Now I have a second question to you. Which additional initiatives in the area of infrastructures would be the great multipliers for the EU digital ecosystem?
Well, we have a number of interconnected initiatives to make sure that this ambitious goal is reached. We continue to build extremely powerful supercomputers, and thanks to the Portuguese president, thanks to Portugal, we now have the agreement of the next step in supercomputing. We will build the most powerful computers of the world, and we will build in the future quantum computers. And this will do all together. This is one step which is very important. The other step is to have cloud services near to factories, near to public administration, near to highways, to make sure that cars can be driven safely, hospitals can have the best AI technologies available. And that's one and the other pillar. The third leg is to make sure that Europe can be the most advanced chips, which will be the heart of every device. Altogether, they form, let's say, the kind of infrastructure backbone for the future.
Grazie mille once again, Mr. Viola, and thanks to all the participants in this panel. It was very interesting, and we already have very new and interesting information about this sector. We will now take a short break before coming back to the high-level session that will include the inauguration of the EllaLink cable. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Welcome back to the leading digital decade, live from Sines in the southern Atlantic coast of Portugal. We now go live to another location, also here in Sines. And again, good morning, bom dia, Rita. It is now time for the inauguration of the EllaLink cable.
Where we will celebrate the EllaLink cable inauguration and the recognition of Lisbon Declaration. We are live today at the Vasco da Gama cable landing station, the site of EllaLink cable, which will connect Europe to Latin America. It's a 6,000-kilometer submarine cable connection, which will provide a very high-speed, secure, and low-latency connection between the two continents. To begin this important moment, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the Portuguese Minister of State of Economy and Digital Transition, Pedro Cisa Vieira. We're doing a little compass of waiting because the minister is now visiting the place where the cable is launched here to Latin America, and we hope the visit will stop soon so we can hear the words of the Portuguese minister about the inauguration of this extremely important event for communication between Europe and Latin America. We'll be back in just a second. See you soon. And now the moment we all have been waiting for to begin this important moment, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the Portuguese Minister of State of the Economy and Digital Transition, Pedro Cisa Vieira.
Senhor Primeiro-Ministro,
Prime Minister, Mayor of Sines, my dear fellow Mr. Pontes, Secretary of State, President of EllaLink, Vice President of the EIB, Director General for IT, the EU, ladies and gentlemen. We've just been visiting the place where the EllaLink cable reaches the European continent and where the cable is managed. The fact that this reaches Portugal is very significant. On the Atlantic arc, it is the closest part of Europe to Latin America. The sea, the oceans, the seas off Portugal linked Europe to the rest of the world at one time in history. Now, in a more digital paradigm, we still see how important our strategic location remains. This cable is key infrastructure, which is indispensable for us to continue growing in our new digital economy and in the new data-driven economy. The possibility of infrastructure in Europe, but also that links Europe to the rest of the world, that allows high-speed data and high-capacity links with low latency. These are things that make it possible for business to operate, for R&D to happen, and will continue to do so over the coming days using the best digital technologies. EllaLink is the first direct cable between Europe and South America. It uses innovative technology and follows on very decisive developmental steps based on private initiative, but with critical input from public authorities, both in Europe and in Brazil. From the outset, this project has had the EU's full support, and the EU was a major funder of this infrastructure, but it also received a great deal of support from the Federal Republic of Brazil. And I'd also like to say that the cable, beyond allowing business to develop, beyond allowing new models of developing an IT-based economy, is also a fundamental piece of infrastructure for scientific cooperation and scientific cooperation between our two continents. It is innovative. It is an initiative that is a key moment that really underscores what the EU seeks to do to show leadership of the digital economy and digital society over the next decade across the world, to bet on skills, to bet on capacity building, to bet on digitalization of our administration, and to do these things in an interconnected, ever more open to the world way. I'd like to pay tribute to all those involved in this project, developing it and rolling it out. I'd like to underscore how important it is that there was actually also some Portuguese technology embedded in some of this control station technology that we have here. And I'd also like to pay tribute to our Brazilian friends for their critical input at many stages. And I'd like to again congratulate all involved, President EllaLink, investors, and so on. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, who is the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, the Republic of Brazil. Marcos Pontes, you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning to everybody, Prime Minister, Minister, all guests, everybody who is here and who is also following this meeting remotely. It's a happy day today. It's a very happy day. this inauguration of now a physical link, a physical emanation of a link that there's been between Portugal and Brazil for a long time. I think it's very symbolic also of the connection that there's been for a long time between these two countries. Obviously, when it comes to the digital transition, this is something that is enormously important for the whole world. We are directly linked, Europe and Latin America, through Portugal and Brazil. It's very important in terms of science and technological developments. We now have a direct connection which will enable us to transmit data and exchange information much more rapidly, much more effectively. And also, of course, during this pandemic, we've seen how important it is to work together, all of us in the world, so that we can defeat our common enemy, which is COVID-19. And it's only through science that we'll be able to defeat this common enemy. We need cooperation, of course, in order to be able to do this. We need to be able to exchange information rapidly and effectively. So I think that this cable is symbolic at a time that is very important for humanity, to symbolize this connection between these two countries and these two peoples. Obviously, we've heard about astronomy, climate change, and how important these are, the various challenges that humanity has to face and beat together. If you're an astronaut, then you can look at our planet from a spaceship and see how much we in the world share, how much we share, and all of the challenges that we have to face, part of which is climate change, of course, which affects many other things, food production, the quality of life of people throughout the world. We need to combat climate change, and we can only do that together, researchers and governments throughout the whole world working together. And I think that this cable will improve our efforts in this area. Another thing is business, a connection between Brazil, between Mercosur and the European Union. I think that this really is an excellent opportunity to improve cooperation, also amongst OECD countries. And I'd like to extend the President's appreciation. So on behalf of the President of Brazil, I would like to extend our appreciation for all of those who have made this link, this cable possible, for all of the partners who have done such excellent work so that we can have this cable link. I think that this is going to give us a lot over the next 25 years, better development, economic, social development between all of these countries through digital transformation, through science, technology, innovation, all of which are going to improve and be improved by using the data that will traffic through this cable. So thank you very much indeed to all of you. And today is a very happy day. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Minister. We will now introduce you to the President of EllaLink, Mr. Philippe Dumont, for his contribution words on this inauguration. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm not used to do speeches in front of such an honorable assembly, so forgive me if I'm not at ease with this exercise. As it was said, I'm Philippe Dumont, the CEO of EllaLink, and a very proud person on this moment where we celebrate the first day in service of EllaLink cable. It's a truly European and Brazilian project, not only because it connects two continents, but also because the team that's behind comes from so many different countries, not only Brazil, not only Portugal. I would like to thank all the assembly here, and in first place, the Prime Minister of Portugal. Thank you very much for attending here. I'd like to thank a few people, that's the exercise here. Mr. Nuno Mascarenhas, for all the support you gave during the construction of the project. We'd like to thank also the ministries of Brazil who are represented here, and all the people that have been over the last 10 years of construction and development working hard to make this happen. As I said, EllaLink is a very special project. People don't realize often how long it takes. It took 10 years from the idea to this date. And this project is going to be running, carrying traffic between the two continents for the next 25 years. It's a big piece of infrastructure, but above all, it's a human adventure. It's a human journey. So I have to do some name dropping. Sorry about that, but I'm sure the people that have been working will be very proud of that. I'd like first to name two people that are in this room who were the original founder of this project, Alfonso Gajate and Ross Mullins, and I think we should applaud them because without them, we would not be here. Thank you, you guys. It's a human adventure, but you sometimes do need a bit of money, right? We were fortunate to find on our road a company, a fund, a private fund called Marguerite, and they were crazy enough to believe in the project. People like Michael de Dieu, Laurent Chatelain, Yanni Didier, Pierre Gerbeau, thank you very much. We also got support from early customers, people that have signed the contract with us 3 years before it was actually put in service today. You also need to have some form of craziness for this, because what you can do at that moment is only present a piece of paper. And without them, we couldn't have done it. I'm thinking first and above all of the Bella Consortium, which is formed of Red Clara and Géant, two major research and education networks. Thank you very much to them. I'd like, of course, to thank Emacom, operator out of Madeira, and I think we have two brilliant representatives here somewhere in the room. I don't know where they are. José Cotrim and Rui Rebelo, thank you very much to you guys. Cape Verde Telecom has been connected as well, and they've been key to the success of the project with the support of the EIB, which has been playing a role in financing part of that infrastructure, and our partner in Brazil, Telxius. I'd like also to thank the ASAP port connecting Europe, Latin America, North America, and Africa. We are now in 2021. Let's project it to 2031, if you may. In 2031, this place around us might be built by tens of data centers, hundreds of them. And that will follow an initiative taken by CNES4 to build a massive data center a few kilometers away. CNES will enjoy, and is enjoying already, 1 gigawatt of power, of electrical power. And it's renewable. In 10 years, that 1 gigawatt will be exhausted and new energy project will be seen around the place. In 10 years, this city will have 50,000 more people working and living around. There will be 2 universities, two more hospitals, more roads, more whatever. Well, you may say, I'm dreaming, but we have an example. The example is a little town called Ashburn in Virginia, United States. This company had a little over 3,000 people back 20 years ago. It's now over 50,000 people. It has 100 data centers and indeed 2 brand new universities, top of the league in the United States. CNES has it all to replicate the success story of Ashburn. We just have to believe into it, work hard, and make it happen. I'd like to conclude by thanking my team that has been working hard. I'll do again the last name dropping of the day. Monsieur Diego Matas was here, Vincent Gatineau, Pablo Martin, Rui Carrillo, Joel Palling, Lindsay Thomas, Rafa Lozano, and Marcelo Reder. I missed a few of them already, but thank you very much, guys, and thank you to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your speech, Mr. Dumont. Now, joining us remotely from Finland, I would like to give the floor to Pekka Lundmark, CEO of Nokia. Welcome, Mr. Lundmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to almost be with you in CNES. In the past 18 months, if the past 18 months have taught us anything, it is this. The power and importance of connectivity cannot be overstated. It underpins our economies, our public services, and our communities. The EllaLink project was always significant, but in this new context, it is even more so for Brazil, for Europe, and for many other countries that will benefit further down the line. This 6,000-kilometer stretch of state-of-the-art fiber optic undersea cable will improve capacity, flexibility, and latency of networks on both sides of the Atlantic, helping to make new services and new applications available to more people in more places quicker than ever. It will be secure, it will be fast, and if we are serious about making this a digital decade, then it is exactly the sort of project we should be investing in. One more important thing. EllaLink is in the top tier of submarine networks anywhere in the world, helping to address the imbalance that currently exists between northern and southern hemispheres in undersea cabling. From a personal point of view, I'm proud that Nokia and our submarine networks team in particular ran such a cross-European and actually cross-Atlantic operation. We manufactured every single meter of cable at our Calais factory. We laid it all too, with our own ships, Ile-de-Bretagne and Ile-de-Seine. In fact, I believe we are the only European business capable of running submarine connectivity projects of this magnitude entirely in-house. Even so, undertakings like this are never entirely straightforward. So I want to put on record my thanks to Philippe Dumont and the entire EllaLink team who worked with us so well through a time of unprecedented disruption. I would just like to say one final word on why this is so important. Today, the potential of digitalization is emerging faster than ever. The potential to work smarter and to innovate more easily, of course, but also the potential to address the world's biggest and most pressing challenges. We all know that pressure on the planet is increasing, productivity is stalling, and access to opportunity remains stubbornly unequal. These are unsustainable realities, and for all three, connectivity is central to the solution. If we want to reduce waste and increase resource efficiency, we need smart manufacturing and smart agriculture. If we want to narrow the gap between the richest and the poorest in society, we need new educational tools and digital public services. Nokia's purpose is to create technology that helps the world act together, helping to address those challenges and find those solutions. That's what we do. That is our commitment in Europe and elsewhere. And that is the great optimistic promise of EllaLink. Thank you to everybody here today, especially the Portuguese presidency, for supporting this leap forward in Europe's digitalization. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lundmark, and we'll be back in just a second, just 20 seconds. See you in short. And now we move into the Lisbon Declaration and Universal Connectivity session. This session will reflect on EllaLink cable and its implications for Europe and beyond. It will also reflect the more general aspects of the coming digital decade, and more specifically on the pivotal role that our rights and principles will have in the coming political strategies. In this context, our speakers will also introduce the Lisbon Declaration. This declaration on digital rights will contribute to overall conversation on this topic. It will also contribute to the Commission's work on rights and principles in the digital sphere. Without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the opening words of the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear Prime Minister Antonio Costa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to address you at the Digital Assembly. And indeed, this year's Digital Assembly is very timely. Not even 3 months ago, we presented our vision for Europe's digital transformation by 2030. It is about where we want to go and who we want to be. We call it our digital compass. It fits well that we are holding this digital assembly in Portugal today. As a seafaring nation, generations of Portuguese explorers knew how to sail across uncharted waters. The monument on the bank of the Tejo in Lisbon reminds us of the most important ones. Prince Henry, the navigator, who discovered Madeira and the Azores, Vasco da Gama, who found the sea route to India. So I think it is fair to say, in Portugal, you know well how to navigate. And we are lucky to have you as Council Presidency at this point in time. But seriously, when you navigate, you do not only need a compass, you also need a plan forward. Our digital compass is about all that. Like a compass with north, south, east and west, our European strategy has 4 cardinal points. digital skills, infrastructures, business, and in e-government. To master the challenges of the digital age, we must make progress on all four fronts. So first of all, skills. By 2030, we want, for example, 20 million IT specialists to be employed in the European Union. Second, infrastructures. By 2030, we want gigabit connectivity for all households and 5G in all cities and villages. Third, the digital transformation of businesses. By 2030, 3 out of 4 companies should use cloud, big data, and AI. And fourth, digital public services. By 2030, all EU citizens should have access to electronic health records. And by the way, speaking of health, today is an important day for our EU Digital COVID certificate. Our EU gateway goes live. More than 20 member states have tested it successfully, and it will allow to verify all certificates across the continent. Everyone who is fully vaccinated, or has a negative test result, or has recovered from the virus, can get the European certificate. It's for free, and it must be recognized everywhere in the European Union. It is a tangible example of how people benefit from digital progress in the European Union. But of course, it also matters how we're doing things. The European Union certificate is a prime example of digital tools that represent our values. The EU values privacy, so no personal data will be exchanged or retained. The European Union is inclusive, so whoever is not vaccinated can get a digital certificate for test or recovery. Whoever does not have a smartphone can get it on paper. With the certificate, we want to help people to move freely in times of pandemic. And this is why it will only be in place for 1 year. Europe is a front runner here and can set standards at the global level. Or let me give you another example. We want to offer to Europeans a new digital identity. An identity that ensures trust and protects users online. We are about to present our proposal. It will allow everyone to control their identity online and to interact with governments and businesses across the European Union. Nobody should be forced to give more data away than is necessary for the purpose at hand. For example, to book a hotel room online, no one needs to know where I am from and who my friends are. And with our proposal, we are offering an alternative to the models of the big online platforms, because we believe in a human-centered digital transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to mention these examples because they showcase our digital ambition. This is about who we want to be as Europeans. And to capture this better, we will formulate a set of digital principles, such as access for all to the internet, a secure online space, the right to learn digital skills, algorithms that respect people, and the protection of children online. These important principles will complement the legal rights that already protect Europeans online, like, for example, the protection of personal data or the freedom of expression. Just 3 weeks ago, we launched a wide consultation on these digital principles. We want to listen to as many views as possible from citizens, civil society, businesses, and administrations. We then want to enshrine these principles in a solemn declaration by the European Parliament, the Council, and the Commission. Europe's digital principles shall guide our actions and initiatives. I already mentioned digital identity. Another example is artificial intelligence. Just a few weeks ago, we proposed our new legal framework on AI. It is the first such framework worldwide. It puts the individual at the center, and it will ensure that people's safety and fundamental rights are protected. AI is yet another example of our ambition. We embrace new technologies, but we stand by our values, by setting new standards for our single market and by inviting others around the globe to follow. And that's why I am glad to see that more and more private companies are already using technology for the better. Europe wants to match digital progress with responsibility. Dear Prime Minister Costa, I know that you are a strong ally in our digital ambition. I'm grateful that the Portuguese presidency has made the fair and inclusive transition a priority. Today you contribute to the debate with the Lisbon Declaration. With it, you call on European Union governments to commit to a digital transformation that aims to strengthen the human dimension. And as the Declaration rightly points out, we must ensure that the digital transformation of our democracies has a purpose and that no one is left behind. And I know that also the European Parliament is very engaged in promoting our values and principles in the digital space. Since the early days of the pandemic, the Parliament has highlighted the essential role of access to the Internet for all, because it allowed Europeans to continue learning, working and communicating during lockdown. So I am very pleased to see that our objectives are very much aligned. And even beyond, as we seek to set standards at the global level, we sense a lot of interest among our international partners. And this is why I think we are privileged to have Antonio Guterres addressing today's Digital Assembly. Digital technologies play a key role in accelerating access to knowledge and education for equality and participation and for economic growth and job creation. And in his recent roadmap to digital cooperation, Antonio Guterres asked all countries to put human rights at the center when making rules on digital technologies. Our European Union initiative on the digital principles is a contribution to that process. Ladies and gentlemen, I started my intervention with a reference to Portugal's seafaring history. We depend much more on global trade than ever before. But what keeps our economies going today are not just shipping routes, but also data flows. These need stable, secure, and speedy infrastructures. To reach our connectivity targets, we will need major investments. Next Generation EU, our 750 billion recovery fund, gives us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for that. But our digital leadership also depends on strong connectivity with the rest of the world. And that is why I'm glad that later this morning you will inaugurate EllaLink. EllaLink is the new submarine cable that connects Europe with Latin America. The first direct high-speed connection between the two continents. EllaLink means even more to us. It will be a digital highway for joint research and education between Europe and Latin America. It will boost business, scientific and cultural exchanges. And above all, it will help ensure the security, the stability and the resilience of the global open internet on which our economies and societies depend. Ladies and gentlemen, EllaLink is more than a cable. It symbolizes our renewed partnership with Latin America. This sets an example for our engagements with partners around the world. For our digital decade to be successful, we need to build more strong international digital partnerships. First and foremost with the United States, with whom we want to set up a transatlantic trade and technology council, but also with other partners, such as India. Europe and India just launched a new connectivity partnership at our summit in Porto a few weeks ago. The European Union will work hard to lead the way towards a wide open coalition of partners around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on the digital transition, we Europeans are guided by our ambition. We are determined to live up to our principles at home and on the international scene. Our digital compass shows us the way. The work on our digital principles has kicked off. Today's Lisbon Declaration provides tailwind. So do the valuable contributions by the European Parliament and the United Nations. As Europeans, we want to be the global leader of a digital transformation that puts people at its heart. You can count on Europe. I wish you a very successful digital assembly. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Madam President, for your words. I now have the honor to introduce the Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres.
Caros amigos, dear friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased our dependence on digital technologies, but it has also highlighted the stark divide between the digital haves and have-nots. Even as societies shut down, those with reliable access to the internet could still work and learn. But this was not the case for the 3.7 billion people who remain offline, most of whom are women and girls in developing countries. Nearly one-third of the world's children have missed out on education because they do not have access to remote schooling, and this is far from over. Recovery from the pandemic must include urgent action to close the digital divide that is fast becoming the new face of inequality. We will only achieve the Sustainable Development Goals if we harness the potential of digital technologies to enable and empower everyone, everywhere. But even as we strive to bring billions online, we must confront new challenges in keeping people safe and secure. Cyber attacks are increasing, and the online space has the potential to become a new battleground among global powers. Big tech companies exercise extraordinary control over issues that profoundly affect people's lives. Artificial intelligence and other technologies can improve public health, agriculture, humanitarian operations, but they can also enable harassment, surveillance and human rights violations and accelerate the spread of misinformation and hate speech. I'm convinced that our digital future requires greater global guidance, not less. At this time of growing online fragmentation, people want a responsible and thoughtful approach to digital governance, one that accelerates innovation and growth, protects users and the environment, and builds trust and solidarity between peoples. Increasingly, they are looking to the United Nations to help achieve this. We are fully committed to working with all stakeholders to forge new areas of understanding and common purpose as set out in my roadmap for digital cooperation. Progress depends on the support of concerned governments, like-minded private sector leaders, and determined civil society advocates. The Digital Assembly and the Lisbon Declaration are significant steps to support this vision. I count on the European Union to help lead the way. Together, we can build an open, free and secure digital future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your inspiring words, Mr. Secretary General. Now, to close this session, I would like now to invite to the stage our Prime Minister, António Costa, for his closing intervention. Mr. Prime Minister.
Ministers, State Secretaries, Mayor of Sines, CEO of EllaLink, Philippe Dumont. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to congratulate EllaLink for all the investment that's been put into this, for the vision they've had, and for the ambition that they've shown. We need ambition. You need ambition to get this idea of launching a cable 6,000 kilometers long to link two continents, linking Europe to Latin America. Also, doing this for Africa and other points which EllaLink is going to be linking together. But that's what you need, ambition. Ambition which transforms and supports our vision for this new era, because this new era is inevitably going to be affected and marked by digital tools. Digital society is, however, above all, a society, and above all, it has to involve human beings. So it's extremely important that as we inaugurate this infrastructure, we are also approving the Declaration on Digital Democracy, the digital rights. That is, we're talking about democracy, security, and freedom and security in this digital world. As part of that, we decided to take the initiative to organize the Social Summit in Porto. And this was marked by the clear idea that this digital transition should not leave anybody behind. We need investment in qualifications, in skills, and in innovation, so that those who work and SMEs could not be left behind in this whole process. We have an absolutely enormous opportunity with this new digital area, and that opportunity has to be available to all. And it's more than that. This opportunity will only be a success if it is accessible to all. And it's in that context that connectivity is absolutely vital. This connectivity will allow us all to take advantage of all the new opportunities in this new area. It's connectivity that will allow the European and Latin American scientific community, the Portuguese scientific community, the Brazilian scientific community to share data, to work on that data together. This will mean that businesses will be able to work together and develop the whole data economy, the digital economy together. So this is an extraordinary opportunity, and it requires this degree of connectivity. Now, our presidency of the European Union had three main priorities. First of all, economic recovery. Secondly, the reaffirmation of the European pillar of social rights. And thirdly, the affirmation of an open strategic economy, open to the world. We're not talking about a Europe closed in on itself, a protectionist Europe. We're talking about a Europe which is opened up, connectivity with the world. So this is why it was very important that we were able to approve on the idea of opening up the borders of Europe to highly skilled people and scientists so that they can move freely around Europe. And we were able to agree on that with the European Parliament. Obviously, a link at this distance is obviously going to create wonderful links, but nothing replaces face-to-face contact that we can have with each other. Connectivity in that sense, contact with individuals. And this is something which President von der Leyen mentioned too in our summit between the EU and India, where we launched a digital partnership. India is one of the major digital powers and major scientific powers in the world. And now we're going to be linked by this new cable to the scientific community in Latin America. We also want to be linked directly to the scientific community in India. Science has no borders, no frontiers. And of course, the COVID crisis has demonstrated that very clearly. What we do need to do is develop a set of new vaccines. New technologies have been used to use these for other purposes in order to build up these new vaccines. Various vaccines have been developed all over the world, and that's only been due to the fact the scientific community has been able to work together without any borders. One single country alone could not have developed any such vaccine. Viruses don't have any nationality. The virus doesn't recognize borders, and nor can vaccines. We have to share knowledge, share data, and work together. And this is the sort of thing that this new cable is going to help us to do every day. We hope that we'll have a world without COVID in the future, but certainly there will be other opportunities for us to make progress and make headway on our scientific knowledge. The inauguration of this cable today in Sines is also very significant and symbolic for a country like Portugal. We've always said that we don't have a center or a periphery in the world because of the digital world. But the fact is that you still need infrastructure. And here again, when you're talking about infrastructure, geography does count. And it's not by chance that we began the first era of globalization here, and it's not by chance that Sines is one of the major ports of the European Union now. And it's not by chance that Sines is going to be the link point on the European continent for this cable across the Atlantic. Here again, our geographical position was important in the past, it's important now, and it will be important in the future. And that's what we're all about. We want to be a point of entry, a link, a point where people can link up to other continents. And this is what makes Portugal make a difference in Europe. And it's the contribution that Portugal can give to enrich our Europe. And we can create that link. We can ensure that Europe can open up to other continents. We can provide that link. We can do that through our history, our language, and our culture, of course. But we can also do this physically, in practice, through this cable. So this private investment made by EllaLink is of immense strategic importance for the whole of Europe, but also for Portugal and certainly for the city of Sines. I don't know whether they're going to be governing the world from Sines, from Trezeiras, but what I can say is that we've already got the biggest data center in the whole of south of Europe. There will be other cables and other centers, of course. But this will mean that Sines will not just be a major port for goods, physical goods, but it will also be a massive port for data to come through, a port which will provide knowledge, something which is absolutely vital. That is, that we can all come into contact with each other, get in touch with others, share more data, more knowledge. And I know that's what's going to happen over the next 25 years or so. I'd just like to end as I began. I'd just like to thank EllaLink for its vision, its ambition, and for the fact that it wanted to come here and invest in Portugal to build this cable. Thank you very much, and all the best for the next 25 years of work, of exchange of information and data between our continents. It'll make us closer, more secure, and more open. Thank you very much.
A see-through citizen. I don't want to be...
Martin, can you hear me?
Since 1850, the seabed of our oceans has been crisscrossed with submarine cables. As of today, there are more than 400 active cables and over 1,000 cable landing stations. Like Vasco da Gama Cable Landing Station, where we are here today to celebrate EllaLink's first day in service. Submarine cables are the foundation of the internet, critical to our governments, businesses, social networking, health and education, entertainment, and much more. It aims to create a direct, diverse, reliable, and robust link between Europe and Latin America. State-of-the-art submarine cables today support hundreds of terabytes per second of data housed within a submarine cable of 17mm diameter resting on the ocean floor at 5,000 meters of water depth. By directly connecting Europe and Latin America, as opposed to taking the existing two-hop path via North America, EllaLink was constructed to be the fastest transatlantic route between Europe and Latin America. This direct path cuts the latency in half, offering enormous advantages to network users, reducing the data transfer time between browsers and servers, which is crucial for critical workers and emergency service providers alike. EllaLink's ultimate goal is not only to create a direct data corridor between Latin America and Europe, but also to promote onwards connectivity to Africa, the Middle East, and the rest of the globe. Connections between Europe and Latin America are no longer dependent on any other territory, meaning that finally, our nations are optically as close as they are geographically. EllaLink has created a new submarine cable landing site in Europe. Sines is ideally placed to host future submarine cables, as it has an abundance of cost-effective land, high-power density networks, and reliable backhaul connectivity to Lisbon and Madrid. With our local partners, ICEP Global Parks and the Sines municipality, we created Sines Tech that has already attracted major developments such as the Sines 4.0 data center campus. From Sines, our 6,000-kilometer submarine cable system connects Madeira, Cabo Verde and Fortaleza in Brazil. Constructed by Alcatel Submarine Networks, the 30-month project was successfully completed last month. Back on land, the network extends to data centers in Madrid, Lisbon, Marseille, Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, connecting customers globally. Furthermore, The network incorporates real-time scientific monitoring through the EllaLink GeoLab, created with our partners Emacom and Xiong. EllaLink is the world's first commercial telecom system to incorporate smart cable concepts, and the EllaLink GeoLab offers a truly unique way to collect and share data relating to seismology, marine ecology, and oceanic conditions. EllaLink was first formed in 2012, and its first partner was the EU-funded Bella program that secured capacity to support large-scale research and collaborative education projects, such as the European Copernicus program. Between 2017 and 2018, the team was able to be joined by Emacom in Madeira and Cabo Verde Telecom, supported by the European Investment Bank. With these partners came the addition of stubbed branches to the Canary Islands, Morocco, Mauritania, French Guiana, and southern Brazil for future growth. In 2018, a financial sponsor was gained in Marguerite II, a pan-European equity fund active in the renewables, energy, transport, and digital infrastructure sectors. The construction work started soon after with the European-based company Alcatel Submarine Networks, and we have now reached the system ready for service date, a tremendous achievement for our team, our partners, and the citizens of Europe and Latin America. Without the support of all our partners, EllaLink would not have happened. We would like to thank Marguerite, the Bella program, Emacom, Cabo Verde Telecom, ICEP, Global Parks, Telxius, and our suppliers for all their help, from kick-starting the project to completing the construction. It is thanks to them that we are here today and are able to offer both continents the tremendous benefits that EllaLink brings. We would also like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Portuguese government on their successful tenure as President of the Council of the European Union, and to say how honoured we are to launch the EllaLink system during this important time, and to have the opportunity to make such an important contribution to Europe's data strategy. Thank you to Antonio Costa for joining us here today at the Vasco da Gama Cable Landing Station, the heart of the EllaLink network and the new centre of telecoms excellence in Portugal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. Dumont, for launching EllaLink cable. And thank you all for watching at home. It has been a pleasure to join you here from Sines. We will now go back to the studio for the next panel discussion. But before passing the emission back to Rodrigo, I will leave you with a video that will set the scene for our next session on digital principles. We asked our citizens about the challenges of this digital decade. I wish you all a very good afternoon.
I don't want to be like a see-through citizen. I don't want to be understood by the companies to every detail.
Não vivo com aquela paranoia de que estou a ser escrutinado e espionado em permanência. Mas o facto de não viver com essa paranoia não quer dizer que eu não tenha consciência que é um facto.
There is like enough regulations and stuff that protects me, so I don't know. I'm like counting on the others to do their job, basically.
Who is taking care of my data? Not thinking from the government side, but thinking from anyone who could actually steal that data and use it against me.
The security, and like where does these digital platforms, like where do they sell your information, and
what are they using it for.
As pessoas não filtrarem, muita gente não saber filtrar a informação que poderá estar errada ou mesmo detectar possíveis perigos.
Acho que a tecnologia e a internet em particular abriu as portas para uma caixa de Pandora que a gente não sabe o que é que vai dar.
On autorise le fait que nos données soient collectées par plein d'applications, plein de sites et de ne pas savoir où ces données vont. They know who I am, they know where I live, and maybe they can get me or get like card information. You can look at Apple Pay at your watch or your phone.
We all connected via our smartphones, using apps every day, more or less every hour. We can connect, we can work remotely. There's so many positive aspects of it, there's no doubt.
Nós temos acesso a tudo aquilo que quisermos, só se não quisermos é que não temos.
Não se precisava ir a oficinas. I'm here today, I'm going back home tomorrow. Takes me seconds to buy a ticket, a flight.
For example, I'm like studying cultural management and I would like to do something to do with the social media and it's like new platform, especially for the younger generation. Par exemple, là j'étais sur ma Maps pour retrouver un peu mon chemin. Bien que j'ai un guide, c'est quand même simple d'avoir un téléphone et de pouvoir se repérer où on veut, pouvoir aussi, quand on visite une ville.
You can have good address for restaurants, for example. When you don't know about something, you just check on the internet and you can learn. So I think this is very nice.
With the corona situation, we had to stay at home, but we have FaceTime and we have Instagram and we can see each other. And this was the least we had.
Hello again and welcome back to the studio, and let me just remind you of that landmark moment that we had a few minutes ago, the inauguration of a new connection between the two continents, a new boost for the future. Joining together Ursula von der Leyen, David Sassoli, who was not present, but Antonio Guterres and Antonio Costa, those three people joining together into this very important moment. Having as a background the Lisbon Declaration, democracy with a purpose which makes this even more important. It is now time to dive into our last plenary session of the morning. It is going to deepen into the topic of rights and principles in the digital sphere. Europe aims to empower businesses and people in a human-centered, sustainable and more prosperous digital future. The European Commission is preparing a framework of digital principles. It will help promote and uphold European values in the digital space. This framework will be identified through a wide societal debate. Our next session is therefore entitled Digital Principles, Defining the European Way. It aims at contributing to the ongoing public consultation for this initiative. The session will start in a few moments with the opening statements, first from Nadia Calviño, the Spanish government's Vice President and Minister for the Economy and Digitalization, also Roberta Metsola, First Vice President of the European Parliament, and André de Aragão Azevedo, Portuguese Secretary of State for the Digital Transition. We will also welcome representatives from industry, civil society and academia, and they are Ursula Pachel, Deputy Director General of the European Consumer Organization, Michael Hildebrandt, Professor on Interfacing Law and Technology of the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, and also we still have on the panel Edward Ledwin, Vice President for Government and Public Affairs for the LEGO Group, and finally Luís Neves, the CEO of GESI, Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative. And the panel and also the introductory statements from the members that were invited to be part of this panel are going to be moderated by Roberto Viola, Director General of the Directorate General for Communications of the European Union, who shall be moderating this session. Roberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure for me to moderate such an important session. You heard this is a good day. This is a great day, actually, because it's the day that Europe and Latin America are much closer. It's the day where the Lisbon Declaration is adopted, which is to do things with a purpose, to do technology with a purpose, which is to serve everyone on the planet and make sure technology brings freedom and more possibilities to live in peace together and with more quality of life. I think I don't need much of an introduction because we have excellent speakers that will introduce this session, and I would like to start straight away with the first introductory speech from the Vice President of the Government of Spain, Nadia Calviño, which, as you know, the government of Spain has been pioneering on digital rights and really fighting for digital rights. So for me, it's really a pleasure to have Vice President Calviño with us that will address you all about what it means to have digital rights for all the people. Vice President Calviño, the floor is yours.
Such a pleasure to participate in this important event, to participate in this session. And I think the title itself is already giving the meaning to what we're discussing here today. We're at a seminal moment to decide what the framework we want for the European digitalization model. As you yourself just said, technology with a purpose. And we just saw these very interesting videos of the young people sharing with us the importance of digitalization, which has increased exponentially due to the pandemic. We have discovered that we need these new technologies and digitalization in order to be able to continue to work, to learn, also to enjoy ourselves, even to talk and love our dear ones. And this has also brought to the forefront the need for the digitalization process to be at the heart of the recovery plans that Europe is going to be implementing in the coming months and years, and also to make sure that citizens can have trust in the digital devices and the digital frameworks. Trust, confidence, security. We have just heard these words, which I think are at the heart of what we want to achieve with the reflection that we are launching today. In the case of Spain, from the very beginning, we realized that having a digital charter, a charter of digital rights, was going to be indispensable if we want to ensure a humanistic digitalization. If we want to ensure that the rights, the individual and collective rights that we enjoy in the analogical world and also the values that underpin the European project and our national constitution are underlying also the digital reality, we needed to make sure that we had a compass, that we were focused on what were the principles that should guide any legal proposals that would be produced from now on. And that is why we have been working quite intensely during the last year in particular in the preparation of this Charter of Digital Rights. We were not starting from scratch. Actually, Spain is probably the first European country that had already guaranteed a series of digital rights related to the internet. For example, the right to be forgotten, the right to be digitally disconnected from the work environment, thanks to a law that we have passed a couple of years ago. But we thought that the new realities were demanding us to be more programmatic and forward-looking in trying to identify what areas would be requiring our attention in order to ensure that there is no weakening of the rights and values that we have gained in the last decades. So we prepared and we have embarked in a very participatory process, listening to a variety of stakeholders. This is obviously more time consuming. It also brings to different and difficult trade-offs between the different points of view, but we wanted to have a very inclusive process. And so we prepared a first draft, which we issued for public consultation. We launched a first public consultation. Also, we gathered an expert group of a multidisciplinary group of people that have been working intensely and discussing and debating for months. We have also issued a second public consultation, and we're currently assessing the replies in order to be able to land a text that can be brought into the legislative process at home. I think it is paramount that we make the issue of digital rights and values at the heart and a top priority at the EU level. This is not something that we can pursue and achieve at the national level. And I think the EU is very right to take the lead in this area, because this is probably one of the features that will make the European digitalization process a leader at the world level. I think that the principles that are embedded in the different proposals put forward by the Commission and the debates that are taking place in the European Parliament are absolutely on the right track. And I also think that the participatory process that you are launching and that is reflected in today's debate is also the right way forward in order to make sure that citizens throughout the EU understand that this is important. This has to do with their present and their future. And therefore, I am also extremely grateful to the Portuguese presidency for putting this issue high at the top of their agenda during their presidency. I think this is the right moment. You know, we have right now an opportunity to shape the future, to encourage everybody to participate in this debate, so that at the end of the day, digitalization is not only a very challenging journey, but also, if we approach it with ambition and putting people at the center, that it is also we are also on the right track to make digitalization a tool for bringing us a success and creating a more prosperous, inclusive and sustainable Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President Calvino. It's really a pleasure to have you with us. And thank you for really leading the way on digital principle, on inviting everyone, every citizen to participate to the public consultation and to make sure that everyone can speak up about what you want to have in terms of digital rights for the future. I now turn to our second introductory speaker, which is the first Vice President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. Thank you very much for being with us. The European Parliament hopefully will be one of the three institutions that will sign the solemn declaration on digital rights, and I think the European Parliament has shown the way in Europe in terms of always fighting for the rights of the citizens. So we are looking forward to this interinstitutional cooperation in the months to come, and of course, Madam First Vice President, we'd like to hear from you now, and the floor is all yours. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you so much, Director General Viola. Thank you to the Portuguese presidency and to the European Commission for organizing this flagship event. It is truly an honor for me to be here and be able to address it. Promoting, defining and defending our European way of life is intrinsically linked to our ability to harness all the potential that the digital transformation offers, while at the same time mitigating the risks. So defining a European set of digital principles to guide us in the years to come is essential. And we want our European approach to be the basis of already work done on an international basis on this issue, the so-called Brussels effect that has led to changes across the globe based on our model. We are in the digital decade of the digital century that will transform economies, create new communities, alter our understanding of the traditional democratic order, and drive change in our societies and behavior at a faster rate than at any other point in human history. Now, Europe's political position in this regard is unique. We are in the center, both the political as well as the geographic. Our way is to harness the benefits of artificial intelligence technologies to elevate those who are emarginated in our societies and render our communities truly inclusive. And our way is to do this while protecting against indiscriminate mass surveillance or social scoring. It is by allowing data banks to pool big data across borders, but to do so without stifling healthy competition. And we must do this by also insisting on the need to be accompanied by a set of rights that truly depend and define our European way of life, as we've just heard. A set of rights that protect our people online, just as they feel protected offline. Rights that protect the freedoms that we know so well, freedom of expression, the freedom to set up and conduct business online, rights that protect personal data and privacy and safeguard the intellectual creations of individuals online. So it is true that along with rights come responsibilities. The need to ensure that our digital space is not abused of by criminals, or that systems designed for good are misused to be weaponized against our way of life. We also need to tackle misinformation and disinformation online, a big priority for the European Parliament. Much of that is regulatory or legislative, but ultimately it is also educational. We need to help people understand the digital world, a world where many still feel left behind by fast-moving, constant change. The onus is also on big tech to ensure that algorithms are made transparent, that people have control of their own data, and that they understand what it is used for. Moving forward, we have to ensure that these rights, as will be enshrined in the interinstitutional solemn Declaration on Digital Principles and Rights, adequately protect citizens without constituting a chokehold on industry and on research and innovation. So the Parliament will be taking up the Commission's proposal on the 2030 Digital Campus in the coming weeks, and specifically on the communications proposals about a European digital identity. I think that the launching of a European COVID-19 certificate now comes at the opportune moment to serve as a litmus test, a test for possible wider projects with more uses for citizens, such as a secure, possibly European digital identity. It is imperative that we get it right, that we show that Europe has solutions and the capacity to deliver on things that matter to our citizens, in this case also on people's health, on their privacy and on their freedom of movement. I want to, before I conclude, touch quickly upon artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence systems are a force for good in so many areas of our lives, like research, robotics, engineering, and more. But we need to make sure that they are not abused or manipulated in ways that are inconsistent with our value system. Ethics must ultimately remain at the heart of this. And my point is that there is an opportunity here. There is an opportunity to choose to use technology to right the wrongs that have long been unacceptable: lack of access to services, slow justice, impediments for people suffering with disabilities, discrimination in hiring practices, misogyny, racism, equality, and so much more. So instead of allowing our online space to reflect our worst prejudices, we need the right framework to allow it to reflect our best side. The European Union has the potential to be at the forefront of the global regulatory challenge that will define how the world develops and implements AI technologies and the digital transformation of our economies and our societies. Let's seize the moment now. And I look forward to having more conversations with you as we go along. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam First Vice President, for your inspiring words. I also thank you that I understand you can stay for the panel, so I will ask you maybe to conclude our panel. And you said, let's get it right. And we will ask our panelists, how to get it right. But before doing that, now we move to a very defining moment of this digital assembly, which is the Lisbon Declaration. And I have to tell you something about it. 2 years ago, I met the Secretary of State, Andrea Azevedo, for a meeting to prepare this event. And it was a rainy day in Brussels. We had breakfast together. And Andrea told me, we would like we have a dream. We would like to have a Lisbon Declaration on digital rights. And I said, wow, I mean, this is a big thing. Are you sure that, we will be able to deliver? Are you sure that we will have everyone behind it? And Andrea said, I'm sure. And here we are with the Lisbon Declaration, with a strong support from every member state. So many congratulations. Portugal, the Portuguese presidency, many congratulations. Andrea, the floor is yours to introduce the Lisbon Declaration.
Bom dia. I would like to start by greeting my fellow panelists, Nadia Calvinho and Roberta Metsola, for those inspiring words. And also, of course, a very special thank you and greeting to my dear friend Roberto Viola from DG Connect for his permanent support. It's true, it's good to remember that meeting point 2 years ago that we met in Brussels and the importance of that initial support we got from you and in all this process during this 1.5 years. I wish also to personally thank all the member states and the Commission for the commitment and collaboration with Portugal to jointly make significant steps in building a more innovative and digital Europe. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone that has been involved in the preparation of this important landmark event of the Portuguese presidency, the Digital Assembly. It has already been highlighted during this morning, the foundations on which this new digital decade is supposed to be anchored. And we are basically talking about two main conditions. On one side, infrastructures, connectivity, and data, with initiatives such as EllaLink, Singe 4.0 program, or Gaia-X that aim for the development of an efficient and competitive, secure and trustworthy federation of data infrastructure and service providers for Europe. The second foundational requirement is funding and investment. We must highlight the European ambitious investment plan, such as the Recovery and Resilience Programme and the Digital Europe Programme that we are launching today. But there is a question we have asked ourselves during the last months, while reflecting on the digital challenge and while preparing this Portuguese presidency. And the question we all should ask is very simple. Is infrastructure and funding enough to present and develop a unique European value proposition in this digital era? Or in other words, is infrastructure and funding enough to reaffirm and support a new kind of global digital leadership, different from other geographies and cultures? Well, infrastructure and heavy funding are certainly fundamental, but not without a common ground of ethical principles and strong respect for democracy in the digital context. Not without a new paradigm of digital economic development balanced with the respect for individual rights. And certainly not without fostering international cooperation while respecting individual sovereignty of nations. So believing on the need to reaffirm these digital principles and building upon prior initiatives such as the Tallinn and the Berlin declarations, the Portuguese presidency has come forward with the Lisbon Declaration under the motto of digital democracy with a purpose. This manifesto, open to a wide set of stakeholders, reaffirms that all human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. The principle is very simple. We need to make sure that every right that is legally protected offline is also protected in a digital world. But it goes further. It defines common efforts in specific areas aiming to reinforce the model of social and economic development that Europe represents in the specific context of the digital economy. It is important to highlight that our European way of doing business represents an ethical commitment, but also a strong competitive advantage in the sense that promotes trust, opening new markets. And we all agree that without trust, there is no market. The European model of competitiveness, innovation, and growth is adequately balanced with social and environmental priorities. This declaration is the base for a common framework of digital principles that we hope will feed the ongoing public consultation that the European Commission has recently launched. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say that I feel proud of the work achieved, but simultaneously conscious of the much work still needed to be done. These principles will only be a reality if, as we state in the declaration, they result from a joint and common effort. That is why digital democracy with a purpose should set the ground for a new cycle of international cooperation. This is not just another governments and member states declaration. Instead, this is a declaration that is open for subscription for enterprises of all sizes and sectors, open to non-governmental organizations, academia, and individual citizens, and open to non-European countries that, like us, recognize that this agenda has a priority and an opportunity to set a new standard. I believe that if and when European digital businesses understand that privacy, security, accessibility, and environmental concerns embedded in business models and operations are a trustworthy asset, they will become truly competitive and successful. Not only in Europe, but worldwide. This is the paradigm we defend and stands apart in the digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your commitment and best efforts to move forward with this objective. We believe that this could set the ground for a new decade of digital leadership, a leadership that leaves no one behind in the unparalleled transformation that digital has brought us, a leadership that answers to the United Nations Secretary-General António Guterres' call on putting human rights at the center when making rules about digital technology. And like President Ursula von der Leyen told us earlier today, this is about where we want to go, but also about who we want to be. We believe that Europe could be once again a democracy beacon in a global digital world. We believe Europe could be the most trustworthy partner for a new cycle of global digital business and cooperation. I cannot end without inviting you all to subscribe the Lisbon Declaration. Go to lisbondeclaration.eu and join this movement. Thank you very much, and thank you, Roberto, for making this dream possible. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, André, and many thanks to all your team for this impressive effort, and all the member states that supported you. I think, as you say, this declaration is open to the world, open to the companies, to the citizens, to adhere to those principles. And I really like to echo your invitation. So before we move to our panelists, I think it's interesting to watch this video. So if you can please stream the video, it's a very interesting video to start our discussion, please.
The best thing that digital technology has brought us is being connected.
Meiner Meinung nach bietet die Digitalisierung die große Chance für die Gesellschaft der einfachen Vernetzung weltweit.
El fácil acceso a mucha información.
L'accès à la créativité pour tous.
E a maior oportunidade na transformação digital é a cooperação e a comunicação sem fronteiras.
Accesso à informação.
Fomentar a cultura digital.
Access to digital identification and payment services.
The great opportunity of faster, more transparent, more accessible public services online in your own country, but also any other European ones.
Die digitale Transformation erweitert die Lebenswelt von uns Menschen über unser lokales Umfeld hinaus.
It's the enormous amount of information that is permanently available to anyone, anywhere.
Džiaugiuosi tuo, kad skaitmeninės technologijos suteikia galimybę matyti savo šeimą ir artimuosius virtualiai.
The biggest threat I see in digital transformation is the unprecedented concentration of power and influence by the few digital giants.
What worries me the most about digital technology is being tracked online.
La violación de la privacidad.
increase of ransomwares and other related cyber abuses, and the lack of education or information about them, especially for the less digital savvy citizens.
La revente de mes données.
What scares me is that both companies and governments can very accurately trace where we are and what we are doing based on our data.
Privacy breaches.
O que mais me preocupa na tecnologia digital é o seu impacto nos direitos humanos.
Robo de mis datos personales.
Die größten Sorgen im Umgang mit digitaler Technologie bereiten mir Datenmissbrauch, Hass im Netz und die Verbreitung von Desinformation.
Okay, now we heard from the citizens, and it's high time to hear from our panelists. Our first panelist is Ursula Pachl. She's Deputy Director General of BERC, the European Consumer Association, a very strong voice that defends consumers all around Europe. Ursula, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Roberto. Thank you very much for inviting BERC, the European Consumer Organization, to this really very important event today. To start with, let me say that, of course, we welcome that the European Union has engaged in this digital compass exercise to help promote and uphold European values in the digital space. Very much needed such an exercise. The pandemic has clearly shown, as it has said already a lot, and it has strongly accelerated the central role that digital technologies play and have for all of us, not only as consumers, also as citizens, as individuals, for our society. Both the opportunities and the risks, I think they have come out clear even now. And for us, the main cardinal point in that compass must indeed be the concentration, the focus on people. We need a compass that guides towards a digital economy that is built on fairness, on protection by design, by default, on sustainability, empowerment, accessibility, choice, and inclusion. And indeed, all eyes are on the European Union in this area. The so-called Brussels effect, as it was mentioned also by Ms. Metsola, must not be underestimated, but we must also ask ourselves, how long will it last? How much time do we have to remain a credible regulatory force? With initiatives such as the GDPR and the recent proposals on the DSA and the DMA, maybe even artificial intelligence, we need to see that in the future, the European Union has, I think, shown or has shown it has the potential that it can lead the way. But before moving on to making some comments on the specific principles that the Commission has put forward, I would like to say upfront a few things about what is missing in that concept of that compass. And it would be great if these points could be taken into account. So first of all, we are missing a sense of urgency, which we ought to feel, because we are already getting an idea of what is in store if we do not find the right answers, if we do not act quickly. Surveillance, and it has been mentioned a lot by the citizens that we just heard, surveillance is currently the business model of the digital world. Consumers online and offline, activities and behaviors are constantly monitored, analyzed, and exploited. And this puts consumers' freedoms, rights, autonomy, and self-determination at risk. In addition, consumers do not have real choice. Some companies have unparalleled power and dominance, and they use it to stifle competition and to impede more consumer-friendly and human-centric innovation. Second point, I talk about consumers, but we should not forget that consumer-related issues and broader societal challenges are very closely interlinked, as we have seen it in the Cambridge Analytica scandal, if you want. It is the data that we generate as consumers when we are shopping, when we're using social media, that is later used to target citizens and to influence voters. Consumer protection and the protection of our democracies must go hand in hand. We must link these issues together. And this is often overlooked, not last by the European Commission democracy protection agenda. And third point, what is missing is the way for Europe to effective enforcement, the way for people's rights to be taken seriously, the way to keep the promises of European legislation not only on paper, the way to translate all of this into real life. We must ensure that consumers can benefit without having to give up their rights, without being forced to accept the permanent exploitation and monetization of their behavior, their vulnerabilities, without barriers and without discrimination. And I have to say, today, people cannot trust that authorities act when things go wrong. They cannot be sure that courts will be able to render judgments in due time and not only many years afterwards when everything has changed and it's much too late. And this is true for data protection law. It's also very often true for consumer law. We also need to act if, for example, we find out that our system allows that one single authority can deprive European consumers from the protection that they have a right to and that they urgently need. Now, a few points on the framework for these digital principles that Commission has proposed. First of all, I think we all agree that they must have these principles an added value to the existing regulatory framework. And here, an important point from the consumer perspective is that with the new challenges and the risks that the digital technology brings, that consumers cannot be adequately addressed with the old consumer protection tools that are mainly based on information and transparency. So consumers have to be told and then they can make the right decision and they can protect themselves. I have heard it twice already, but we cannot dwell on this principle that consumers need same protection online as offline. We would say consumers need adapted protection. They need more protection. They need more effective protection, which is able to meet the digital technology challenges. Because we are all vulnerable consumers. We are all under a type of systemic vulnerability because we can all be manipulated. We are prone to be victims of dark patterns. So we need to overcome that paradigm of information and transparency is enough. And finally, just on one principle that is very important, I think, which is the last one in the list, which is ethical principles for human-centric algorithms. Here, I would like to say that we need to be very concrete in that area. We need to have rights here. We should have a right, not only an ethical principle, not to be limited or misguided against our will. We should ever have a right not to be manipulated. So with all this in mind and having only 5 minutes, let me conclude by saying there is a lot of good things to build on these principles proposed by the Commission. We support all these principles, of course, and we're happy to contribute in this process and to the consultation. We'll certainly submit our comments. I'm looking forward to reading the Lisbon Declaration. Thank you very much, Roberto.
Thank you to you, Ursula, and thanks to Burke for really making sure that the voice of consumers is heard loud in Europe. I now invite Mireille Hildebrand to address us. Mireille is a professor at the Free University of Brussels, and she's studying the interaction between we, the human beings, and artificial intelligence, and in general, technology. So, Mireille, the floor is yours.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you, yes.
Okay, let's start over. Thank you very much, Roberto Viola, and thank you for the invitation to speak on this solemn interinstitutional declaration of digital principles in light of the Digital Compass for, for 2030. So I think that the European way with regard to the digital and AI systems is as follows. Less is more, less speed, more quality, less efficiency, more effectiveness. And I want to briefly ask the question, what is a digitally skilled population? Is that about people capable of using AI and other digital systems? That's the usual way to talk about citizens, users. Or is it perhaps a population that is open to be used by these systems as data engines? We all know the saying, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. I think it is high time we move from this paradigm of use towards a paradigm of interaction. I think a digitally skilled population is a population where people learn to interact with these systems while being protected from rogue systems. And I'm afraid that we are surrounded by rogue systems in the sense of systems that are not properly verified, validated, and tested, that are actually still immature, and that is particularly the case, I think, for AI systems in a very broad sense. So if a digitally skilled population must learn to interact with these systems, what does that mean? Does such interaction imply that they must learn programming, to interact with the motherboard, with the hardware? Is it about something similar to alphabetization as a precondition for democracy as we know it, but now in the digital era? So is it about programming? Or should we go a step further? Does it require participation in the making of these systems and in the decisions on the trade-offs that are inherent in the research design of any AI system? Or does it refer to a better understanding of what computing systems can and cannot do for us, based on addressing the logic of the back-end systems that run public and private services, products, and infrastructure? Is it about education in the true sense, laying the foundations for citizenships in terms of critical and independent thought, also with regard to the digital? So not more is better. The AI regulation aims to lead the way to high quality AI rather than high speed AI. If that is the European way, I'm all for it. Digitization should not be a goal in itself. More is not necessarily better. We must become far more picky about where digitization, algorithmic decision-making, and AI actually contributes to problems, to solving problems that we actually have or foresee, without generating even bigger problems. And for instance, redistributing risks instead of diminishing them. So I think that digital principles only make sense if they are expressed in terms of individual and collective rights that are both effective and practical, to borrow the words of the European Court of Human Rights. First, we need effective and practical protection against over-dependence on high-risk AI systems for critical infrastructure such as sustainable energy, education, recruitment, public transport, etc. Second, we need similarly effective and practical protection against manipulative, discriminatory, and privacy-invasive AI practices in both the public and the private sector, including protection against automated dissemination of deepfakes and fake news. Third, the institutions of democracy and the rule of law should be seen as critical infrastructure that must be protected from over-reliance, from naive over-reliance on high-risk AI systems, and I'm particularly referring to legal technologies, that I'm researching in the context of an ERC advanced grant and that are being pushed on all sides into legal practice. Do we need new rights or new obligations? Or do we need to highlight how overdependence on digital and AI infrastructure, one, impacts the substance of existing fundamental rights, two, hides the fact that protection of fundamental rights cannot be automated. So my digital principle number one is respect for human dignity, in the particular sense that humans should not be in the loop, but in the center and in charge on the side of the provision of digital services and products. And let's refer to Article 14 of the proposed AI Act. At the same time, humans should not be in the loop, but in the center and respected when interacting with digital and AI systems. And then I'm looking at citizens. And note that I'm avoiding to reduce citizens to users. We really have to move from use to interaction. And I'm looking forward to seeing that these digital principles make that come true in a way that is both effective and practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mireille. Can I ask you a very quick question? The former executive of Google, I think yesterday, said if Europe wants to lead in AI, should abandon the idea to regulate AI, algorithms cannot be explained, that's it. Do you subscribe to this point of view? I gather you don't. Would you like to comment on it?
Yes, please. Thank you. Excellent question. Actually, honestly, I was just tweeting about this when I saw it. I think from a computer science perspective, if you cannot explain a system, you can never really verify, validate, or test the system. So that means black box systems can be extremely interesting and important in the development phase. But if you want to make an AI system available to users in the sense of hospitals, public administration, web shops, then you must be able to explain. I must admit that the AI Act at this moment sometimes puts the threshold unrealistically high by talking about error-free algorithms and levels of accuracy or explainability that are, even for human beings, not available in this world, in this life. But I totally disagree with Eric Schmidt. And once again, I think any computer scientist that I know will agree. That doesn't mean that everything has to be completely explainable in the phase of development. That's something else.
Thank you very much for your answer. We now turn to Edward Lewin, that works at the Lego Group. And we turn to him with a special angle, which is protecting kids online and what, the civil society, what companies can do to develop corporate social responsibility in order to defend the rights of the kids. Edward, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Viola, and thank you for inviting us to this year's Leading the Digital Decade event. It's an honor to be with you here today. The Lego Group is a company with a history grounded in a physical product, but our present and our future is increasingly digital, and we're delighted to be recognized as a key stakeholder to share what good looks like when it comes to digital innovation with children's fundamental rights at its core. At the Lego Group, our mission is to inspire and develop the builders of tomorrow. And in our company, we talk about children as our role models. We welcome Europe's Digital Decade agenda as we believe this is a unique opportunity to reimagine, to redesign and rebuild a digital ecosystem that puts people first and that fosters both adult and children's well-being. And we're delighted to note that one of the suggested digital principles is to protect and empower children and young people in the online space. We've been championing play for 89 years. It all started in Billund, a small city in Denmark, where our founder made his first wooden toy. And he persevered against the odds until his business was a success, constantly innovating, never compromising, building, rebuilding, and striving for the best and nothing less. And this spirit of only the best is good enough for our consumers enabled us to go from a small Danish company to the world's biggest toy manufacturer and one of the planet's most trusted and loved brands. We're present in more than 130 countries, but Europe will always remain our home. Our heart beats out of our headquarters in Billund, and we have two of our largest manufacturing sites on European soil in the Czech Republic and in Hungary. Today, digital technology plays an increasingly important role in children's lives, from play and education to expression and social connection. And this has only been heightened during the coronavirus pandemic. But the online world has not been built for children, and at most points is not fit for children. We acknowledge the tremendous potential it has to contribute to children's rights and well-being, but only when we anchor children's development needs and their best interests into the design of the online experience. And that is why innovation in digital play has become a cornerstone of LEGO brand vision for 2032. And at the LEGO Group, we have continually adopted a stakeholder-led approach, working hand in hand with partners such as UNICEF to develop and enact experiences for children that secure their rights and well-being when engaging with our products. And we're truly excited to work alongside the European Commission and wider EU institutions on the concept of human-centric digital transformation. Today, I'd like to outline 3 key features which we consider critical for the successful design and implementation of the digital principles to guide the European way for digital transformation, our contribution to, as Ms. Metsola would say, how to get it right. First, children must be actively recognized as a distinct group, their unique and evolving needs and capabilities acknowledged, and their rights and well-being promoted. What I mean by that is principles, targets, and monitoring standards must have a dedicated approach for children, one that recognizes how technology supports children's rights and their well-being online. At the LEGO Group, we're working with partners, including UNICEF Innocenti, on an international research project that aims to demonstrate and uncover which design principles of digital experiences have a positive impact on children's well-being. The results will be open source for others to be inspired by and learn, and we'd be happy to have interim discussions with anyone interested in delivering a more sustainable, child-centric model of digital design and innovation. Second, children must be consulted and included in designing and implementing the European digital vision. And we're delighted to note that the conference on the future of Europe will enable this. Co-creating and consulting with children is a part of how we work at the LEGO Group. We work with children, and when we do, we tap into the most incredible insights, their imagination, and frank dialogue, and it's hugely beneficial. And I think that's a principle that should be carried over in this instance as well. Thirdly, and finally, I believe it's extremely important that governments and policymakers consider a holistic framework, such as one based on children's rights and well-being, to incentivize organizations to drive positive digital innovation. This is about enabling and incentivizing innovation that locks in children's safety, privacy, and protection as a non-negotiable, and also demonstrates the considerable advantage of technology to the realization of children's best interests. So that's about recognizing children, consulting with children, and considering that framework based on children's rights and well-being. In closing, I'd like to underline all of our collective responsibility to design and implement a digital world that respects children's rights and well-being. In order to achieve this, we endorse the Commission's concerted effort for an inclusive multi-stakeholder collaboration which goes well beyond the technology and ICT sectors. We look forward to continuing our involvement to help design a digital environment for children, with children, and bring this reality to Europe's digital decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Edward, for your commitment and for putting in focus the rights of the kids. Let me now move to Luis Neves and to the initiative of getting more corporate responsibility and involvement of companies in digital rights. Luis, can you briefly tell us what are your thoughts about how companies can contribute to a fairer, better digital world?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Roberto, for inviting me and Jesse to join today's event. So my thanks to the European Commission, to the Portuguese presidency to be here today. Jesse is a global organization, a digital organization. We have lots of our members in Europe as well. And yesterday in Lisbon, in Portugal, we have launched our Digital with Purpose movement. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement which is exclusive to companies and leaders committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. And we are proud to be driving a global transformative and disruptive agenda that leverages the full power of digital technologies to reform today's economic model of growth and production so that it purposefully contributes to society and to the health of the planet. We have an ambition to create business value through radically accelerating the enabling power of digital technology to help achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement while minimizing negative externalities and the downtrends that may arise. And our commitments can be better understood through tangible examples. Improved access to healthcare with inclusive digital high-performing networks, climate-neutral countries with smart transport systems and remote working standards supported by digital solutions, by lifting billions from poverty with widespread digital education and literacy, and widespread deployment of connectivity, ensuring digital access to all. And so our movement seeks to accelerate the positive impact of digital technologies through thought leadership, collaboration, partnership projects, and collective action while showcasing best in class. As we face the challenges that come with the global pandemic, the critical role of digital technology and innovation is becoming more visible in keeping society moving. Yet, to fully activate the world-changing potential of digital technology, the information and communications technology sector, ICT, must lead the way by managing the responsible development, deployment, and use of its products and services. There is a great deal of alignment between what the Digital with Purpose movement is seeking to achieve and the digital principles defining the European way at leading the digital decade, as well as the Lisbon Declaration that we have subscribed today. Europe can count on the support of leading digital companies to achieve its objectives as they are lined up in the EU Declaration. We firmly believe that no business can be successful without societal and environmental purpose, and no purpose can be achieved without action by business. Therefore, business models should align with values, high ethical standards, and the general public and citizens' interests. As the world faces unprecedented challenges, businesses have a big role to play in changing the dynamics to help our world thrive. The citizens of this world deserve better, which is why we need to take action now. We bear the responsibility of playing our part in the definition of a new intergeneration pact for a sustainable socio-economic model based on values and high ethical standards. We strive to reinforcing the paradigm of economic and social development while fostering digital transformation based on ethical principles and values and respect for human rights. Sustainability and digital Working together, we will be the engine of a new economic model aimed at ensuring the planet's sustainability for the generations to come. The Lisbon Declaration aims to reinforce the paradigm of economic and social development, fostering digital transformation based on ethical principles and values and respect for human rights. So we have an alignment here. This declaration brings together member states of the European Union, third countries, companies, non-governmental organizations, and higher education institutions and citizens to promote common ethical values and respect for human rights in the digital context, internal and intersectoral cooperation, the digital economy as a stimulus for prosperity and competitiveness without neglecting environmental aspects and recognizing the impacts of digital transformation. This initiative will affirm Europe as a digital leader and trusted partner in the sense that it presents a global and reference model for digital transformation. Digital with Purpose and Jesse fully support this initiative, and both the European Commission and the Portuguese presidency can count on our support. Congratulations on this great initiative and for the great leadership shown by Europe.
Dear Luis, thank you very much. Thank you for signing the Lisbon Declaration, for your commitment. Madam First Vice President, many thanks for listening through the panel. And now I'll ask you to address us with few closing remarks. You launched this hashtag, we have to get it right. Are we getting it right?
Thank you for giving me the possibility to listen to so many views that will contribute to my, let's say, thoughts as we close this fantastic event. And thanks to you, Director General Viola and the Portuguese presidency for organizing it. I must say that having been a keen observer of this presidency, it has been such a leader on such crucial topics in very trying times. Thank you also for inviting me to share the perspective of the European Parliament. I think, I hate the word interinstitutional, but in this case, it matters that you have all the institutions coming together and putting forward something that matters to so many citizens, as we've heard from the young people that were interviewed from all the European member states, but also from this panel and the speeches given before. I think I was struck by the turn of phrase used by Vice President Calvino on the need for a human side of digitalization. I think that encapsulates the European way on these issues. We need to keep moving forward in a manner that is human-centric. And this allows for flexibility that responds to people's real needs. And I think, Mireille Hildebrand, you really said it well, you know, when you say, when we're talking about more, it's not necessarily about the speed, but it's about giving quality content for our citizens and for our children. I am the mother of 4 children, and I know how worried I get and how my concerns are sometimes, let's say, not misplaced when I discuss with other parents and how to do it, how to deal with it. But the responsibility on me is even greater because I'm a lawmaker in this field and I'd like to really get it right. And this is also well put in the Lisbon Declaration that balances the technological development with the respect for ethical principles and the promotion of human rights. Ursula Pahel was right to underline the urgency of the situation in an ever faster changing world. We need to act fast in a manner that is future-proof, and this is the only way that we can do it in order to strengthen our European values. And quickly on what Edward Lewin said when he highlighted that the digital world has not been built for and is not fit for children. Ultimately, what we need is an online space that is designed with children in mind. And I am convinced that this can be beneficial in terms of digitalization rather than scary for children or for their gatekeepers, so to speak. And in conclusion, I think that the pandemic has highlighted inequalities in our societies more than ever before. And we now have a few opportunities to make sure that our future is also pandemic proof, that if we are faced with yet another big challenge as we have been faced over this last year. What are we going to do about it? Are our financial instruments ready to meet those challenges? Are our political representatives ready to even discuss those challenges? Those are the things that we need when we look at the digitalization, the Conference on the Future of Europe, what we have ahead of us. How are we going to make ourselves ready for the generations that expect us to build and to bridge over so many divides, not least the digital one. So thank you very much. I really believe that Europe can lead on this matter, and I look forward to being able to work with all of you across all sectors in order to make sure that at least what we've said today and what is so eloquently laid down in the declaration can be put into real practice that matters for everyone who lives in our countries.
Madam Vice President, thank you very much for your words, and I'd like to thank all the panelists that contributed to this great session. Let me finish by saying, quoting back what my friend Minister Pontes said, that today is a great day. Today is a great day because, as I said in my introductory words, Europe and Latin America are closer together. Today is a great day because we have the Lisbon Declaration, so a landmark in digital rights. Today is a great day. You heard from the President of the European Commission. We go live with our facility that allows the release of the Corona Pass to reopen our continent, to reopen our economy, to have a new start. This week is a great week because, as you heard from the President of the European Commission, we will launch our initiative for a true online identity under control of the citizen, the European identity. So I thank everyone for the commitment. I particularly thank the Portuguese presidency for the great support and the great initiative of the Lisbon Declaration and all the work we have done together. And thank you very much to you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille, Signore Viola, for your words. And thanks to all the participants in this very interesting discussion. We will now be moving on to a lunch break. When we return, digital skills do be with us within around 30 minutes time at 2:15 CET. See you later. Bye-bye.
Girls and Women in ICT Day, which promotes women in ICT and educates younger girls about the opportunities and the skills required in
Oh, it's okay.
Welcome back to Leading the Digital Decade, now focused on digital skills. They're one of the cardinal points in Europe's compass moving towards 2030. Digital skills are essential in driving European recovery. They're essential to making sure that everyone can benefit from this digitalized society we live in. More advanced digital skills are also critical to make sure that we can develop and use the best technologies in Europe. To discuss these challenges, I welcome to our virtual stage the following speakers. From Austria, Ulrike Fiona Damani-Fontaine, Secretary General of Fit for Internet. Besides this connection from Austria, we also connect to Brussels. Petra de Soeter, Belgian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Public Enterprises, Public Administration, Post and Communication. We also have live with us Josiane Kutajar, Member of the European Parliament. From Bulgaria, Alexandra Mechkova, CEO of the Telerik Academy, and from the Czech Republic, Barbara Bunova, Associate Professor and Vice Dean of Industrial Partners, and from the Netherlands, Robert Jans Smits, President of Executive Board at the Eindhoven University. Good afternoon to you all, and good afternoon to you, Ulrike Fiona. The floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prates, and a warm welcome to all panelists also from my side. Just to set the stage, a short introduction into the topic. A year ago, we all suddenly found ourselves in a pandemic world, which has imposed a new digitalized life to us. This caused, of course, far-reaching changes that are here to stay. And the pandemic has shown that to be resilient, our economies and societies need to be able to use digital tools and services proficiently. And this makes it imperative to ensure that all citizens and businesses in Europe can leverage the digital transformation. And these changes also sent us, I guess, two clear messages. Firstly, even persons and every person need to be able and know how to set up online calls, for example, collaborate on online documents stored in the cloud, or access online public services, or just to be able to enjoy reading an online newspaper. These are the basic digital skills that each of us needs, no doubt. Secondly, at the same time, Europe needs significantly more experts who will, for example, just develop and improve the video conference services we use, or who will make sure that the cloud storage is safe and work smoothly. We need people inventing, deploying, and regulating future connectivity networks. And these are the advanced digital skills. The European digital transformation and our common recovery will not only happen, or will only happen, if we improve on both fronts. And these are the prerequisites to ensure we stay competitive and also resilient as European Union. However, looking at the facts and figures, today we see that 42% of Europeans don't even have basic digital skills. And more than 70% of businesses report that the lack of staff with adequate digital skills are an obstacle to their investments. And as European Union, we experience structural shortages of advanced digital skills, which are necessary to harness the potential of digital transformation within our region, and which are absolutely crucial for digital transformation and innovation. For instance, and these are just figures, we are missing 500,000 big data experts and about 300,000 cybersecurity specialists. And the panelists, of course, will reflect on these figures later on. And but we want to make one thing sure, that this session is also interactive. And so we want you to participate by answering this question in Slido using the following hashtag. Hashtag Digital EU 2030. And the question to you is, do you have enough quality opportunities to maintain and continuously improve your digital skills? And our speakers will have the opportunity to reflect on this question in the panel as well. So reflecting all these challenges, the recently published Digital Decade Communication sets out a clear vision to endow Europe with the relevant capabilities and, importantly, with the digitally empowered citizens, a digitally skilled workforce and a resilient economy. Access to education, allowing the acquisition of basic digital skills, should be a right for all EU citizens, and also lifelong learning turning into reality for everyone. And we need to train many more young people to become digital experts and reskill many Europeans at working age to take up careers in the so exciting digital economy. And concretely, if we look at the Digital Decade Compass and its targets regarding to digital skills, we need to have at least 20 million employed ICT specialists within the EU by 2030. And by the same time, 80% of Europeans should have at least basic digital skills. And to kickstart the session a little bit lively, we will start by playing a short video during which some of active members of the Digital Skills and Job Coalition answer the following question: how are you contributing to reach the Digital Decade's targets?
Women in Digital Agenda succeeded in establishing the first European Girls and Women in ICT Day, which promotes women in ICT and educates younger girls about the opportunities and the skills required in the ICT sector.
Agoria's Be the Change program, creating more digital talent for a better society.
Through HP's global and European education programs and partnerships, our goal is to enable better learning outcome for over 100 million people by 2025.
IBM free online courses supported with new digital skills more than 40,000 EU citizens past year. We develop and promote it further with partners.
No innovation without education. Digital skills are the driver for Europe's digital decade. And that's why EIT Digital is delivering entrepreneurial education programs like the EIT Digital Master School on Digital Technology.
Motivate girls to participate in computer science-related activities in a more creative context.
eSkills Malta Foundation is excited about the digital decade. We believe that we can contribute to the ambitious targets through the right policy and the transformation of education, SMEs and society in general. We will also encourage and entice students to join the ICT sector.
Liberty Global believes in the positive power of technology, which is why we organize coding challenges for kids and young entrepreneurs to unlock their digital potential.
Our university new strategic choice, science and learning, are for everyone.
At bCode, we provide digital skills training, both fundamentals and coding skills, to people most at risk, the low-educated, the long-term unemployed, and people with a migrant background.
BICS addresses a major social challenge, tackling the digital gap by giving every citizen in Europe and the world the means to assess, develop, and certify their digital skills.
I want to empower girls by teaching their teachers how they can give coding lessons. I'm doing that for 15 years already, and with the microbit, it is really creative and fun.
So you just saw amazing stories, and the question goes to the audience. Are you willing to share your story? And if you take actions or manage an initiative that contributes to the targets of the digital decade, just feel free to go to the community of the Digital Skills and Job platform. You just saw the link. It's the website URL digitalskillsjobs.eu, and post your story. Every contribution counts, and it would be fantastic to see what's happening within the EU. And if you want to be more involved, you saw also the announcement this Thursday, June 3rd. There is a workshop dedicated to this topic, and just register over the platform. So now let's jump right into the discussion. And my first question goes to Vice Prime Minister De Sutter. 40% of the Belgian population is vulnerable to the use of digital technologies. So as I read in your Recovery and Resilience Plan, 32% have only low skills and 8% are not internet users at all. And the plan also explicitly mentioned that the lower the income and education level, the lower the digital skills are available. So my question, how do you take into account the specific support needed for these most vulnerable population groups?
Thank you very much, Ulrike, for that question, which I think is a very important one. I first want to thank the Portuguese presidency and the Commission for the organization of this digital assembly and for the opportunity for me to be invited here and to speak with you. And already the video that you showed was very inspiring. So I guess we will have more of that. Let's say that the pandemic, of course, has accelerated the digital transition. We are all aware of that. The digital world is the new normal, and we as representatives of government, we should be at the forefront and really, take initiative and put that agenda forward. I think that one of the important issues in that whole digital transition that we're living is that nobody must be left behind. And this is exactly your question. First of all, before you speak about digital skills, you must, of course, have access to the internet. It's a matter of infrastructure, of networks, and we are investing a lot in fiber technology and preparing our country for the coming of the 5G technology. This is the first thing, and we have a Telecom Act which we are currently implementing, a law where also here we are taking or drawing attention to the most vulnerable people, which includes actually the advocating of an expansion of social rates, specifically for the most vulnerable people living in precarious situation, and specifically automated allocation of that social tariff, if you want. So to have more access available for people to the internet and, of course, all telecom infrastructure, I would say. The second thing is that we need to encourage people to learn basic digital skills. We've heard it in the video. Education is key, of course, and that's a lifelong story, lifelong learning, and skilling, upskilling, reskilling people in the digital technology is absolutely important. We are setting up a lot of projects together with internet providers, for instance, to help people with a focus on these that live in more precarious situations. It's a multi-leveled governmental investment. It's transversal. We all do that in our own policy domains wherever we can, because the digital is everywhere, of course. We also take into account people for whom the digital evolution is going too fast, because if you do not want to leave people behind, you have to take into account that for some people, it simply is difficult to get in touch with the digital world. And that could be elderly people, people with a migratory background, as we just heard as well. These people need really to have special attention and special focus. And maybe we need to keep some way of physical contact points for the services that we have to deliver as a government, so that no one is really left out. And in that regard, as I'm also the Minister of the Postal Services, bpost, the Belgian company, of course, we are collaborating with bpost to see how people can find their way in a more digital society. And we are investing in making digital hubs from the postal offices, because we write less letters, of course, but we can maybe in these post offices offer digital services there where we have to connect with the citizens from the government side for people that do not find easily the way, so that we can indeed close the digital divide or the digital gap that we are talking about. We also would like to install free Wi-Fi in post offices, and helping people in basic internet services, so that they can really find their way there. this is a plan that I really want to develop as a Minister of Postal Services. And then finally, I also want to draw attention to something which is very important and which actually is touching upon the composition of this panel, I would say, namely, how can we attract more women and girls into STEM domains in education, in schools, and also the IT world and IT skills and jobs. It is very important because we need all these people in IT, and we see that most of the IT experts that we have, or a large majority still is men. So we have to really attract more women and girls into these directions. And then if we're talking about upskilling, reskilling, focus attention to specifically vulnerable groups in society, which are besides ethnic cultural minorities, but also, single women, single mothers, or women with a disability, that could really be brought into the digital domain, so that they could be taken out of the precarious situations they are in and really come into a new world where we absolutely need them. And for that, the Belgian government has put into place, together with the regional governments. We are a difficult or complicated country with different levels, but all the governments together, we have been working on a Women in Digital strategy that aims really to eradicate gender stereotypes in the field of IT from primary school onwards. It's really a work of education. I think it would, to close, it would be a failure for all of us if the digital revolution would lead to a new divide in our society, a digital divide. We have absolutely to do everything today to close that gap. The real question is, how can we shape the digital evolution in an intelligent way so that it can help us to achieve more equality amongst our citizens? And I rather prefer the word equity than equality, actually. Meanwhile, as long as everyone is not digitally savvy, we must keep face-to-face services open and accessible for all members of community, not excluding anyone. Everybody must be entitled to the same services and rights at all times, also in digital times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I think you touched a lot of very important points, and I hope we can discuss most of them in more detail. So you also said nobody to be left behind, and we are all accountable to ensure that. So Mrs. Bunova, as mentioned already in the introduction, you are a member of the governing board of Czechitas, a Czech organization that helps especially women, children, and girls to explore the world of information technology. So we already touched the STEM importance, but also, these groups that are definitely a part of the digital world. So could you explain what Czechitas is doing and how you are contributing to the targets of the digital decade?
Yeah, I'm very happy to, because I think one of the things that we have as Europeans is this place to share and to create big initiatives and things together. So sharing actually good practices across all European countries is, I think, very crucial. So Czechitas is an organization, is a non-profit organization, and it was started by us as a group of girls, basically students of computer science, to help our friends to get hands-on coding. And what started in 2014 as really small activity has grown into a major social impact in the Czech Republic. To that day, we actually have 60 people full-time employed in Czechitas to run 400 courses a year of coding for not only girls and, as you mentioned, also women. And we actually work a lot also with mothers of children who are in the Czech Republic having quite a long career break. This long career break can also create some social isolation in terms of job opportunities when returning from that career break. So we are using this time effectively to actually change their career towards technology, and we are very successful with that. one of the major things about Chiquitas is that it's a community activity. So it is done in terms of engaging people who are tech professionals already in teaching. And we have 600 people who are tech professionals who are teaching with us. We have the big organizing team, as I just explained. We have teams in 8 cities of the Czech Republic, opening 2 new cities this year and 2 more cities next year. And it has grown into something that is really like major and impactful in the Czech Republic, mainly through its visibility. So basically, like every woman, and like when we talk about the post office, when I go to post office, then the lady from the post office knows about Chiquitas and has tried Chiquitas courses. And it's really impressive to see how many women are interested in learning coding. And that's something that was really surprising for many people around us, because many people in the Czech Republic felt that maybe tech is not an interesting career choice for women. And that's something that we completely changed with Chiquitas, where when we open a course for like 30 people, we get like 300 registered in one day because it became so popular. And one of the things that we do differently is that we really create a different kind of invitation in tech, because that's what we understood, that for many women, when actually they consider trying coding, they need more personal invitation. It's not that there are opportunities out there in the internet and let them learn. It is really that it's helpful a lot to have this more like personal invitation, like come and join us, come and become part of a community of women coding in the Czech Republic. So it became really popular. It's 25,000 women who changed their actually direction towards more technologically oriented careers. Not all of them change careers completely, but many of them are really like, this is like really participating in this digital world more, let's say, like intensely. And what I would say, what is like my motto and our motto as an organization, that we want to help democratization of innovation, because what we see with information technology is that all companies are becoming digital companies. All innovation is brought to all fields by digitalization. And if we do not like really engage those who are standing aside, then we are losing this kind of democracy in access to becoming part of the innovation that we are having in Europe. So that's about Chiquitas, and I'll be happy to share more, but you can also Google more information yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insight, and congratulations to this great community you build up. And you said the EU is a unique place to share, to collaborate, and to build community activities. So fantastic insights. Mrs. Kutaja, as a member of the European Parliament, you are a strong advocate of the support of digital skills in the EU policies. And you are also a representative of Malta. And as I know, originally came from the island of Gozo, which is quite a small island. And so in your view, what is the biggest challenge ahead in regards to digital skills for the European population with so many diverse places? And how does the European Union support digital re-upskilling or skilling in general?
Thank you for the question, and thank you also to Petra and Barbara for also explaining their own part of their work and the interesting initiatives and projects which they are both carrying out in their respective fields. And yes, I'll get back immediately to your question. Challenges are there, and before the COVID struck us, we were literally focusing on the upskilling and reskilling part of our economy, of our workers, and COVID brought us to the reality that digital skills are needed even in a much broader way. Digital skills are needed for essential basic services, and this pandemic has showed us how important digital accessibility and digital skills are to even access simple services. And here I just mentioned an example. For example, when it comes to certain social services going online and having a person, a female, suffering from domestic violence, who couldn't access online services either because of not having digital access or else of not having the digital skills to do so because certain services went online. And this brings us to the reality we are experiencing today, and it shows us even more how important it is to go for digital skills to make our societies our businesses even more resilient. And as one of the negotiators of the SME strategy last year, I must emphasize the importance that we have to assist as policymakers, our businesses, when it comes to these skills. We know from statistics that there are a lot of businesses which still quote lack of digital skills as one of the main hurdles for them to expand their businesses. And we must address this in this era where we speak so much of Europe being at the forefront of wanting to lead in the leadership field, which would start really by skills. And yes, as I was explaining, COVID has shown us that the challenge in terms of digital skills is not limited to make the workforce fit for the transition, but it also embeds more basic features relating to digital resilience of the EU citizens. And we discovered that connectivity and digital skills are essential to perform very basic functions of our daily routine, especially during lockdown. And I believe that in this regard, the biggest challenge that we face is precisely to democratize digital skills through a sort of mass literacy process that first and foremost aims to show the advantages of digitalization to those citizens that so far have been unaware of the opportunities that technology can grant or even the risks it may hide. And when we speak of digital literacy and digital skills, we must also educate when it comes to risks. It is also a matter of guaranteeing the good functioning of democracy, as I said, and also showing the capability to understand, for example, that the news and the interactions that we face on social media feeds to us and depend on our past interactions on algorithms. And this is basic education that we need to pass on. We may be completely fine with this, but it's important for us all to be conscious about it. Obviously, massive changes and challenges are not meant to be addressed overnight, and this is where education comes around. Through educational projects, through our NGOs, our foundations, our schools, and our educational curriculum. And in this regard, that's why I'm also a great supporter of the Digital Europe program, which would help so much in this regard. And I believe that the European Digital Innovation Hubs will also have a crucial role in building skilled local ecosystems, bringing together enterprises, the public sector, academia, NGOs, also for advanced digital capabilities. If we want to lead as a European Union, we need to invest in digital skills, in basic digital skills, but also in more advanced ones when it comes to coding, when it comes to programming. And you mentioned that I am a Godzitan. I'm the first elected representative from the Godzitan Island, and this gives me more responsibility to bring forward the importance of territorial cohesion of the Union and to recognize the specificities that islands face. To give you a simple example that my local government embarked upon, the local government had to come in as a guarantor when it comes to digital connectivity, because Gozo depends on digital connectivity with the mainland, and therefore it had to help in the financing or in putting guarantees to ensure that there are 2 fiber optic cables to ensure digital connectivity. I will close here for now, and I look forward to the further Q&A sessions and further interventions later on. Thank you.
Mrs. Kutaya, many thanks. You mentioned COVID was definitely an accelerator to digital skills and the need of upskilling in so many different areas and levels. So, Mrs. Meshkova, you are the CEO of the Telerig Academy, a Bulgarian organization that trains tomorrow digital builders, kids, students, and young professionals, as your organization states. And I also read that you have a specific upskill academy for experienced professionals to help them advancing in their career. So on the other end of the basic digital skills, so to say. So could you just explain in a couple of sentences, what are you doing? And interesting to all of us is, what are the skills needed in the post-pandemic world?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As you mentioned, yes, we work with a huge variety or a very big group, starting from kids, then moving on to people who are looking to upskill, to jumpstart their career, or people who are looking to reskill, move from one industry or occupation to another. And specifically about the upskill programs, you're right. Our focus with them is more on the advanced end of skills, as the previous speakers were talking about. And obviously, the short-term goal of that is to provide opportunity for professionals to quickly advance onto the next career level. But actually, a more of a longer-term goal that we have with those upskill programs is to help Bulgaria, where we're based, but also Europe, to become a strong leader in terms of being a product innovation hub, i.e. start companies, launch companies, hopefully launch more unicorns. And for those to happen, on top of, I would say, a very strong foundational programming or coding layer of skills, we want to add other skills that are important for the ideation of products, for the creation of products, for the product management, for selling and marketing products, disciplines and skill sets that traditionally the US is very, for example, very strong and has a lot of tradition in, whereas we're still, sort of catching up. So in that respect, some of the skills we think are very important are focused on digital marketing, on product management, on user experience and user interaction, DevOps, and other programs that are really going to help us, as I said, become more of a innovation center and actually a leading one in the world. Now, with regards to your question about what would be the skills that are necessary for the post-pandemic world, first of all, I think that the post-pandemic world is going to be a hybrid world. I don't think that, unfortunately, we're going to go back to how things used to be, but I also don't think that we're going to stay in the way that things are right now. It's going to be a hybrid. It's going to be a mix. So in that respect, digital is key. And I think the previous speakers and you yourself, Ulrika, mentioned a lot of the skills that would be necessary going forward. So basic technical acumen, virtual communication, collaboration skills, digital services, digital customer experience, I think basic analytic skills. But I think most often what is is left out is the focus on the soft skills that would be necessary. The hard skills, I think all of us know about them, but the soft skills would be just as important going forward. So on that, I would put leadership skills like entrepreneurial mindset, decision-making, innovation, creativity, analytical skills like critical thinking, problem solving, interpersonal skills like verbal and virtual communication, collaboration, teamwork, emotional intelligence, but also virtual intelligence. This is something new, but it's very critical, as we've all seen in the past 1 year, as well as personal traits like resilience, proactiveness, continuous learning, things that will help us stay relevant, competitive, and continue to progress towards the achievement of our goals. So what I would, in summary, add to the agenda and our goals for the next decade would be not only the hard technical skills, whether they're basic, whether they're advanced, but I would also add those soft skills because they're going to be critical, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Meshkova. So you also mentioned, beside the skills we need, innovation. It came a couple of times. So turning to Mr. Smits, the question is, you are representing the education side here, and with a leading university in one of the most innovative regions of the world, how do you see the role of education in helping us in Europe to fill the digital gap we obviously have?
Well, I think it's an enormous responsibility of the universities to really contribute. And I'm very impressed by all the speakers and also their commitments to really make sure that we get these digital skills. And there's a lot of things going on, but universities in particular, I think, have to take their responsibility. Now, we do it in Eindhoven, at the Eindhoven University of Technology, in several ways. I think, first of all, but it speaks for itself, all our students, we turn them into digital experts and to make them digital savvy, but that speaks for itself. But secondly, and it's a little bit related to the previous topic, we also teach them how to deploy these digital skills in a responsible way to solve societal problems. And I deliberately talk about a responsible way because, we talk about digitization, you talk about data, you talk about artificial intelligence, very quickly, issues of privacy, ethical issues come to the table. And it's essential that people are taught, notably our students, of course, how to deal in a responsible way with digital technologies, with data and artificial intelligence. So that's the second thing we do. Thirdly, lifelong learning, it was already mentioned. It is essential that also universities invest in that, and we do that as well. We have our responsibility, we take responsibility, making sure that we do not only focus on the students, the youngsters who come in, who had already a big advantage because they have been growing up with digital technology, but also that the elderly generation who often changes jobs and will have different careers is made digital savvy. We have recently created at the Eindhoven University of Technology a dedicated institute for artificial intelligence, which is growing very fast and again uses these tools also to contribute to solve the current societal challenges. And last but not least, and that's another thing which I think is important, is creating platforms with industry, with society, with NGOs, with local governments, digital platforms where people can meet, exchange, and really show overall that digital technologies are really an asset for our society to be better and for people to have a better life. So from that point of view, underlining constantly how digital technology is not just for the nerds, but really can enhance our life on this planet is essential. So this is in a nutshell my contribution, but you're fully right. Education organizations, universities, Hochschule have to take the responsibility, and they are taking it. You can count on us. Just a final word, I think the communication which the Commission has presented is really very inspiring, is very ambitious. So just a word of congratulations to the Commission and to my former colleague Roberto Viola and his team, who did a fantastic job in putting this all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So I think it's a good point in time to turn to the Slido answers. So I would ask team to just show what the audience answered in terms, do you have enough quality opportunities to maintain and continuously improve your digital skills? So some opportunity, but not enough. So I guess most of you are smiling on the panel now because I think many of you touched the topic. So as we are running short on time, I would love to pose 2 specific questions and then open up the round for your final remarks of every panelist on what in your point of view or the perspective of your organization, what are you especially doing to ensure that we have enough quality opportunities? Many of you touched it already. So again, back to Madam Minister de Sutter, the plan you published for the resilience and recovery outlook is very, very ambitious, and you dedicate a lot of resources to support digital skills. Can you just quickly touch on it in the light of the Slido answers and just give us a glimpse on what you're planning in maybe 2 or 3 minutes? That would be fantastic.
Yes, thank you, Ulrike and all the other speakers already before. I think it's important that digital skills cannot be seen separately from other skills. We've heard already that you have these other soft skills that are needed to make it a success story, because it touches upon the whole data and AI story coming towards us and all the other aspects. So I will not elaborate on that. So that means that the investment that we're making in the recovery and relance plan for the digital transition, which is pretty much a big chunk of what we want to do with the European money that we get, that will focus on a lot of things besides the typical technical skills that we might think of if we use the word digital skills. It has been said we have to make sure that people do not fall behind, so that everyone in the society can really take advantage of the digital transition. So the permanent education in this field for the Belgian population is not an option. It is a necessity. It's an imperative. And we have the King Baudouin Foundation, which has a digital inclusion barometer that shows that 4 out of 10 Belgians have weak digital skills. That would roughly be 4.5 million Belgian citizens, which digital skills should be strengthened. And in the government agreement of the federal government, We have therefore included the necessity to strengthen the digital skills as one of our priorities. And within that framework, we have identified an action plan which we call Digital Belgium, on which the government will work improving digital skills, trying to close the digital gaps. Now, maybe shortly, a few initiatives and projects that are in the process of being developed or already in place, promoted by all the Belgian governments to help people acquire these skills. One example is the Digital Belgium Skills Fund, which is the federal program and will fund digital skills projects for the 5th year in a row. So it's a continuation, of an ongoing story. The second thing, which is mainly being implemented in the Walloon region, the French-speaking region of the country, is a lifelong training of employees and job seekers in advanced technologies by upskilling technological digital skills. And in the French-speaking part of the country, therefore, there is a specific project striving to increase digital inclusion by providing equal access to digital technologies, and also focusing on strengthening the digital education programs. And in Flanders, finally, there's also ambitious plans in this area. The Flemish government wants to seize opportunities of the digital transition by focusing on talents and skills and facilitating lifelong learning as digitally as possible, and at the same time having the ambition to enable everyone to participate fully in the digital society, and so that this will really turn into an economic and social success. And it's called the e-learning action plan, which is a key point in the digital transformation of Flanders, in which this year is the start, the year of training and the start of what they want to call the learning 20s. And that is why an action plan is being developed to boost the e-learning concept. Just a few examples, and I will stop here, Ulrike, because of the sake of time, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would ask Mrs. Kuta, we spoke about Gozo, which is a beautiful island, remote area. 2, 3 key takeaways or maybe considerations from your point of view, how to provide there the quality opportunities to upskill. Maybe you have some intakes that are you are able to share. So in 2 or 3 sentences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For sure, we need to look into the territorial aspect, as I said, and this is an aspect which I push through both my participation in the ITRA committee, where we deal with various digital files, but also when it comes to the REGI committee, which I am a member of. And data shows us, exactly the Eurostat regional yearbook shows there's also a broad difference when it comes to difference between urban and rural areas, and this is a very important aspect to keep in mind. And therefore, we have to keep in mind the importance of skills when it comes to the everyday citizen, and then when it comes to more advanced skills. And when it comes to the everyday citizen, I wanted to bring forward 2 practical examples where we need to implement these digital skills. Firstly, when it comes to e-health, when it comes to the more remote areas or peripheral areas, certain services are not provided in the secondary island or are not provided when it comes to more remote areas. And therefore, having digital skills and digital services available would help that person who would need e-health or e-advice to be able to access that service. Also, when it comes to e-banking, simply having an elderly person who does not need to travel to a bank, which may open literally a few hours in a week, who could, through digital skills, access that service online. And therefore, this has come in handy during the pandemic and should be extended even beyond. What I wanted to conclude upon is that promoting the digital transition in islands and remote areas is therefore very much important, as it is everywhere, but these areas face certain challenges which we need to address. And this would also improve SMEs' performance and make them fit for the swift dynamics of the economy. I wanted to conclude by saying that I welcome the approach of the European Commission when it comes to setting quantitative targets. This is very much important. As we have the environmental ones, we need the digital ones. As we've seen, the proposed digital compass will make it easier to follow up in areas requiring further improvement. improvement, and skills, connectivity, digital transformation of businesses, and modernizing the public sector are all very important, very much important areas which I will be focusing on as a policymaker within the European Parliament to make sure that the essential services of internet and other digital skills and connectivity, which are also enshrined, this concept is enshrined within the European Pillar of Social Rights, is effectively implemented and delivered to everyone to make sure that we leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kutaja. So to Mr. Smith and to the two final panelists then, just 3 key takeaways in 3 sentences, please, on how to replicate your success story. And in the case of Mr. Smith, the platform economy, the innovation system you built around the Eindhoven University. 3 key takeaways how to, or the ingredients for success to replicate in the EU.
Well, I think first of all, which makes the Brainport region around Eindhoven, which was called once by Forbes the most innovative region in the world, so special. I think first of all, the triple helix concept, whereby local authorities, the industry, high-tech industry, and of course the university work closely together. I think that's number one. Secondly, to show that through digital platforms and digitization through cooperation, everyone gains. Not just the big companies, but the whole society by having first-class jobs. I think that's very important. So make it clear that through cooperation, by having an agenda on digital skills and digital platforms, everyone will gain, and not just the high-tech companies. And thirdly, trust. That is, I think, the most important thing. Be open with each other. Talk about things, because digital technologies will have impacts, as I mentioned, on privacy-related issues. It will have impact on the personal life of people, and therefore I think the trust is very important. So I would call these 3 ingredients triple helix concepts, and secondly, talking and trust. That's the most important element to which I could really recommend to all regions in Europe to become competitive and to become indeed a contributor to the well-being of a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I turn to Mrs. Meshkova again, 3 key points. How to engage better with companies when you have these education opportunities and initiatives. So your key takeaways, how to replicate in other regions.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that companies are not bystanders in that process. They're at the center, and their participation is not a choice. They're natural parts of that. They're at the center of our economies and people. So I would say with companies in specific, on the one hand, companies need to build a culture and mindset of investing in lifelong learning and upskilling in their employees. On the other hand, not only have the mindset, but also be willing to invest. But how do we engage them? It's the answer is in the question. They have to be involved. We have to talk to companies. On the one hand, there should be constant dialogue on the one hand. And on the other hand, we should allow and make it easier for companies to be part of the educational process, whether it's their teaching, whether it's their training, whether it's their part of even projects, internships, all of that, because essentially, as I said, they're at the center of that as well.
Thank you very much. And the final last one, Mrs. Bunova, you yourself had a STEM career, and we just got a question through Slido. How do you plan on making ICT expert careers more attractive? So especially to women, young people, and so on. Just 3 very short key takeaways, please.
Beautiful question. So first of all, I think it's about what the society feels about STEM as a career, because for many people, it's still something that is for just the most prestigious like people and the most brightest minds. I would like to say that when you look at ICT, you should see it as, for example, healthcare. Like how many different professions and talents you need in healthcare to make it all working together. The same is true for ICT. We need so many different talents, so many different professions just present in there. And I just want to say that everybody's welcome. Whoever wants to co-create the digital world together with us, with the STEM professionals, is welcome. And it's something that many people do not know. They think that they need to be the smartest in the world to be allowed to join. And sometimes their parents do not know. So their parents navigate them away from ICT because they want the best careers for their children. And they are afraid that it's too difficult to be successful in STEM. So I just want to break this kind of narrative and say, so first of all, have parents aware of this ICT being very open. The second, having the courage to give it a try, because even if it doesn't work out and that career is not for you, then even learning a bit of it will help you in your career, whatever it will be. And then three, I mean, the world is so complex when it comes to digital technology. Nobody knows it all. So the fact that you will not know it all is not a disadvantage. Even like anybody who is the biggest expert do not know it all. So don't limit yourself by that saying like, it's too complex, I will never learn the whole thing. Nobody will ever learn the whole thing. And that's why we need you. We need you as one piece of that big puzzle. So yeah. To conclude with that for myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great. A final word, so to say. Many thanks to the panelists for their insights and key takeaways on how building and developing digital skills can contribute to the resilience of Europe, its societies and businesses. And I think we can summarize it in, it's about collaboration, partnerships, open minds, trying something new, engagement of all stakeholders, and only if we all perceive that digitization is here to stay and we all have to be lifelong learners to stay digitally connected, we contribute to a strong Europe. And so many thanks to all the exciting insights, many thanks to the auditorium to do the Slido question, and I hand back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
To Ms. Ulrike Fiona and also to all the speakers. Indeed, digital skills of European citizens will be crucial for the European recovery at large, but we will also need strong businesses in Europe to support our economies. The next panel will focus on specifically the strengthening of European companies through digitalization. The EU has around 24 million companies which have a broad range of digital skills and digitalization levels in their businesses and strong sectorial and regional differences. We know that companies heavily depend on the availability of excellent digital infrastructures and skills in order to thrive. We will now hear how European companies will become more productive, efficient in their use of resources and energy, and therefore greener, thanks to a massive wave of digitalization. To moderate this next panel, it is my pleasure to welcome Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl. Let me introduce you to Cecilia. She's the Director General of Digital Europe, a European leading digital technology industry association. She has extensive experience of digital businesses and will be telling us more about the speakers. Cecilia, I'm very much looking forward to your exciting yet critical cardinal point of the digital decade.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation and the excellent moderation. So we will not let you down. After this session, you will know exactly what to do with digital in Europe, right? So with me, I just want to highlight, first of all, our distinguished speakers. We have MEP Ivan Stefanek, a Slovak politician and also a former member of the Slovak Parliament. You are also active in the Committee of Internal Market and Consumer Protection, and you are the head of the Slovak delegation of EPP, and you serve as a president of SME Europe. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I'm looking very much for you also to present, the view of the Parliament and how and the role that the Parliament can really play as an active player in digitization of Europe. With me, I also have Ricardo, and forgive me for the pronunciation, but I think it's Mourinho. You are the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and you are, amongst others, responsible for the funding mechanisms towards the EU, not least the recovery mechanisms that we are all really urging to hear how we can basically operationalize that and really benefit the digitalization of Europe. Then we have my friend Rada Rodriguez, met you many years ago in your other role. You have both been the CEO and at the board of Schneider Electric for many, many years. You serve as the president of Orgelem now, and you have just entered your new role as CEO in Signify. Congratulations. Of course, also my distinguished colleague, responsible for nearly all the European businesses and sectors in Europe via Business Europe, Markus Bayer, and who has also served as the CEO of the Austrian Industry Holding, ÖIAG. I don't know if the pronunciation is right, but also as a Director General of the Federation of Austrian Industries before. We also have Catherine Jestin, Chief Information Officer of a distinguished Digital Europe member also. She is responsible for driving state-of-art technology systems and solutions to support Airbus employees, customers, and suppliers. That is equivalent to 200,000 end users worldwide. Congratulations, and thank you for bringing your insight into the concrete machine of digital and how we can innovate and make it more efficient. And last but not least, Bianca Muntea, who is a successful entrepreneur, but you're also the founder of the Romanian Digital Innovation Hub, and you've been very successful in bringing digital to the heart of the strategy. Thank you so much for joining us in this panel. So let me get to the core of this. So when I joined digital way back, people said, what do you want? I mean, IT is something in the basement. I think we can say by now, IT, or what we call digitalization, is really at the heart of the economy. We know that digital has really taken us through the crisis. The resilience is highly dependent. Our supply chains, our way of communication, delivering education, delivering services to our citizens, but also the resilience of companies are really dependent on digital. In 2019, Digital Europe came out with a manifesto where we tried to set very clear KPIs for how to drive the digital development of Europe, not only focusing at the dangers, but really the opportunities. And this is what we will discuss today. Let me just take 4 of the 30 KPIs that we have defined. We looked at how can we get scale. One of the things that we put a target at is for unicorns. So big, fast growing, scalable companies. Europe right now, without the UK, unfortunately, only has 5% of the world's unicorns. How can we in 2025 come to the target of 25% of the world's unicorns? Scale, scale, scale. Data. How do we make sure that we go from 12% to 50% of our SMEs so they can actually enable themselves by data-driven services, using data for competitiveness? Skills. We know that 52% of the workforce would have to be reskilled in the next 5 years. And actually, after the crisis, this might be much more. So how can we at least in 2025 reach that target of 20% being reskilled? And then last, but of course not least, a bit more strategic and less operational, but hopefully soon to also come true. How can we bring down CO2 emissions by 20%? By use of digital technologies. We have seen now the Commission has really, I would say, upped their game. They understand that digital is not about digital companies. This is about all the industries. This is about manufacturing. This is about health. This is about education. This is about public and private sector. And we have seen that mirrored in the twin strategy of green and digital. And 20% of the 750 billion euros recovery package have been earmarked to exactly digital. So with me today, I have exactly this great panel of speakers who can give their version of what are the most important things to get there. And how can we speed up there? How can we have scale? How can we have speed? Before we go to the panel, I would like to just bring to your attention a question. So the Slido question of this session. And these are all questions that we will also hand in our kind of knowledge to the Commission and to the policymakers on how to design the plan. So let's look at the Slido question. So you see the options here. The question is, digitalization target aims at a massive uptake of digital enablers in business, requiring European public and private efforts. What should be the priority of actions? And here we see adopt intermediate targets to the road of 2030, so country by country or even by sector. Reinforce additional targets and look at the target audience. Collaborate with member states on the basis of reinforced monitoring of capabilities. I would call it in business language, should we follow up? Should we actually measure ourselves? Expand innovation infrastructures such as digital hubs. Foster additional public and private investment for digital awareness and digital transformation from, for example, vouchers, loans, tax incentives. And last, the condition EU and/or national aid to a minimum digital transformation. Should we have a minimum conditions for digitalization? So please hand in your answers to these questions, and we will return after the panel. Now, turning to my distinguished speakers in the panel, let me start by asking you, Stefanes, a question on the European Parliament. If you look from the European Parliament, I mean, what will be your role? And, what are the concrete, to really do the massive digitalization of businesses by 2030? I mean, and what are the things that you will personally champion to make this, to reach this target?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for invitation to this very, very important topic, because I do believe that all digital issues will be crucial for success or non-success of our European economic recovery. If you ask me what I will take care, so I will do a lot of work about legislation. So basically, from my point of view, it's very important for being successful to manage three things. First of all, to manage and to improve digital infrastructure in the European Union. Secondly, to improve digital skills, as we have heard in previous panel. And thirdly, to have a very straightforward, simple and stable legislative framework. And this is my role. This is the European Parliament's role, to take care about the legislative framework, to prevent fragmentation of this legislative framework in the European Union, and to manage to have very, very simple and stable legislative directives. For example, now we are working on the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and other important pieces of legislation. So my contribution to all the businesses to grow up from digital perspective and to manage digital transformation will take care about smooth legislative framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And boy, is that needed. So thank you so much. I think we can say that a smooth regulatory environment in Europe will definitely improve speed. So this is not about the what, but really about the how, and not and securing that we don't get the even further fragmentation. Let me turn to Rada. Rada, as a major industry player and a very innovative company, what are the things that you look at the policymakers to collaborate on? So I think we have a role, and as an industry, we need to take our own initiatives. But what are your asks basically to the policymakers, and which concrete actions will you champion?
Sorry, I need to unmute. Thank you, Cecilia. So when it comes to the digitization of the companies and of the business, and I'm here mostly to speak about manufacturing and technology companies in Europe, I think it's important to highlight that there are different levels of digitization, and each level has different approaches. So, of course, one very important level is when we digitize the processes in the company so we get more efficient. But I will not highlight that one, or I will not focus on that one, because it's not the one which gives us the most competitiveness when it comes to compete with other regions of the world. And I want to link to what you mentioned in your introduction, when you said on the KPIs, or the goals Digital Europe have put for some years ago, and that is data-driven services. In order to get to these new business models and data-driven services, we need to implement Industry 4.0. And Industry 4.0 based on advanced manufacturing technologies. This is a completely different animal, let's put it like that, compared to digitizing processes in a company for efficiency, just for efficiency. Because this goes beyond efficiency. This means that you are connecting on a IoT platform in several axes. So you are connecting your customers with the manufacturer and with the supplier. So you are connecting from design to finished product. You are connecting during the completely life cycle of a product. And this is a very complex enterprise, and it requires massive investment. So what we see today, that there is the benefit, there is the competitive benefit for a manufacturing industry, and we want to keep our competitiveness and our advantages, because Industry 4.0 is invented in Europe. So we need to really invest massive in those technology. Today we see that there are only few companies who made it over the pilot level. So we have a lot of pilots, but we have very little scale. And you said that as well, how in your introduction, how can we scale faster? And then we need from the policy, because that was your question, is we need more focus on this topic, on advanced manufacturing technologies, on how we implement Industry 4.0 transformation in our manufacturing sector. And here I need to say that we welcome the update of the industrial strategy of the European Commission, and there we see for first time that there is a mentioning of the advanced manufacturing technologies. However, there is no action plan behind. And also when it comes to the financing, because here we are talking really a lot of investments, we have, unfortunately, we do not see in the national recovery plans, the next generation EU recovery fund, in the national plans, we don't see, in what we have seen so far, real focus on advanced manufacturing technologies and on the Industry 4.0 transformation. So also here, I think, and we will have this time to discuss on the financial part, how can we speed up these investments?
Great, thank you so much, Rada. I think I totally, that we are thinking like this. Let's focus where we are good, not where we are weak necessarily, right? I mean, if you only focus where you are weak, then you will have a hard time catching up until the train has left once again. So let's actually focus at our strengths and strengthen and be even stronger there. So turning to you, Catherine. Catherine, you are, responsible, and I think it's always very valuable to have a sanity check with people who are actually has the touch with the end users. So I'm going to ask you exactly the same question. As a major industry player, I mean, what is it that you see what do you need? I mean, what can you give and what will you champion? But what is it that you need from policymakers? I mean, we can take our own initiatives, but how can they support the industry on this?
Hello, bonjour. Happy to be there. On the policy side, I think that it was already touched by Mr. Stefanek. I think that we need smooth and reasonable policies. So we are currently following up in Airbus a lot of the new policies to come on artificial intelligence, on the Data Market Act, on the data governance. And we are really looking for legislation that will protect Europe, but that will also make sure that we are competitive, that we can access the services that are available, and that we can continue to do and to be innovative on our own platforms when we are developing services for our customers, for example. So it's very important for us that we think of what will be the competitiveness of the European companies if we apply this policy, so that we understand what the impact on the company will be. We are also talking about European data transfer, personal data transfer, that can have massive impact on companies like large companies like Airbus, who are having operation all over the world. So we need, for our efficiency, for our competitiveness, the ability to transfer data with our customers, with our suppliers, with our colleagues in other countries. And so we are very cautious and working closely with the policymakers to make sure that all this legislation will enable the digitalization of Europe and not become a disadvantage compared to our competitors worldwide.
I'm muting myself. I don't believe this. Oh my God, sorry. Thank you so much. I think the point is, I mean, you focused at regulations, but also at strength and positions of Europe. Then I would like to turn to Marcus. Marcus, you are representing a lot of different industries, a lot of different countries, and I know that you have very great insight into digitalization also. So thank you for being here today. So maybe asking you, do you see any need for better coordination on national digital strategies across Europe? And I mean, what is the #1 priority for national European institutions to work on right now with the funding for digital, with the funding for recovery? How do you see that we go about this?
Well, thank you, Cecilia. And well, let me start by saying that you're absolutely right. I mean, digital is really about the whole economy. And I mean, I could make a joke saying, I mean, when you move to the basement dealing with IT, you could be sure that it would be moving up the scales, and it did. But even beyond the joke, I mean, this is at the center of everything we're doing. So it's important. And I mean, by the way, we've also seen in the COVID crisis that this is what enabled us to go on. It's crucial for the recovery. And now it's, of course, I mean, what Catherine just said, I mean, it's about to be sure that European companies can be competitive. But at the same time, it's also clear that we don't have a spread, and I think this touches upon your question, of the digital capacity across the continent. So we have laggards, we have places where we are very good, and we have places where we're less good, which means that Europe is not firing on all the cylinders. And therefore, we need to scale up our opportunities here. And there's 4 concrete points I would be championing for here. The first one, and has been echoed by some colleagues, is, of course, greater levels of investments. So the Digital Europe program was a step. The Recovery and Resilience Funds will be a step, of course, and then we are working on an in-depth assessment with our member federation in our reform barometer on what it means. Of course, there has been improvements, but we are far from being there. And I think Hada underlined it. There's not enough on advanced manufacturing technologies. There's not enough on Industry 4.0. So on this, we need to scale up because, I mean, we need to do more because we see, I mean, if we compare it to what happens in the US and China, we're not yet there. The second point, and it's funny, I'm coming from a debate with Vice President Timmermans on the Fit for 55 package. And it's similar. I mean, it's about upskilling, because without upskilling, we will not be able to succeed the digital transformation. The third point is about educating the consumers. And it has been said in the previous panel, it's all about trust. And as Ivan has mentioned, we need to avoid fragmentation.
So this means, in principle, we agree with the great orientation of the AI regulation of DSA, DMA. Of course, we will still need to fudge out details, but overall, this is positive steps. So this is important. And the last point, and it was also stressed, I think, by Catherine, we need to understand that Europe is not a fortress. So therefore, we're an integral part of the global economy, and this means international data flows are paramount, and we need to enable them. And it's clear. I mean, we are respecting Schrems II. We are respecting the GDPR. I mean, this goes without saying. But looking at some of the recent actions by regulators, I think we need to think what was the spirit of the GDPR. And the spirit of the GDPR was that we have essential equivalence and not that we have total equivalence or copy-paste. So therefore, some of the recent actions are rather causing uncertainty in a field where we would need certainty in order to provide for the investment we would need.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I think you touched upon two things that I would just highlight. You mentioned, of course, skills. It cannot be said enough. If we don't bring along the people, we don't bring along Europe. So cannot be said enough. Then you touched upon the fragmentation, right? I mean, so we did a study just half a year ago where all the SMEs told that their biggest obstacle to growth is fragmentation. And last but not least, we're not a fortress, right? We know that 86% of the growth of industries like Airbus, like Signify, will actually come outside Europe. And they're all global companies. So how do we enable the data economy? And how do we make sure that we respect the regulations, but also really collaborate with our major trading partners in getting the frameworks in place for the global economy and the digital economy to work? Thank you so much, Marcus. Then let me turn to you, Ricardo, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Thank you so much for being here today. I think you hold a few cards here, at least some money and some funding mechanisms. Thank you so much. If we look at the level of business digitalization, we have very big differences in different member states. And how can it be possible, basically, to design a digitalization roadmap? And what do you think we should do long and short term?
Well, thank you very much, Cecilia. Thank you for the question and for the invitation to be in this panel on such a key topic. COVID-19 crisis showed us how important is resilience and how important is to have a very robust infrastructure and the digital skills for allowing all the citizens to participate. So this brings us to a question how to move forward on the digital and green agenda. And for us at EIB, these are two parallel or two complementary agendas that we need to move forward. We are the EU bank, so we move forward according to the EU principles and to the EU policy objectives and priorities. So that said, the EIB has been extending funding and advisory for supporting innovation, digitalization, and skills. And I would say that infrastructures and skills are the key components. Based on infrastructures and skills, then we can build all the disruption, all the innovative disruptions and cutting-edge technologies like deep tech, big data, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. Over the last 2 years, we have invested more than 2 billion euros in projects related to artificial intelligence technologies, for instance. And in 2020, the EIB has invested in innovation, skills, and digitalization almost 15 billion euros. So that's a quite substantive amount of funding and resources that we are extending. But we keep working, and we keep working with the European Commission on concrete projects. In 2020, the European Investment Fund and the European Commission jointly launched 100 million pilot project dedicated to artificial intelligence and to blockchain. And this 100 million managed to bring 700 million euros for EU companies. So it was 7 times the investment that was done by the EIF. And this shows how important it is to bring private investors into the play. So public resources will not be enough. And in the short run, I would say that what we need to do is to prepare firms as fast as possible to provide them with the appropriate skills such that they can engage in this process. And that's the first step, and that's where we should target in the short run, in line with the digital compass. Moving forward and looking more at the medium run, I think it's about supporting innovation and providing the resources. And in this respect, I would say that public institutions are key, but not sufficient. So that said, the European Investment Bank, I would say it has 2 features that are critical for any type of medium-run investment. We have very patient shareholders, and hence we are a very patient lender. We can lend for long tenors and wait for cash flows that come far apart in the future. That's a very important feature in what concerns long-term investments like EllaLink, like all these infrastructure investments. The second is the risk-bearing capacity. So we have a balance sheet that allows us to bear risks and to share risks with the private sector, to be partners with the private sector by joining risk-sharing capacity, sharing risks, such that projects that have quite high risks and are not bankable by the private sector itself in isolation can be bankable if there's a partner like us that share the risks. So these are the 2 dimensions on the funding side that I think are critical. On top of this, of course, that legislative framework is key, as already said by other panelists, and I think that we need to have a moving framework that allows for a flexible and to follow up innovation and never constitutes a barrier to innovation, but of course respecting what are the key principles of the European Union, in particular respect for privacy, respect for security, and of course looking at cybersecurity issues, which are very key risks in this front. And that's where we are and where the IB can add value and provide additionality to the digital project.
Thank you so much. Very comforting to actually learn that there is a partner for private sector here with a long-term perspective, a patience like an elephant, and actually is able to carry risks that normally the market is not able to carry. And so very comforting, and also very comforting to hear that. Once again, it seems almost trivial, but apparently very hard to solve. Skills is at the heart of this. Without the infrastructure and without the skills, the rest is just talk. So let me turn to you, Bianca. You are innovative in yourself. You are heading one of the most innovative hubs in Europe. And let me ask you, you have a lot of experience with the roadblocks, all the barriers of innovation in Romania. How do you think the digitalization roadmap should be designed, and what are the long-term and short-term measures that you see that are needed?
So much for inviting me. It's a great honor to be part of this all-star panel. And just to give you my perspective as a digital innovation hub representative, we started our work here in Transylvania, northwest region of Romania, I might say 10 years ago. And being familiarized with the Digital Innovation Hub concept only 4 years ago, when the European Commission started to put this up front as a key mechanism in order to accelerate digital transformation in small and medium-sized enterprises, in businesses, but also in the public administration. And as you might know, Romania, it's on the last places in regards of digitalization, thus giving us a huge responsibility and a huge opportunity, but also a lot of challenges. And for that, I must say that we have a lot of work to do, and we are very happy to be directly connected to the European Commission's programs. We are in direct contact with different MEPs in order to discuss these concrete barriers our SMEs are facing. And our approach is a cross-sectoral approach regarding digitalization. This is why Transylvania Digital Innovation Hub has included in its structure clusters from all other fields of activities. And these clusters are working in the regional innovation ecosystems for almost 10 years now. So they do know very, very well the needs and also the resources which the SMEs have, and also can determine and can translate this for the policymakers. And the other way around, because this is really important to have these intermediaries like the digital innovation hubs, the clusters, in order to translate these digital policies and to bring them closer to the small and medium-sized enterprises. I'm also running Transylvania IT Cluster, and we are working to engage our companies, and not only the large companies, to onboard in this digitalization journey the European Commission wants to have for the next 10 years, but also to encourage startups and SMEs to bring up front their solutions. And for this, all these European programs like Digital Europe, the upcoming Digital Europe, Horizon Europe, but also the structural funding, we think it's very, very important to have this multi-program approach in order to support the digital transformation at the EU level. And for that, of course, each member state has to be directly involved. And I'm very happy to tell you that through Transylvania Digital Innovation Hub, we are working very close with the Ministry for Research, Innovation and Digitalization, and also with the National Authority for Romania's Digitalization, in order to create a national framework to support the newly digital innovation hubs. Because I have to say that for us, this is the first time we are creating these intermediary structures, and we have to see all the means in order to support these ecosystems, because these ecosystems bring together all the capacities and capabilities available in each region of Europe. So we have with us public administration offering different infrastructure and knowledge, also the universities. Have Technical University, Babeș-Bolyai University, the clusters from all the fields of activity, and of course, Transylvania IT Cluster, which is orchestrating, and I really love this naming of the orchestrator of these digital innovation hubs, which has the main role to identify all the existing capacities and capabilities and put them to work in order to make this digital transformation happen at the level of the SMEs.
Thank you so much. I think there is one thing I would like to highlight on your intervention here is that the hubs are a translator of the regions and the country's needs. Remember to ask before action. Remember to search for the answers where the needs are created. So returning to you, Marcus. So now we are standing in front of this digital decade, definitions of targets and updating of the industrial strategy. How can we secure progress, to focus at across the different member states, the digital transformation?
Well, I think the issue is very much that the data infrastructure will be crucial for Europe. And therefore, it's very important that we retain our foothold and to continue to lead in B2B industrial markets. And this is why we support the Data Governance Act, because we think this promotes this European model, and we will need to share data, of course. And in principle, there's 3 stumbling blocks we will need to overcome here in order to move in the direction of voluntary data sharing. I mean, first there is the technical one. because many things have not been put on the basis of interoperability. And therefore, we need coordinated standardization efforts here. But of course, based on industry in the driving seat. Second, the legal. Of course, we know that we cannot share all the data. But of course, the business needs guidance in order to be able to do so. And third, the economic one. In order to find the right balance between the freedom of contract and of course also the on the one side, but also of course making data more available. I mean, coming to the member states, I think it's about the right strategy. I mean, we know that we will need to be able to perform in the field, and you mentioned earlier, Cecilia, it's about where we are good. So we need to perform in the B2C platform economy, in the B2B platform, and maintain our leading role here. And this means digitizing industry. And there's 4 points I wanted to mention here. One is to roll out cybersecure 5G in all areas of Europe. So this is very important. The second is, again, to support digital skills. And on this, we have great disparities. I mean, we know that Denmark, your home country, is at 70%, Bulgaria is at 29%. So there, I mean, of course, the EU has no real competency here. But of course, we need to coordinate, and we need to go in the direction of best practices. The third one is to optimally use the investment. We talked about the investment in the first round. The third one is to optimally use the investment. And honestly, in the past, this did not always happen. We have seen that many member states use the money for other things. So this time, we will need to use the money for things where there's a real business case for the companies and where it's relevant for the society. And the fourth point I wanted to make is we need to make sure that data can freely flow across the single market. And this brings me back to the regulation, DSA, DMA, AI regulation, and the Data Governance Act, because we will need to overcome the fragmentation here. And this is the 4 points. I would say this is what we need in order to make this step forward.
Thank you so much, Markus, and just highlighting a few of your excellent points, not least, please let's spend the money where they are meant to be spent, and let's spend them wise. Let's look at how we get scale across Europe and not just fragmented spending for different things. Then returning to you, Stefanesh. What is the #1 element to ensure that EU digitalization roadmap embraces the SMEs? We heard just before, our latest survey tells that the SMEs see the fragmentation of Europe, both regulatory, but also nation state and process-wise, as the major stumbling block through their growth. So how do we make sure that this really embraces also the SMEs?
Yes, you're right, and I'm happy that you highlighted the importance of SMEs. Basically, small and medium entrepreneurs, they create more than half of jobs. In fact, in the last 5 years, they've created 80% of all jobs in the European Union, and they will play the crucial role in European economic recovery. If I should highlight only one priority, it is really to remove barriers. That's what all SMEs address consistently, that we have to remove barriers. We have to go away from this fragmentation of the market. We shouldn't forget the fact that we have not completed single market yet. Single market brought a lot of benefits to us, but particularly in area of services, we have not completed single market. So if we talk about all digital aspect, then we are happy to create digital single market. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that we have not completed yet single market. So that's the major priority, to go away from this fragmentation and to provide the major benefit for SMEs. And one smaller point, which is also very important, is to improve access to finance, particularly to SMEs. I'm happy that also Ricardo mentioned a lot of opportunities from his perspective, because this is crucial now in times of economical crisis. And for economical recovery, it is very, very important to improve access to finance for SMEs, and also to improve situation with capital. We have talked, and there were many good points about the necessity of investment, necessity of new capital. And from your perspective, we will provide a lot of funds which are basically public funds for the states, but we have to motivate also private investment. So we have to provide the right legal framework in order to motivate private investments into economy, particularly in order to improve digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very important highlight here. We did not complete the single market, but may I also urge that we do it in a very simple way, because it's already very complex, the implementation of regulations. And then maybe one important thing, actually fragmentation on the investment systems also, which makes it even more difficult. Thank you so much. So I'm running out of time. We're running out of time, and not only because we were late, but because we have so many interesting speakers here. Let me just turn to you again, Ricardo. How do you see that we can further leverage the role of the digital hubs? And what other innovation initiatives for businesses do you think that EU should launch?
Well, I think that digital hubs, in fact, play a very prominent role. When you speak about SMEs, the digital innovative hubs are very critical, because one of the key issues that SMEs face is the lack of internal capacity given to their dimension to develop the appropriate digital infrastructure. And when aggregating into hubs, by sharing experience, by sharing their difficulties, but also by negotiating and going together to the financiers, to the banks, and that's where exactly we step in, because we provide venture capital, we provide equity, but we also provide intermediated loans that goes through the commercial banks, and for which commercial banks then distribute across a wide range of SMEs. And that's exactly a way of reaching SMEs. But in order to bring SMEs closer to the banks, we need SMEs to be around hubs, to share issues and to identify commonalities and common financial products that may help them to move forward. I'd like to take also this opportunity to speak about the study we have launched today about artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the future of Europe. And these disruptive technologies are extremely important, and they play a role for big firms, but also for SMEs. Any SME can use what's available in the market in what relates to artificial intelligence and blockchain, provided that it has the appropriate infrastructure. And this is a very big opportunity for all firms in Europe that we cannot miss. And at the EIB, we are providing advisory also to SMEs and to mid-caps in order to overcome these difficulties and to get closer to the banking system in order to bring bankable projects for which we can share risk and provide funding. And that's a very critical support that we can give to the European policy, to the European challenge, and to the digital dimension of our European integration.
Thank you so much. I mean, very, very interesting, I think. And I think we have a team that would be able to look at these hubs and SMEs of Stefanesh, Ricardo, and Bianca afterwards. Maybe just turning for a very short comment from you, Catherine, and from you, Ada, from the industry, Airbus, and from Signify. I mean, how can we make sure that we deliver on this digitalization promise? And how can we boost this? We're so proud of the industrial past. How do we make sure that in 10 years we stand here, we look back and we say, we are still proud of our industrial presence? So maybe turning to you first, Catherine.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that it has been mentioned already, but we need this special effort on setting the infrastructure right. I think that Gaia X may be really a vector and an advantage that we need to push forward to provide these standards that we need for the interoperability, for the implementation of the data spaces that our industries are needing. And I truly believe that the infrastructure you were mentioning, also the 5G at scale in Europe, is also at stake, and that are the needs of the industry to set up this infrastructure right, to have it up and running, and then we will, through the skills, through the mentorship. There is one very interesting program with a digital volunteer mentoring program to accompany the SMEs, and so the large group like Airbus and others can also support smaller organization to jump in this digitalization and to develop for themselves the tools and the technology they need to run their business and be competitive.
Thank you so much. Turning to you, Rada, for the same question.
Yes, so I would like to bring another dimension, because we discussed a lot about SMEs. So beside financing and beside the contractual legal frame for data sharing, what we also need for all our SMEs and industry in Europe is to have an innovation-friendly environment, I would put it like that. And to an innovation-friendly environment, in my opinion, is also that we should not regulate too much and regulate too soon when it comes to new technologies. New technologies, especially we are talking about B2B, we are talking about the first level of artificial intelligence, which is machine learning. We need a certain level of maturity of these technologies before starting to regulate them and putting them in a very tight corset, so they cannot develop and cannot bring all the benefits for the industry, which otherwise it will be. So that's my message on new technologies, not regulate too much too soon when it comes to B2B business.
Thank you so much. So allow me to sum up before we take the final look at the poll, the Slido poll afterwards. I think we hear some clear voices. Let's look at our strength. We have a very strong industrial background. We have very strong manufacturing industry, and we have a structure where we actually have a lot of SMEs, which provides resilience and flexibility in the economy. But without the digitalization and strengthening these by a data-driven economy, and also their benefit from this, we will not be resilient for the future. Remember that infrastructure and skills are the two drivers for everybody to participate in the digital decade, and spend the money where it's meant to be spent, and let's make clear targets. Keep it simple. It's already complicated enough being in this great European thing with all the 27 countries. Don't make it even more complex. And let's remember that we have not completed the single market within services. We have a strong funding partner in the Commission, but not least in the investment bank, that is willing to take risk and long-term investments. And remember, as Marcus said, we're not a fortress. 86% of the growth will be outside Europe. All our supply chains are global. Let's make sure that we take a global leadership in digitalization and in regulation. Thank you so much to the distinguished panel. Let me just look at the results of the Slido before we all say goodbye and thank you. I think I will let, as it's very hard for me to see on the screen, I will let the Commission actually take over because I simply cannot see it big enough on my screen, unfortunately. I will let the Commission take over the presentation of the results, and then I will say thank you so much to you, Rada, to Marcus, to Ivan, to Bianca, to Catherine, and of course, not least, all the audience here, and not least to you also, Ricardo, for your excellent participation here. I think we kind of reached very good conclusions and a very high level of competence. Thank you for your participation and your contributions.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thanks.
Bonnefeldt-Dahl. Thanks to all our speakers. It has been a very, very interesting panel with very good ideas. We now move to the last cardinal point of our digital compass. It focuses on the digitalization of European governments. The pandemic has demonstrated that public administrations need to digitalize as a matter of priority. In an extremely short period, many public administrations have managed to make a huge leap forward. As such, the crisis has been a catalyst for the take-up and societal acceptance of digital government solutions. However, this sudden move to a digital by default scenario has also revealed that while many public administrations are very well prepared, not all public administrations are really ready for the digital transformation. To moderate the following panel from where I stand, here with me is Mário Campo Largo, the Director General of the Directorate General for Informatics at the European Commission. Boa tarde, Mário Campo Largo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campo Largo.
Giving you the floor within a few moments. Let me just, before present to you who's joining us remotely, Maria Manuel Leitão Marques, member of the European Parliament. She's with us live from Brussels. In Hungary, Anett Madinator, Vice President for Strategic Business Development at Cyber Services and President of the Women for Cyber Foundation. Live from the Spanish capital, not too far away from us, Fernando Pablo Martín, Director of the Digital Office for the City of Madrid. And from Tallinn in Estonia is Robert Krimmer, who is a Professor of e-governance at the SKAIT Institute at the University of Tartu in Estonia. We have a very good afternoon to you all. And now, Mário Campo Largo, let the discussion begin.
Thank you, Rodrigo. It's a pleasure to be here. And indeed, like you said, we are here now in another cardinal point of the compass, of the European Digital Compass. And I'm very glad that side by side with the skills, side by side with the infrastructure, side by side with the business, we also put the focus on the public administrations. And when we talk about skills, we talk about literacy. When we talk about business, we talk about 5G and cloud. When we talk about infrastructures, we look to all the infrastructure that will allow this digital innovation happening throughout our society. Do you know what? The public administrations will use all of those aspects to make sure that we win this race to the 100% of the digital services focus on our citizens. And if it is true that when we talk about digital transformation of enterprises, we see that they focus on the customer. They do a strategic analysis of their position in the market, and they focus on the economic sustainability. When we are talking about public administrations, we should focus on the citizen. We should focus on a broader concept of sustainability that actually includes the values that we are so proud of in Europe. And a proof of this is both the Berlin Declaration, that by the name you see how important it is in focusing the digital transformation on the human face that we want to have in Europe. The title of that Berlin Declaration is precisely a digital society and a value-based digital government. And today we are very happy that during the Portuguese presidency, the Digital Democracy with a Purpose Declaration focused again on important points for all of us. Are we talking about ethical dimension? Yes. Are we talking about democratic values? Yes. Are we talking about all the values that, like data protection, are so dear to our heart? Yes, and all of that to make sure that we do a digital transformation with a human face, sustaining the development, economical, social, cultural of our society. This is the big challenge for all of us. We need to do a digital transformation that is responsible, that is ethical, and that is above all inclusive. And this is a big challenge, but it's a big challenge that we in the Commission are ready to run with you. We are ready to run this race with you, with the member states. We are ready to go along with you to make sure that this objective of 100% of services online for our citizens, for our business, is achieved within the context of the decade, the digital decade. To help us to reflect, I'm so delighted to have the distinguished speakers and panelists that have been introduced by Rodrigo. And above all, what I wanted is that this session would not just be a session where invited people will express their conceptual views or their practice, but also that we engage all the audience. So more than doing here just monologues, I would like to challenge all of you to come very close to us and to formulate your questions. The question basically is, what is missing in this race to 100% in digital government? And we opened the Slido, and I recall very quickly for you to be able to use the Slido. The password is Digital EU 2030. Please bring us your questions, your suggestions. Tell us what you think that is important to win this race. And in the second part of our debate, our distinguished speakers will pick on your ideas, on your views, to try to address them in a very interactive mode. So I'm very glad that we are all here together. The distinguished panelists have been already introduced. And I would like to start asking them one first question, while I hope that all the audience is already thinking about the suggestions, the ideas, the problems that they see on this race towards 100% of digital public services that we'll answer in the second part. I will start by inviting Fernando to address us, because he has a particular responsibility in the city of Madrid. And so that's where probably this relation between government and the citizen is probably more easy to understand. Then we go a bit more in abstraction, and I will invite Maria Manuel to talk to us about not just the role that she plays today as a member of the parliament, but also about the experience that he has in the past while she was a Secretary of State and then a Minister for public administration modernization in Portugal. Now, two other aspects are particularly important, is the aspects of the cyber dimension, and Annette will bring to us a lot of inspiring perspectives that come from the fact that by working all together in a digital world, what about the cyber awareness, the skills that are necessary? And last but not least, Robert, I will invite you to make a reflection, because in your chair as e-government, you are very familiar with academic studies. How can we look to the different developments in the different member states and bring Europe together? How do you look to the once only principle and some of the basic principles that are important to ensure Europe? Rodrigo mentioned that we learned a lot from the pandemics. If we learned something, is that we are not able to address the challenges within the borders of a particular country, no matter how big this country is, how important it is in the world, because the challenges are more holistic, the challenges are more global, and so we have to cooperate. And so the public services that the different administrations have to put in place at the service of their citizen need to be interoperable at European level. And interoperability is certainly one topic that will come very often in this debate. So thanks very much. I hope that our audience is already thinking about the Slido contribution, because we will look to it at a later stage. But first, let me turn then to Pablo. Pablo, good friend. Hola, ¿cómo estás? I would like to focus with you, or invite you to focus on precisely this a very close relation between citizens and public administration when we are in the domain of working in a city, in a smart city. And obviously this dimension of user centricity, user-driven approach has been very much emphasized in the Tallinn Declaration, in the Berlin Declaration, and is certainly fundamental for all of us. City administrations are actually one of the main entrances from the citizens to make a dialogue, not just with a smart city, but also with the governments at a broader scale, regional or national or even European. Now, Fernando, you are the head of the digital transformation of the city of Madrid. How do you see the roles of cities? How do you think that they will shape the digital transformation of public administrations for people, for local businesses? The floor is yours. Fernando.
Well, thank you very much, Mario, and thank you, European Commission and the Portuguese organization for the invitation to Madrid to participate in this session. It's an exciting day for me to attend this meeting in Lisbon, even in virtual. I remember 20 or 20 years ago, when I was working for the Spanish tax administration, I was following the Lisbon strategy. That time, Maria Manuel, remember that. I started attending the first European global government meetings, and I remember the first in Brussels. The slogan was "From policy to practice," as the beginning of this cycle we want to close today. In that time, I was concerned just in the relation between taxpayer with tax administration. And in this meeting, I became aware of the importance of solution, not just for national level, but for an European level. The next year, the second meeting was in Como, and we presented a project on interchange of data between public administration, all levels, to develop the once only principle in Spain. So that was my beginning 20 years ago around Lisbon strategy, and I'm happy today to be back in Lisbon in virtual to close this cycle of digital use. Well, what is the role of local administration? Madrid. Well, Madrid is a large city in a large country. I usually say that Spain is like a small Europe due to our high level of decentralization. And Madrid is like a small country, or not so small, 3.3 million inhabitants, but more than 6 million if we count people who live, have a house, work, or visit Madrid. Much of them European from all countries. And they need services. We must provide both physical and digital services. So if we want to develop real citizen-centered digital services, we need to have a global European view, no matter if we belong to a national, regional, or a local level. In my opinion, cities as Madrid plays a key role in this race of 100% of digitalization. Most of digital services are consumed at a local level. Cities are closer to citizens than any other administration, and not only in the root of the Romanic War, closer to self-employees and closer to small and medium enterprises affected by this crisis. And we could foster use. We could increase the digital identity, skills, concern about the cybersecurity, even solving some problems of digital divide needed to advance in the digitalization process. So we contact and see our users every day. We try to co-create, co-design with them. We cooperate with multinational or startups in cluster to design a new innovative service using open data and all emerging technologies, artificial, you say, Mario, artificial intelligence, cloud, 5G, Internet of Things, of course. But what is a key point? We have an immediate feedback for all our decisions. The outbreak of COVID has increased the value of this proximity of the local administration. On one hand, we realize the key role of digital services in this time, not only to provide administrative services, but also to protect people, to maintain the economic activity and employment, and in this social distance needed to fight the pandemic. On the other hand, we provide not only administrative solution, but also in mobility, urban development, works, waste management, security, culture, sport, taxes, also, everything. We are facing changes day by day, and we need information, also data with quality, data in real time, data interoperable, because we need data to know what is happening in our city, to make decisions in real time, to drive day by day changing activity, and to plan for the future, so common problems. And this is why I believe that from Spain and from Madrid, we can contribute to this European vision. Digital services are key drivers of digital formation for our countries, our cities, and in Europe. And COVID has been an accelerator of these key processes. Crisis as an opportunity. I always say it as a very sad opportunity. COVID has shown the value of technology to maintain this way of hybrid life. But also it has put on the table our limitations, the barriers that we still have to have this 100% of digital services we want. Digital device, what means discrimination today, because it's impossible to access to health or to education, communication infrastructures, lack of skill, cybersecurity, digital identity, interoperability to develop one's only principle, I think more important than ever, in my opinion, data management and so on. So fighting these barriers is our work for now, to close this cycle, this challenge to have 100% of digitalization of public services. Madrid is a collaborative city. We are connected with data and services with national platforms connected also to Europe. We have put the focus on developing digital services and not only in developing digital services, but in the use. Madrid leads in this moment the United Nations report of the government service this year, and we participate actively in several European working groups, between them Eurocities and European Interoperability Framework for Smart Cities, that I think is very important to increase the level of collaboration between cities in Europe with interoperability. So Madrid is ready. We have a strong commitment for this collaboration in Europe, as sure other European local administration. Thank you, Mario.
Fernando, thanks very much. This is great. I mean, you talk about the co-creation of services, the closeness, the proximity to the citizen. How do you foster a digital identity? How do you relate to them? And how do you address these challenges that every day you face by talking to them? This is amazing. And there's lots of cases where the tools and technologies used in the smart cities can then be moved at European level. Just one example that actually comes from Spain, another city like Barcelona, where an open source solution for city engagement has been used. Hellas is now being used in the Conference of Future of Europe, so amazing. You made us go from the local to the European perspective, saying that we have to act together. And that's why it's so natural to give the floor now to Maria Manuel, because she's working now in the European Parliament as a member of the European Parliament with high responsibilities. And as we saw, Maria Manuel, from Fernando, this link between local and European is very important. So the question is, how do you see from your side that the European dimension is matching, is responding, is actually giving a framework in which the local developments can be pushed forward? And do you see that this balance between national or even local, regional, national and European is well achieved? Is there something that we still need to add? The floor is yours, Maria Manuel.
Thank you very much, Mario. Thank you for the invitation, and it's my pleasure to be with all of you in this discussion about a so important point. And of course, I totally agree with you that you need to work in an integrated form sometimes among local, national, and also European Union level, and sometimes to protect our values. Our European values are a way to manage the digital world, maybe we need to work with other partners at global level. We need a global coalition for a digital more respectful of our values as we are defending in Europe. But my point is about public services, not about this global coalition. And of course, I agree with the targets of our digital compass related to the public services, but a lot of work we are doing now, such as delivering public service online, is about catching up things we should have done in the past, and we need to say that. And also, of course, we need to develop greater interoperability between services, including within the internal market, where interoperability, for instance, between social security service or health services would certainly be an excellent contribution to free movement of workers, to our free movement in the internal market, but it doesn't exist for the moment. However, on what we should have done in the past cannot prevent us from thinking about the challenge of the present and the future. This is what citizens and business expect from us, from our national and European authorities. And the stage we are in is the one in which the state, in a broad sense, that means public entities, should become invisible. That does not mean that public entities should not be present. On the contrary, it means that citizens and business should be less and less disturbed by administrative burdens to comply with their duties or make effective their rights. And this means that we can anticipate problems instead of solve them. For instance, anticipate that there are going to be an increase on urgencies in hospitals. We can anticipate if you have good data. And this is my point, is about data. We need more data, we need good data, we need secure data, we need data at European level, and of course, we need data analytics and artificial intelligence specialists to work with us to use this kind of data. And let me share with you something we are doing in Portugal and we are doing in other European member states, such as Estonia and of course Finland and the others, I'm sure, that is exactly promoting partnerships between our scientific community, who is able to find the solution, and our public administration who knows what the problem is. And so in Portugal, only to give you some examples, we are developing a project named Decoding Legislation that aims to develop natural language processing algorithms that would allow for searches and interpretation of legislation on consumers' rights based on citizens' questions in non-technical language, of course, or other project that aims to use AI to predict factors that contribute to early school leaving. Its goal is to help identify students that might require the special support and to provide policymakers with better data to inform the design of future policies. This is also very important. And there are many others, more than 70 nowadays, with our market surveillance authorities, with our tax authorities, with justice, and so on, that are prototyping the use of public data to improve public policies and public services. And what we should do in order to promote these improvements, in order to enlarge our ambition concerning the use of data and digital, of course, and the new technologies such as deep learning, machine learning, and so on. At European level, we need to create public anonymized and pseudo-anonymized data infrastructure for public data, including at European level, as we are doing for health with the European Health Data Space. We need to stimulate experimentation, including regulatory sandbox, always in partnership with scientific community and even private sector on how to use those data to improve public policies. We must foster cooperation at European level, even if public administration systems are not harmonized, as we know. At the end of the day, the problems they solve are similar. We all have market surveillance authorities, management health problems, education, and so on. They are not very different, the problems we need to solve. And you must invest more in public sector. And this is for me very crucial point. To start it with its own service, I'm sorry, Mario. Judging by the bureaucracy in the European Parliament, there is a lot to be done. Also in projects and exchanges between the services of the member states, for instance, concerning the management and execution of European funds, where bureaucracy is so difficult to deal with for business and for small associations. And we must also to invest in improving, of course, digital literacy and digital skills. For me, infrastructure, without infrastructure and without skills, the rest, as Cecilia told us before, is just talk. Digital literacy is fundamental for a digital inclusion, and digital skills is fundamental for European Union competitiveness. So we need to invest in children, we need to invest in lifelong learning. And in my opinion, we need at European level a digital guarantee for European citizens. And the digital guarantee must assure access to the internet for all with good connectivity and affordable Wi-Fi, and also basic digital skills. And basic digital skills nowadays include to know something, a little bit about artificial intelligence, to know what is an algorithm. Only then will the benefits of public sector digitalization truly reach everyone. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Portuguese government on the creation of a social tariff that will allow disadvantaged people to have cheaper access to the internet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria Manuel. And the first words that you said is, we started running very, very slow, so we have to run faster now towards this big objective that we have. And that was very interesting. You touch a lot of things from the social dimension, the literacy, from the technological solutions that we need, but also you talked about European spaces. You mentioned the health European data space, so important for the future, not just because we can help on the health or in the other domain, but also because it is evidence-based in terms of finding new regulatory solutions, new policy solutions, also to use for innovation and for research. So a broad spectrum of things that Europe would benefit if we would follow some of the ideas that you gave to us. But the pandemics also brought to us this dimension of cyber attacks and cyber threats. And I'm very glad to have Annette with us, because Annette brings this knowledge from the cyber side. Also, I would say, because she's leading and president of the Cyber Aware for Women, it's very important to have this balance and this gender balance in our activities, and I welcome this perspective from Annette. As a cyber professional with a very comprehensive experience both in the private and public sector, tell us what do you see that are the risks for the public administrations in this new digital world. Look at them and see if the governance strategies that we are putting in place, like the NIS directive and others, are in the right path. Should we accelerate further, as Maria Manuel seems to imply? Annette, please.
Thank you so much. Let me pick on this because this is an excellent point that you are raising. And also let me pick on the on two ideas that were raised, or two concepts that were raised by the previous two speakers. One is interoperability and the second one is data. But before that, let's just mention the COVID-19 era again. It has been mentioned several times during this particular day, not without a reason, to be honest, because the COVID-19 has brought a lot of changes along in cybersecurity as well. But coincidentally, this came exactly at the same period of time when Europe has moved a lot, has developed a lot its cybersecurity posture. What I mean here basically is the cybersecurity policy posture of the European Union, and so it reflects a lot to the to the posture of the member states as well. What I mean here is that by now we have a new cybersecurity strategy, a new cybersecurity act. We are reviewing the NIS directive first edition, so the second edition will come soon. There are discussions about critical entities resilience directive. We are planning to set up a network of security operations centers, and when I say plan, it's actually an operational planning. We will have an EU's own cyber diplomacy toolbox, and we have set security recommendations to 5G frameworks. So on policy level, I believe we are really, really well off. Perhaps I should say that we are the best policed, if this word exists at all, best cybersecurity policed region all over the globe. Okay, so this is where we start from. And then COVID comes, and what we understand is that data becomes the most important thing, let's say, but from cybersecurity perspective, in this particular case, from our perspective, from cybersecurity and cyber defense perspective. Because what we understood from the pattern, the frequency, and the strength and the nature of the attacks is that though in number the attacks have decreased, let's say, the level of how these attacks are well engineered and how efficient these are has never been seen before. So it is something new. And the sectors most affected are healthcare, education, and basically the cybersecurity supply chain. What I mean here is the critical infrastructure which provide essential services to the public and the public administrations, and also to the e-commerce sector. These, in reality, and really in practice, challenge the EU cyber resilience level. What is needed and what was painfully missing from the first year of the COVID period is the targeted information sharing in cybersecurity on those incidents that are related to the education sector, the healthcare sector, and in general, which target that critical infrastructure element, or those critical infrastructure elements that target the essential services, the most essential services. What we understood is that the common database that the EU is approaching to have is very good from various scientific perspectives. But we should have one dedicated to cybersecurity purposes. This is why we are really keen to have the NIS directive, the enhanced version, level 2 version, let's say, because hopefully it will enforce those mandatory information sharing steps, though as we see or as we expect these to come, still anonymized. But that will be able, that era will provide enough information, enough data, cybersecurity data, to be able to really handle these situations, these incident situations in a timely manner and also in a collaborative fashion. As I said, the most effective sectors by this COVID-19 situation are healthcare, education, and e-commerce in general. And just a couple of reflections on, let me mute. This is COVID. My office is located very close to a hospital district, and we are still having difficulties. Nevertheless, let's get back to the NIS directive and the review what ANISA collected on the effects of the NIS directive. That's quite interesting. What basically meant a lot of difficulties, and that was surprising for us cybersecurity experts as well, is that those who had to apply the NIS directive actually provided two, let's say, critical statements. One was that the expectations for applying NIS directive all over Europe were not clear enough. And the second most significant feedback of the NIS directive implications was that the relevant national authority or national security authority was not, let's say, supportive enough, did not give enough support or significant enough support to put the NIS directive related changings and developments in effect. That limited support from the national authorities need to change in the future, I believe, because that will lead ideally, or let's say in a super ideal situation, in a super fast manner, to something that we call an enhanced public sector awareness on the necessary cybersecurity improvements. And hopefully that will bring along another issue, which is the increased digital literacy of the public authorities in general. As we understand from the current recovery fund structuring, this is something that is very much supported by the member states on policy level. What we are really seeking for is that it's actually happening on operational levels. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Annette. And it's very interesting to listen from the experts on the field. Education, health, and critical infrastructure as being the most targeted infrastructures. And although Europe has developed a lot of policies, maybe some of them were not very clear, and we need to work further on that. You mentioned cyber awareness. You mentioned also, forcefully going together, collaborating, exchanging information to make sure that we can fight these cyber threats and make our digital world a safer world for all our citizens and our businesses. Now, we move now to Robert. And Robert, you are a specialist in governance, if I may say. And I'm sure that you have been looking to the different speeds in which the member states are developing. You certainly have been looking also to the quality of the data, to the once only principle. Can you share with us what is your view and how do we see the developments from your perspective at Europe level, taking into consideration these different speeds, and how can we get even further from your perspective? Robert.
Mario, as you know, we academics, we like to actually idolize the world. We like to make models. Yeah. So over the past 20 years, academics have developed some 50 different maturity models, which my dear colleague Morten Meyer of Nielsen carefully analyzed. Still, amongst all of these different, I like to stick to a very simple one. And Lane and Lee's critical contribution in 2001 actually was talking about 4 steps. About cataloging information, about providing transaction service. And that's where, unfortunately, still several member states are stuck. And then actually having to take on the challenge of vertical and horizontal integration of its public services. More than 10 EU member states have already introduced the necessary data exchange layers which are really important to actually enable this once only principle that you have mentioned before, which my host country Estonia is famous for with its X-Road platform. We need to do the same in Europe. We need to support the 5% of those that live in a different member state than their country of citizenship, like myself, or even all those companies that offer their services all around Europe. We need to reduce their administrative burden. I still have my thick folder with all the paper documents from me and my family at home that I take with me whenever I need to do the online process, and that needs to go away. So once only is really the element that needs to allow us to pull the information where it is and link it together so that we don't have to copy and waste paper. Essentially, what we need to make sure is not only to vertically integrate the silos that exist, like in BRIS, like in UCARIS, like in ESSI, and other networks that already are available. We need to actually horizontally integrate the real linking of the ones only cross-border. By that, we are essentially taking care of ordering and liking to structure our data spaces across Europe. That is actually what the single digit gateway regulation will deliver in 2023, where my project, the ones only principle, TOP, has delivered together with 20 EU member states a data exchange layer for the European space. That will allow us actually to build those really much needed secure cross-border digital public services, where we are all actually going to study them in the 2023 DGO conference in Tartu, Estonia, which will actually provide this additional academic insights in 2 years' time from now. But last, let me not forget about the GovTech industry that we need to build, because innovation cannot only come from the public sector. It needs to actually utilize the private sector, needs to utilize those young academics and entrepreneurs that we need to fund, and we need to actually fund them for the public good. And with that short intervention, back to you, Mario.
Roberto, short but very interesting. This vertical and horizontal integration, this cross-country, but also cross-silos within the public administration, very, very important. And thanks very much for referring to this GovTech involving the innovation ecosystem. And this is something that I think that came across in all the interventions. We are looking for the local, the regional, the national, and then the European perspective. We are looking for youngsters to help us. We look to the cyber perspective. We look to the literacy, and we look to services that are centered in the citizen. And the once only principle is absolutely fundamental, not just because of the waste of paper, but also of the waste of time and preoccupations of the citizens and businesses. And while we have been entailing this fantastic conversation, our amazing audience has been putting words and concepts in a word cloud. And now I'm going to allow for another 5 or 6 minutes for all of us. So a very short comment. You are free, dear colleagues, to pick one of those words, the one that tells you more, and elaborate for 1 minute about it from your own perspective. And maybe I start with you, Fernando.
Well, okay, a lot of very important words in this cloud. I am going to select EID. Why? Because I think EID is the main door to the use of services, and our target must be the use of services. And the use of services integrate all connectivity, skills, cybersecurity, digital identity, interoperability, and only with the use we are going to get efficiency, reduction of administrative burdens, savings. I remember the European strategy against the previous economic crisis was austerity. So reduction in staff, reduction in budget, and in this is different. We need to invest in critical sector. But the use was very important to maintain the quality of public services. And when I read the digital compass, when I read the targets for 2030, I realized that the global use, the generalized use of digital services must be our objective in Europe.
Thank you very much. Maria Manuel, what word did you decide to pick from the word cloud?
It's not
Maria Manuel,
possible.
yeah.
Yes, it's not possible for us to see the words. You need to tell us. It's impossible to see.
I'm sure that my colleagues.
So small.
I'm sure that
I
so
know,
small.
but it's not possible. So small.
Okay, look, I don't want to bias you, but interoperability and GovTech were the two biggest words. Maybe this is a hint for you.
Okay, interoperability. It's a very good word, but not only as a technical word. There is that semantic interoperability, technical interoperability. This is a problem technology is able to solve. The problem is organizational interoperability, is political interoperability, in order to break the silos among our administration, between local and regional level, between national and regional level, between national and EU level, in order to deliver better public service to citizens according to their needs, no matter the public authority behind the service. If we have to, for the same service, we need to work together. This is the real transformative interoperability. And what I would like to have, as I said before, is to use interoperability to have more data at European level and to deliver service at European level, no matter the member state I am. If I'm living in two cities at the same time, in Coimbra and also in Brussels, I would like to have, for instance, health services with my data from Coimbra or with my data from Brussels. The same for social security and other kind of public service. This is interoperability to transform public services. And the time is to transform. It's not only to simplify, it's to transform, it's to deliver in a different way, is to anticipate problems. And we have technology to do that. So we need political will to do that. And this is the point. It's why I agree with Annette that we need digital literacy also for politicians.
That's probably a very good hint. Maybe we should not just talk about interoperability, but talk about an interoperable EU. That's probably a motto for our activities in the future. Thank you very much. Annette, can you go around in your word cloud and find a word that impressed you and make a comment?
I hope I saw trust on the word cloud, if you could just verify that for me. Trust, that was very close to, above interoperability, if I see that properly. And if there is trust, I will go for that. So let me pick that one, because there is one special thing that needs to be understood when we talk about cybersecurity. And so the cybersecurity steps in the period of COVID-19, let's say. Trust is essential for cybersecurity because trust drives the initial steps of information sharing, operational level information sharing and tactical level information sharing in cyber. Therefore, if we relate a little bit back to the previous discussions and the need for a unified or EU level cybersecurity information exchange platform specialized and dedicated for overarching cyber crisis situation handling, let's say, let me address this issue in such a, let's say, non-professional way to make it understandable for everyone. This can solely be managed on the basis of trust between public administrations and industry. What's the reason for that? Those essential services that are provided within the EU are usually provided by industrial service providers to the public administration that provides the essential service to its citizens. So if there is no trust in between the public administration and the industry, or I should say from public administration towards its own industry or towards the European industry in cybersecurity, there will be no effective information sharing between the two parties. And now the situation is that it's quite more likely that the industry is willing to share information with the public services. The public services are less keen to share information with the industry. Though, if we address the issue of the digital supply chain and the security of the digital supply chain, and through that, the digital value chain in Europe, this is really a very basic chance we can't get away without taking. So trust is my pick, and I hope that we can bring these two seemingly very far away sectors a bit more closer to one another, Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. This is very touching, and your relation between the public authorities and the supply chain and this trust that needs to be developed between all of us is absolutely essential. Now, Robert, your turn to pick a word.
I have a hard time picking one word. I just would rather like to combine three words. On the one hand side, EU ID, interoperable, and once only. What I think we really need in Europe is we need to have the EU identity. We need to build our cross-border identity, because otherwise my three different ID cards, my Austrian, my German, my Estonian, actually represent three completely different digital persons. There is no link between them. There is, for a computer system, a very hard time to really understand that when I come with my German ID card, I'm the same person as when I come with my Estonian ID card, and likewise with the Austrian one. And really providing this European solution of providing a real understanding of a possibility for us to link our identities together, that's a key challenge that hopefully now will be addressed, and that's what we need to get to the 100%. Likewise, when we build the interoperable systems, as you have said before, we can actually really work on the semantics. We can work on making the terms match. But if people don't trust people, in the end, they will always find an issue. They will find a barrier. Why not to trust the other side that maybe through a computer is hidden from an exchange? So we need to build this trust in Europe so that the public administrations actually can trust each other and actually accept their documents and hopefully in the end their structured data. And that brings me really to this once only in the end. We need to work both on building trust, we need to work on actually getting rid of the distrust, and we need to bring Europe together also in the digital space and build this digital single market, because only then we will have that ecosystem that can build us the next Skype, the next big innovation in the area of digital transformation. And the public sector has been too long neglected and has a fantastic opportunity for the future. I see you were very upset.
Actually, Robert, you made an absolutely closing for this session, because you brought together EID, trust, and interoperability. And those are the three key words that I'm sure that the audience will keep in their mind when we talk about the race to the 100% of the public services. I'd like to thank all the participants. And I end back to you, Rodrigo. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mario. Thank you so much, Director General. And thank you to all the speakers for this very lively debate. For its success, the European Union has committed to building strong international digital partnerships, matching the 4 pillars of the compass that we have been discussing today. We are now moving on to the last session of the day. The next panel will discuss international partnerships to see how all this must be applied at the global stage. But first, some opening remarks from Mr. Roberto Viola, Director General of the Directorate General for Communications of the European Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be again with you after a very successful morning. This afternoon, we are taking the broader dimension of partnership, and we do it with a smile on our face, because we have witnessed this morning the inauguration of the Bella Cable. So we have witnessed that partnerships, not just nice words, nice principles, which are necessary, but it's also action. And this is exactly the spirit of the European Digital Compass. To have these 4 cardinal points: skills, infrastructure, scaling up businesses, and a more transparent and citizen-centered public administration, also projected in our international dimension. So this is, of course, at the center of the compass, that's the human being, as it was remarked many times this morning. And partnership means adhering to this idea to navigate through these 4 cardinal points and do concrete things together. And I think the cable, the Bella cable, that brings together South America and Europe is one of the most significant expression, concrete realization of this concept of partnership. Now we want to be broader. And that's part of our navigation for the next 10 years, the digital decade. And of course, it requires partnership, being a digital partnership to start with inside the European Union. That's why today in the panel, we have the DG, which is responsible for partnership, and European Action Service. So our, external dimension of the Union. So with Elena and Marietta, we are sharing together this vision of really being partner with the rest of the world, and especially with our friends and like-minded partners. The concept of digital partnership, it's a mix of adhering to what are these, let me call it the European principle, the universal principle that now are even in the Lisbon Declaration of a human-centric development of digital, and then do a number of concrete actions that link knowledge together, link people together. When looking at people and knowledge, we don't need to travel much. Of course, we like to travel and starting travel again for pleasure. But when it comes to, moving because of a need, maybe less and less this will be necessary in the future. People can stay wherever they want and they have chosen to live, but still be very connected. And scientists can work together to share information, and data have to flow. The more we understand our planet, the more we will be sure that we arrive to the target of a climate neutral ecosystem around us. That's why one of our ambitious projects is to create a digital twin of the Earth that will allow us to understand the direction of travel when it comes to transforming the Earth, to allow us to predict catastrophic events and to save lives. That's why we want to have a digital twin of the body. To understand better our immune system, to prevent, further pandemic, to understand better how to cure illnesses that today are not curable. And this requires partnership. It requires partnership, cooperation, sharing of common ambitions. But common ambitions can only be built with infrastructure, with connectivity. That's why with partnership comes a solid connectivity agenda. And this is exactly what you see behind, if you like, the Bella cable. Behind the Bella cable, there's a solid friendship with Brazil and South America in general, where we want to exchange data, where we want to exchange cooperation when looking at, again, our environment and what we can do for our environment and what we can do to fight pandemics, what we can do to improve quality of life. And this is the same spirit for businesses. Cooperation allows new ideas, disruptive business models, and allow, startup to thrive. And we want startup to thrive not only in Europe, but in all our neighboring countries and in all our countries which adhere to the concept of partnership. This is also the new spirit about our development program, and I'm sure that Marietta will go into this. And this is also the spirit of Team Europe, where we team up with the member states in order to offer, to the rest of the world the possibility to cooperate, and I'm sure Elena will touch on this. So with this spirit, we would like to really, have this discussion today to understand better how to forge this partnership, to get the feedback from the panelists, from the audience, what to do next to really make those partnerships solid and conductive, as it was the partnership with Brazil on the Bella Cable. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie mille, Mr. Viola, for your words, and they are already a very good beginning for the next panel. And to moderate the next panel on international partnerships, I now welcome Sasha Rubel from UNESCO. The floor is yours, Sasha. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rodrigo, and thank you, Roberto, for those opening remarks. And welcome, bienvenue, willkommen, benvindo to everyone on the other side of the screen, joining us today from Rio, Santo Domingo, Dakar, Nairobi, New York, Lisbon, Brussels, and beyond. To lead the digital decade, we must harness the power of digital tools themselves to invent new ways to cooperate. The European Union is committed to forging strong international digital partnerships, matching the 4 cardinal points of its digital compass: skills, secure and sustainable digital infrastructures, digital transformation of business, and digitalization of public services. And they are just as committed to translating these partnerships into joint action with impact. This session, dedicated to international partnerships for the digital decade, follows the inauguration earlier today of the EllaLink transatlantic cable, co-funded by the EU through the Bella program. So today, we are celebrating connectivity both in terms of infrastructure and what it will enable, but also in terms of the connective tissue embodied in this renewed partnership between Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Europe is committed to empowering businesses and people to build a human-centered, sustainable, and more prosperous digital future. International partnerships for the digital decade that build this connective tissue between Team Europe and other parts of the world will ensure this human-centered and democratic digital transformation, where everyone will be able to reap the benefits of this digital decade. Europe's approach to digital transformation has been guided by the conviction that everyone must be empowered to be actors and creators, and not just consumers in the digital decade. We must together today, in this panel and beyond, co-create this vision of human-centered digital transformation together, and together translate this vision into joint action. The European Commission is doing just this, translating Team Europe's collective vision into concrete operational projects and partnerships of equals with countries and continents at the global level. To introduce our panelists with us here today, I will invite the speakers on this theme to share with us, in one word, what comes to mind when I say international partnerships for the digital decade. First, Helena Koning, Deputy Secretary General for Economic and Global Affairs at the European External Action Service of the European Commission. Helena, what comes to mind when I say international partnerships for the digital decade?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha. Great to be here. Let us start from the other way around. For me, we really need to build a coalition of like-minded countries around the world that have a similar idea of digital transformation as the EU has. And I think you mentioned it yourself. We're looking at our closest partners who also believe in a human-centric approach. And of course, one of our closest partners in this are the Latin American and the Caribbean countries. So I think the Bella Cable is an excellent example how we can link up with the region through this bridge or tunnel, whatever we may call it, what happens to be digital. So the word I would suggest is like-mindedness.
That is a great word to kick us off. Thank you very much, Helena. Marietta Jager, Deputy Director General for the Directorate General for the European Commission's DG INPA, dedicated to international partnerships. What comes to mind when I say international partnerships for the digital decade? One word, very challenging. Marietta, you are muted. If you can unmute yourself.
Indeed, thank you very much. In one word, my vision would be an innovative and ambition and forward-looking partnership, really to harness the digital opportunities where they can improve our lives. And that comes wherever in the world, because this is a global world we are talking about.
As head of international partnerships, your word of ambition strikes at the heart of what we will be talking about here today. Eric Heuser, Chief Executive Officer at Géant, which is the pan-European data network for the research and education community, and part of the Bella Consortium behind the construction of the EllaLink cable launched earlier today. What comes to mind when I say international partnerships for the digital decade?
Well, I want to build on what Roberto just said, is that the current pandemic has shown that we can work together without traveling. However, I found over the last year and a half that there's one thing that is very difficult to do with online tools and which cannot be replaced for the moment, at least, but for live meetings. And that would be my word for this, and that is trust. Building trust requires you to look each other in the eyes, see body language, etc. And that we have not been able to replace that yet with all the digital tools. So trust would be my word.
Great words coming out: trust, like-mindedness, ambition. I pass the floor now to you, Luis Eliezer Cadenas, Executive Director of Red Clara, the Latin American counterpart to the European Géant in the Bella Consortium behind the construction of the EllaLink cable. One word.
One word is difficult. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for having me in this important celebration day when we attain with this inauguration of the EllaLink cable, this long cherished dream of having a direct digital connection between Europe and Latin America. I will say that collaboration is the word that comes to my mind. I think this connectivity is giving us the opportunity to collaborate, to engage much better. So collaboration is the word that comes to my mind.
Great. Connectivity and collaboration, which is indeed one of the things that we'll be talking a lot about today in the framework of this panel. How connectivity is an enabler for this kind of collaboration. Caroline King, SAP Global Vice President of Government Affairs and Business Development. What comes to your mind when I say international partnerships for the digital decade?
Thank you. I think the word for me would be co-innovation. I know we've seen a lot on innovation already on our word cloud, but I think what's really critical is working together, in particular the public and private sectors, as it pertains to technological development and technological transformation. The technology changes very quickly, so the public sector needs the support of the private sector to understand where those changes are headed and what they mean, and the private sector needs the public sector to set the level playing field, define the rules for cooperation, and ensure that we are working with harmonized standards to move that transformation forward. And every time, we've seen it with COVID, we put great minds together, we come up with great solutions for very difficult problems with the crises. We've seen it in vaccination certificates and with regard to corona warn apps in different countries, projects SAP has also worked on, but also others. So under difficult circumstances, necessity is the mother of invention, co-innovation makes the difference.
Thank you, Caroline. It recalls for me what you have just said, the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation, where he highlighted that we live in an era of digital interdependence. So these words, co-innovation, co-creation, ambition, connectivity, collaboration, trust, these are the keywords that I invite you to keep in your minds, those that are participating on the other side of the screen and the panelists with us here today, as we chart a course forward for international partnerships for this digital decade. Today, as you all know, marks a new era of digital cooperation and international partnerships to achieve the digital targets for 2030. The priority the EU gives to establishing action-oriented digital partnerships is embodied in the close cooperation between the EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean that led to the launch of the EllaLink transatlantic cable earlier today that Roberto referred to in his remarks. But what about the rest of the world? For instance, Southeast Asia, where we see less connectivity and aging submarine cables. At Digital Day 2021, 27 European countries committed to reinforcing internet connectivity with partners around the world, with the Declaration on European Data Gateways as a key element of the EU's digital decade. Only 3 months later, the EU co-funded Bella program celebrates today the inauguration of this submarine cable linking Europe and Latin America, providing the first direct, high-speed connection between the two continents. The impact of this connectivity in the fields of research, innovation, and education will be complemented by the work of the Digital for Development Hub, launched in December of 2020. Helena Koning, from your perspective, what will be the impact of this connectivity on the digital partnership between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean? How does this build on previous cooperation between the EU and other regions of the world? And where, from your perspective, do we go from here?
Thank you very much, Sasha. Great question. I think Bella is a symbol of the closer partnership for the future that we're building with Latin America and the Caribbean. It was the 2015 summit that supported the construction of the transatlantic cable, and now we see it actually happening today. Latin America and the Caribbean will continue to be high on our agenda, and we really want to re-energize what we're doing between our two regions. So hopefully we'll having a EU, Latin America and Caribbean summit very close this year or early next year. And in that summit and in our bilateral agenda, region to region, digital cooperation will definitely be one of the top priorities. We are preparing our cooperation with the region right now, and we want to raise the ambition, and digital is right up there. When it comes to the strengthening, what this cable actually does, I think it builds the missing link. And I was talking about a bridge or a tunnel before. It's the first direct connection, not passing through North America. And that is a big geostrategic value also for both sides. Secondly, and that has been mentioned by several colleagues already, researchers, academia, businesses on both sides of the Atlantic will be able to innovate, exchange data, and develop new digital technologies and services based on this secure and high-speed connection. It really shows how people, research and collaboration benefits from fiscal infrastructure investment. Thirdly, I think it's a model for future engagement, bringing together governments and public entities and the private sector from EU and from different Latin American and Caribbean countries is really the future way of working. Without good cooperation and support from partners on both sides, it wouldn't have been possible. So again, I think it's a model for how we can work in the future also. Regarding the second part of the question, although our connectivity strategy that came out in 2018 was very much focused on Asia, EU-Asia, we're increasingly looking at connectivity on the global level. Our principles are global. We're talking about the importance of sustainable connections and level playing field globally. If that is a global aim, so is the impact of connectivity. Investment in physical infrastructure and regulatory and institutional capacity will affect the resilience, security, dependencies, and innovation in partners. So we'll have a great influence both on EU and on our partners worldwide. And as I mentioned, like-minded was my word. I think we really want to advance our agenda with like-minded partners. And when I say like-minded, it's a lot about seeing connectivity in the way we do it. And I mentioned some of the principles before. We have connectivity partners with Japan. We recently set up one with India. The aim is really to continue to build on our connectivity agenda and get engaged with other partners in other regions as we roll this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena. Like-minded indeed comes back in your intervention, and I particularly appreciate your emphasis of needing to rethink the ways we cooperate in the digital decade. And we need governments and the public sector and the private sector around the table to co-create, through these like-minded values and principles that you shared, an inclusive and democratic digital decade. Marietta Jager, building on what Helena Koenig said, the international partnerships between Europe and other regions is based indeed on the conviction that there must be partnerships of equals in order to achieve inclusive digital transformation, grounded in democratic principles and human-centered and values-based. How do you see this renewed relationship between the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean impacting the future of digital partnerships as it concerns the cardinal points that we've heard a lot about today of the EU's digital compass at the global level?
Thank you very much. This is an absolutely brilliant question, and it's really the honor to participate in this session on behalf of the DG INTPA international partnership. And as the name of my DG tells you, it's all about partnership. It's about a partnership of equals and enhanced partnership. And here we are working side by side with our partners around the world, really for human-centric and value-based digital economy and society. And we are so happy to celebrate the EllaLink today that bears fruit of the long-standing relationship that we have with the Latin American Caribbean. And as our president of the Commission said today, our relations with the Latin America is an example of the engagement, of the EU engagement with the partner countries, and the EllaLink cable is a symbol of this renewed partnership. And as I agree with you that this renewed partnership is definitely impacting all four cardinals of the digital compass. And in line with the principles of international digital partnerships, we aim to ensure that really technology works for all people, that the digital economies are fair and open, and that our societies are open, democratic, and sustainable. And Latin America and Caribbean represent a model of this aspiration. And therefore, it will not come as a surprise to you that the informal ministerial meeting in December, the EU-LAC Digital Alliance was discussed. And this digital alliance is really to be the root of the partnership in the years to come. And not only because it's mutually beneficial, but because it will bring us even closer together. It will really bring us closer, open new doors and to innovative cooperation, exchanges, be regional trade, and also the investment. And I can tell you that the Latin America economic outlook for 2020 clearly shows that the digital transformation reaches across so many areas, and there is a huge potential on education, security, health, environment, fighting poverty and inequalities. And those are the principal objective of our cooperation. And really the development of a digital partnership between the EU and LAC would really leverage the potential of the digital transformation for digital public service provision as well, and job creation and fostering really the economic growth. And for instance, we can have important lessons to share, experience with our digital single market, or for example, the experience in providing the e-government services to the citizens. And some of our member states, they are really among the most developed in the world. And also concerning the digital economy in LAC, we really aim to work together with all IFIs to bring more the investments and also to use our tools like future EFSD Plus to design the programs that will bring us even closer. So let me conclude. The BELA program is a prime example and through which the EU co-funds the EllaLink cable. But BELA bears enormous potential also for transformation in, as I said, education, security, health, and environment. So to conclude, I believe that all four cardinals will be very well catered with the renewed partnership with the region for the benefit of our Latin American, Caribbean friends and partners, and also for enhanced partnership with Europe within the global agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marietta, for highlighting the ways in which connectivity is the precondition for digital transformation, but also the precondition for sustainable development more broadly. As you highlighted, the journey to bring BELA connectivity online is complete, and the cable is ready to boost business and scientific and cultural exchanges between the two continents. As Roberto Viola underlined, the operationalization of the EllaLink cable delivers on the political promise of a digital bridge between Europe and Latin America, bringing the two closer than ever before, as you said, Marietta. This is the foundation of strong international digital partnerships. We are closer than ever before. But connectivity is an enabler and not the end of digital transformation and the cardinal points of the digital compass. Luis Eliezer Cadenas, from your view as Executive Director of Red Clara, the Latin American counterpart to the European géant in the BELA consortium behind the construction of the EllaLink cable, what are some of the new opportunities, building on what Marietta said, that connectivity provides in terms of infrastructure, and what does it unlock for partnerships for inclusive digital transformation?
Thank you very much for this interesting question, Sasha. Digital connectivity is the basis on which digital transformation processes are developed. It is a precondition, as you mentioned, for its deployment and exploitation. EllaLink cable builds a digital bridge between Europe and Latin America. It expands opportunities for direct cooperation between European and Latin American universities, research centers, and centers of excellence. Europe and Latin America share values and interests based on our historical relationship of more than 5 centuries. The ambitious plan proposed by Europe for the so-called digital decade includes significant investments added to all the efforts made previously and constitutes a very relevant pool of skills and knowledge. For its part, Latin America has enormous potential for development and growth. International partnerships have a crucial role in realizing it. An inclusive digital transformation requires a whole set of actions that strengthen and create spaces for access to knowledge, capabilities, and infrastructure on which deploy digital transformation technologies. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, big data, robotics, blockchain technologies, the Internet of Things, among others, are radically changing the modes of production and the productivity of companies. Taking advantage of this new digital capacity that we inaugurate today allows us to dream of much closer cooperation between Europe and Latin America for both continents' benefit and support economic and social growth. In this goal, the ecosystems of science, technology, and education have a fundamental role. The articulation of these ecosystems implies the possibility of considering large projects together, where these ecosystems are integrated with a sense of purpose to create new opportunities jointly. Education and science are essential to foster innovation and economic development. It is possible now to have a common agenda around those technologies and together pursue the many challenges we face as humankind. Finally, I think we need to guide our efforts to form the necessary human capital, develop common research agendas, and use these resources to promote social, organizational, governmental, and business innovation. It is a way of committing ourselves to an ambitious goal that can accelerate development in Latin America, strengthening ties of friendship and cooperation with a continent with which we share languages and values. This new cable symbolizes a virtual handshake between us, one that we hope will endure, mature, and grow for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. I love what you said about a virtual handshake, but this handshake is very, very real. I also equally appreciated your emphasis on the ways in which connectivity opens up spaces to create access to information and exchange. And on that note, I would like to pass the floor to you, Eric Huizer, because you are Chief Executive Officer at Géant, the Pan-European Data Network for the research and education community, where these spaces are absolutely essential. You're also part of the Bella Consortium behind the EllaLink cable and have worked extensively to strengthen the ties with Africa and Asia. Based on your experience, how do you see infrastructure impacting collaboration in the field of research and education, but also the digitalization of public services, one of the cardinal points of the EU Digital Compass?
Well, thank you for that question, Sasha. I think I will build further on the word I gave you earlier, which was trust. And I think that whatever level you want to interact on, you want to create a partnership on to promote any digital development, you need to create trust. If you look at the map behind me, you can see all the connections that Géant provides to European research and education to the rest of the world. And importantly, you see the blue link going into Latin America, and that's the one that, of course, Luis was also talking about. And this map behind me doesn't just represent cables, not just fiber. It represents real partnerships. For each of these links, there is a whole work behind it to build trust and to build partnership. Luis and I have been working together to build trust between the two of us, between our teams, our technicians, and our partners that we work with to create a whole ecosystem that stimulates the development of digital awareness and digital capabilities. And I want to give you a very concrete example of how that works. The data of the European Copernicus program, the Earth observation data, is created and assembled by European researchers. This now can be accessed through the Bella link by researchers in Chile. These researchers can then use that data to combine it with local measurement data on the Atacama Desert, and they can then create studies on the impact of iodine mining in that desert. The results of that research will help the Chilean government to get insight in the effects of pollution, economic development, and resource production estimation. And as such, you can see that while I talk about one link, it creates partnerships at government levels, the EC funding Copernicus and the data being used by the Chilean government to make their policy. It creates partnerships at the research level between researchers in Chile and researchers in Europe. And it creates partnership at the supporting level where Luis and I operate. And I think that all needs to be seamlessly integrated, and that requires partnerships built on trust.
I love the idea that seamless integration, but also seamless cooperation depends on trust. And we can build that trust in the virtual real world and make it very, very, very real. I'd like to now pass the floor to Caroline King, because Caroline, the work of SAP is based on the conviction that digital transformation depends on co-innovation, the word that you mentioned in the beginning of the session, and that the need to work with ecosystems from both the public and private sector is essential. SAP is also active in the Digital for Development Coalition, where the company has been committed to supporting SMEs in their digital transformation and skilling initiatives. What does SAP see as the role of the private sector to ensure the other dimensions of the digital targets for 2030 beyond connectivity in terms of skills, transformation of businesses, and digitalization of public services are met?
Thank you, Sasha, for the opportunity. And I realize we're here to celebrate connectivity, but as you mentioned at the outset, the 4 pillars of the digital compass are also what we in the tech sector really see as critical for the realization of digital transformation globally overall. So capacity building, skills development, digitalization of citizen services, and the modernization of public administration. And those have all taken a hit, I would have to say, in this COVID year. We've been, hit by the tsunami of a bigger crisis and had to, some of those objectives and reform paths were pushed further down the political agenda. On the other hand, COVID really showed what co-innovation and digital transformation can achieve in a short time. I mentioned this at the introduction as well. From our side alone with SAP, we worked here in Germany to build the Corona Warn app for a company that's been focused primarily on enterprise resource solutions for almost our 50-year history. It was a surprise to everyone, including ourselves, the speed and efficiency with which we could create this app to track Corona Warn corona illnesses in Germany. We created a repatriation solution for the foreign ministry to get Germans sent back to from outside the country, sent back into the country at the first lockdown. All these kinds of activities. Now we're working with Linda and on an oxygen tracking solution for India because of the enormous need there. I think those are really also in difficult times, positive examples about what digital transformation in partnership can bring. In Latin America, of course, we've been also providing some interesting activities. We have a very good supply chain solution, Ariba Discovery, that we opened up so that hospitals and organizations could find medical equipment they need or hospital beds and the like. We were doing that globally for a while in the first lockdown as well. So let me make 4 points. I think what really is new and particular about the private sector role in this digital era. Private sector business is increasingly purpose-driven, and that's no accident, and it's not an altruistic move on behalf of business. There is a real sensitivity to the fact that short-term gain happens at the expense of sustained and sustainable growth. SAP was the first tech company to join the UN Global Compact. I think it was 2001. That was actually one of my initiatives. At the time, it raised some eyebrows in the company. For now, today, that is just a natural necessity to be engaged in those kinds of initiatives. We stand hardly behind the SDG commitment, and you see this with all big industries working with OECD, WHO, the World Bank. Those partnerships are necessary. It's not, as I say, just a symbolic action or something that you write under corporate citizenship. It's part of the evolution of the transformation itself. I think the second point is that the private sector is increasingly filling the role of what in many cases are weakened states or state obligations that cannot be felt. It's no surprise really that Bill Gates is at the center of a conspiracy theory about his role with the WHO. Why is that? Where did that come from? Why is Bill Gates so involved in the WHO? In part, it's because of a vacuum that was left behind by states that were not for many years contributing to those agendas themselves. My third point is the private sectors, in some way, ironically, are probably now some of the biggest supporters of multilateral regimes. We have, the level playing field has been thrown out of order. Our multilateral world order that we got to know and live with has really been increasingly under threat by countries, in particular in the data world, creating national solutions to thinly disguise under the data sovereignty umbrella. Some of these are interesting and positive, and we work with them. Gaia X is a good example in the EU, but others are not so positive and difficult to realize then digital transformation in its full agenda. And I think private sector really has a role now to play in ensuring that as technology changes so quickly, that the sector understands and government support the harmonization of technical standards, norms, and rules so that we can move forward to realize the potential of the digital transformation. And last but not least, and let me just highlight, we require what we increasingly need to work in PPPs. We're doing a lot of digital transformation and co-innovation, as I outlined at the beginning. The private sector, needs the support of the public sector for this level playing field, and the public sector needs our energy and understanding in understanding where the technology is headed. And together, only together can we realize those. And one good example, as you mentioned, Sasha, at the outset, is this Digital for Development Coalition that we're now working to support, to provide ideas for development cooperation, to vet ongoing specific programs as an advisor, but also as an instigator in those kinds of coalitions. We do that in hundreds of those around the world, and they're increasingly important to be able to realize those goals. Let me just say one last comment, if I may. Latin America is an interesting example because there's an enormous amount of potential in Latin America. Some of the other speakers referred to those in particular in Industry 4.0 or in agribusiness or in IoT. It's a young population, a well-schooled population, a lot of dynamic energy in the informal economy, in the startup sector and the like, but it's also taken a very big hit under COVID. And I think we really appreciate these efforts to create new alliances. I've been working in the bilateral sector here in Germany on Latin America for many years now, and it's been a little bit tough and challenging to keep the interest high in Latin America. And it's not, the German investment is there not being realized to what it should be. And I know that we see this elsewhere as well. And part of that is because of the infrastructure. So we need a reliable tax system. We need a reliable regulatory background.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for those 4 points and also for the great examples that are very concrete that you've highlighted. Thank you also for emphasizing the importance of the Digital for Development Coalition. I would like to close by highlighting that we cannot reach our destination without charting a path. And the digital compass communication of the European Union and its 4 cardinal points allows us to navigate the high seas of this digital decade and together as a global community, mitigate the risks and harness the opportunities that digital transformations brings to get to where we want to go. How inclusive this digital transformation is will determine how we build forward better in a post-COVID world, more collaboratively and more human-centered and democratic. I will close with a proverb and a call to action from the African continent. If you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you would like to go far, go together. And the spirit of this collaboration and co-innovation and connective tissue between our communities is what, as the words that were said in the beginning of this panel, should guide us forward to transform these cardinal points of the EU Digital Compass into joint action, joint impact, so that everybody has a seat and not just a folding chair at the table of this digital decade and can reap the benefits together. And with that, I hand it back over to you, Rodrigo.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rubel. What a fantastic message you've left us with. And the first day is now coming to a closing ceremony. I'm delighted to introduce the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Margrethe Vestager.
Well, thank you very much. And what a privilege to join you after such a session that makes connectivity a real thing. I think the EllaLink in that respect becomes a symbol of what it's all about. Real action for real connectivity, so that all our principles, they are visible and tangible in the real world. Because that is, of course, the paradox of what we're discussing today, that everything digital, well, it affects our very real lives with a pumping heart and a body and the need to be with other people. And exactly that need to be with other people, of course, we cannot fulfill that today. But we can still have the digital assembly. And it is so timely to discuss the digital transition of our society just here, hopefully, in the last phase of the pandemic. Because what we have seen throughout the last year, and I know this is trivial, is that we have been able, so many of us, to interact, to study, to learn, to work, maybe even to exercise. And our participation today, the discussion that I just was inspired by, is only happening thanks to broadband connectivity, to cloud computing, data centers, video streaming services. And probably technology is now so integrated in our lives that we take it for granted. But we should not. Because technology is never an end in itself. It's a means to an end. It only makes sense if it serves a purpose, if it works to enhance our lives. And I would hope that this is obvious, that the European way is a human-centric way, because this is a democracy. This is a union built on the rule of law, which means that the integrity and the dignity of each individual is the starting point. And this is why technology should create opportunities for people, for companies alike. We want everybody to have access to those opportunities, as it was not just said, to have a chair at the table and not just a folding chair. Nobody should left behind because of age or gender, social background, geographical location. And every company should have a fair chance in the marketplace to present its products to potential customers. And this is the idea behind the Digital Decade communication. Here we set out our vision for Europe's digital future and how we aim to get there in 2030. And it is based on our vision of this human-centric technology that we have developed this compass that you all just addressed with its 4 cardinal points. And these 4 cardinal points, they are, of course, very closely linked together. First, skills. I think sometimes underestimated as a strategic thing to focus on, because there will be no successful, no inclusive transformation if we lack skills. We all need to be better skilled. Some, of course, need to have very high competences, very high skilled, to be very high skilled professionals. But we all need to come on board the learning transition. Second thing, the digital infrastructure, and here, of course, very topical with the EllaLink. First-class connectivity across the Union and to the rest of the world is a must. Otherwise, we will not be able to make the most of the economy and the society that we are creating right now. Thirdly, the digital transformation of businesses, so that innovative startup can grow, but also that all the businesses who are here already can develop their business models to make the most of digital technologies as what is their mission with the business that they run. And last but not least, of course, the digitization of public sector to enable us all to have the convenience and the practicality and the easy access to public services. But the thing is that we do not only aim to make opportunities available for the individual citizen, for the individual business. We also want to use digital technologies to meet bigger societal goals, like better health services, better health care, better education, to fight climate change for a greener society with less pollution. And talking about the last thing, digital technologies can reduce the environmental footprints from all of us significantly. Actually, I don't think that it's possible to reach our climate targets for 2030 without digital technology. For example, the widespread use by now of video conferences plays a part in reducing flight emissions. Artificial intelligence can help us reduce the use of fertilizers while maintaining the same level of crop or maybe even higher quality. And it will enhance the energy efficiency of our buildings. Smart homes will help us save energy, and so will smart mobility or smart city. And obviously, digital technologies will themselves need to become greener. I think we have all said here today or at other occasions that technology is neither good or bad, but that it all depends on how we use it. Already 50 years ago, the American historian Marvin Kranzberg, he was even more accurate in this regard when he said, technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. All technological developments comes with change. It will have human, economic, environmental consequences. And many of those are positive. For example, today we enjoy the biggest access to knowledge, to products and services in the history of the human being. Technology has accelerated research, advanced work in physics, in chemistry, in math. It has allowed industries to produce things faster and better using fewer resources. It's also enhancing our creative industries. It will change how tourism works. But all of that being said, there is a dark side to technology. When social networks are used to undermine our democracies, when children bully each other in a digital way, maybe even more hurtful than earlier on, when authoritarian regimes abuse technology for mass surveillance. And I think actually that list describing the dark side can be quite long. So our common challenge is to identify how to maximize the benefits of technology while limiting its negative consequences, to mitigate the risks. And when it comes to the transition and the phase that we're in now, I think we have all become so much more mindful about what technology does to our lives, to our sense of well-being and security, but also to our sense of democracy and individual rights. And all of that should come together as our societal ambition. And this is at the very heart of our communication on the digital decade. The digital compass with its 4 digital points will help us stay on track while investing and enabling the digital transition. And through our work on digital citizenship, we want to ensure that people stay right at the center, not only as objects, but as active creators of the society, not of a far future, but of the future in an hour, in a day, in a week. that we as citizens, that we are empowered, that our rights are respected offline as well as online. And that, of course, is where I want to end, because a clear framework of digital rights and principles that will help us also uphold our values in the digital space. Because only with our values presence as something that we will translate into real life solutions, we can maintain them. In our suggestion of elements to such a framework, we have made a deliberate choice to go beyond securing well-established rights, such as the protection of personal data, intellectual property, or freedom of expression. Our suggested principles, well, they aim to empower us, to improve well-being, and to make sure that everyone has a chance to benefit from a digital society. And this is why we included universal access to internet services, or the objective of a secure and trusted online environment. And we're speaking about access to digital systems and services that respects the environment, as much as digital educations and skills for everyone. As this agenda, as this work is a concern for every one of us, we also need a wide and an open debate as what would be the right thing, how to set the direction as to where we want to land as digital citizens in 2030. And this is why the Commission has launched, I think it's now 3 weeks ago, a public consultation on a comprehensive declaration of digital principles. I'm so happy with the Portuguese presidency having embraced this challenge and contributed to the debate with the Lisbon Declaration, Digital Democracy with a Purpose. I think that really nails it. And I can only encourage all stakeholders, all of you, to participate in the consultation and to spread the word about it. And you will have plenty of time. The terraces are opening, restaurants are opening all over Europe. Even over a glass of wine, this is an inclusive discussion. What kind of life do we want to live? And it will only end on the 2nd of September. So plenty of time to invite people to discuss with you what should be the digital principles to guide us. Building on what you say, the consultation, we will propose a joint declaration by the end of this year. Once adopted, hopefully, by the European Parliament, the Council and the Commission, that should be our reference framework to inform Europeans and to guide policymakers and digital companies. And I'm very encouraged to see an event like today's event, to see how you take part, how you engage from different countries, different backgrounds, showing your willingness to continue what is hard work and cooperation for the future. So I think this is because everyone realizes that we are part of something big, something that is changing the way we live and the way we live together. The point is that we should not change. We should know our strengths and our shortcomings as humans and let technology help us to create the societies that we have dreamt of, promised each other, but maybe only now have a real chance of making come true. So thank you very much for this day. Thank you for coming, and thank you.
Manitak, thank you so much for your very powerful words, Executive Vice President. I would now like to give the floor to the Portuguese Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education. Manuel Heitor, muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon. You have the floor.
Good afternoon to all of those that are listening to us, and thank you very much for participating in the digital assembly that we just concluded. This is a great day for Europe at large, for European citizens, but also for those in Latin America, and I will say worldwide. It's a day that we commemorate the Homos Connectus, because this assembly has been particularly launched together with the inauguration of the new cable. And the new EllaLink cable has many features, but it is particularly important to understand that it will open 2 new lines for fast communications for science and for the Copernicus line, multiplying by 10 times the bandwidth of previous scientific communications. And this is a great day for European science, for European scientists, but certainly for transatlantic and world science. Why? In Europe, we are putting together a unique landscape for advanced computing. Actually, last Friday, the Compet Council has approved a general approach for a new phase of European high-performance computing, which we will increase by several orders of magnitude our capacity to process, to transform, and to use data in order to provide conditions to European citizens in terms of quality of life, of our health care, but also of the quality of our biodiversity. And that will be done through an increased multi-scale set of advanced high-performance computing. But this to make possible this computing power and increased computing power to be of full use, we need to improve our speed of communications and the bandwidth for communications. And this new link will increase by 10 times the scientific communications between Europe and Latin America. And this, should be said, is a process which has started 10 years ago, in 2011, when the Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, the Brazilian, and the Latin American public scientific communications launched the Bella project. 5 years ago, in 2016, 5 years after that project, the EllaLink, a unique entrepreneurial project, came on board, and with private investment, we could definitely expand this unique capacity of Europe to speed up communications with Latin America. So on the top of the diversified set of economic and commercial activities which were discussed throughout the day, we have now a very fast scientific communication network between Europe and Latin America, which will certainly facilitate new scientific communications and essentially the access of students of higher education in Europe and Latin America to access to a powerful computational capacity. The second line, which is particularly important, is the new line devoted to the Copernicus, to the unique European capacity to develop Earth observation issues. And this is important for many reasons, but also because we live in unprecedented times, as we all know, over the last year. And actually, last December, the United Nations Development Report 2020 calls our attention for the need of new observation methods to better understand climate change, but also the effects of public health, and particularly the way many scientists call this new era of the new geological area of someone called the Anthropocene, particularly dominated by social and economic activities on planet Earth. And again, to preserve our biodiversity, to keep the sustainable development of our societies, we need high precision and high resolution image, which the European Copernicus systems can and will provide more and more. And again, the new linkage with Latin America will provide a new communication link for the Copernicus system, which will facilitate European and Latin American scientists, engineers, technicians, and population at large to access to higher resolutions data from the Copernicus system. Actually, later this week in Azores, we will have the All Atlantic Conference, where again we bring together marine biologists, space technologies, engineers, social scientists throughout Europe and the Americas to look carefully at the status of the Atlantic and how can we better integrate oceans, climate, and space technologies. Again, the unique capacity through the Copernicus system will provide new features for Europe to be global, certainly to be digital, to be more green, but also to have access to ideas from all of those working in Earth observations in Latin America. For all these reasons, we should be proud for the EllaLink communications and for the digital assembly that today has been very clear in making Europe more digital, but also more global. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Ministro Manuel.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much for your words. And now I would like to welcome to this stage the French Minister of State for the Digital Transition and Electronic Communication, Cédric O, who is introducing the next edition of the conference, which will be happening under the French presidency of the Council. Monsieur le secrétaire de l'État à la transition numérique et aux communications électroniques, la parole est à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Dear Mrs. Vice President, dear Margrethe, Messieurs les ministres, dear Manuel and dear André, I'm very happy to be here today physically in Sinj near Lisbon for that closing ceremony of the Digital Assembly. Not only, as Margrethe Vestager pointed it out, because the restaurant in Portugal have reopened before the restaurant in France, but also I thought it was really important to be there today to underline the common fight, the common things that we are pushing with the Portuguese presidency that will be working with the next Slovenian presidency, and to underline the tremendous work that has been undergoing here, both obviously on infrastructures with that symbolic opening of the EllaLink cable, but also on the different pillars of the digital Europe. I was yesterday participating to a forum with Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt, as most of you might know, is the former head of Google. He's now heading the commissions for the United States that he's working on the US strategy for artificial intelligence, the next step of the US strategy. And one thing that struck me was the fact that even Eric Schmidt was fearing the fact that the US could be outperformed in terms of innovation, since we're seeing all over the world, especially in China, countries that are investing in innovation a lot. And I was thinking, if the US are fearing to be outperformed, what should Europe think? This is why I really want to underline the work that has been done by the Portuguese presidency in the Lisbon Declaration, which I think is really important, because it's underscoring the two main issues that we have to deal with, that the Lisbon Declaration is dealing with, that we will be dealing with as Europeans, and France will be dealing with as head of the Europe presidency in the coming months, which is the tension and the squeezing that we are in between between innovation and the need, the requirement that we have for innovation for many reasons, for economic, for demographic, for healthcare, for environmental reasons, and it was pointed out by Manuel a few minutes ago. And on the contrary, the demand for reassurance, the demand for a sustainable development that is emerging among the Western world, among our European peoples, but also all over the Western world. We need to invest, we need to innovate. The initiative that has been taken by the Portuguese presidency for the European Startup Nation Alliance is something that is really important, that France wants to build on top of it. The push for innovation within the Lisbon Declaration is really important, and I do think that we need to do more. Yes, we have Spotify, we have ADN here, we have Farfetch in France, we have Dassault Systèmes, but this is not enough. If we go on with the US having the FANGs, China having the BATX, and we having only the GDPR, then there will be a problem. If we want to be at the table of the guys who are designing standards and not on the table, then we have to accelerate on innovation. And on the second hand, well, we all know that we have to catch up with the idea of progress. I say to catch up, I could say to repair the idea of progress, because we've seen a split between innovation and progress. We've seen a doubt emerge within our people on the impact of innovation on inequalities, the impact of innovation on environment, the impact of innovation on the new conflictualities that we see all over the world, the problem in society with hate speech, with cyberbullying, and Margrethe mentioned that, with cyber threats and so on and so on. So we have, as Europeans, to carve our own way, to design that European approach of innovation with a balanced approach between a human-centric innovation and innovation. And this is what has been done by the Portuguese presidency with the Lisbon Declaration, with the progress that has been made on both the DSA and the DMA, which will be, I do think, two very, very important texts over the coming years. And we need that balance. We need to carve our own way between other ways, the American one, the Chinese one, which I think could be really something that Europe could benefit from in the coming years. Those are the issues, those are the mood that France wants to build on top of in the coming months. I hope that I will be able to welcome all of you physically that time in France at the beginning of next year, at the end of spring 2022. That was a real pleasure to take part to that dynamics. Once again, thank you very much to the Portuguese presidency, and see you soon in Paris.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire de l'État.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. You mentioned Portuguese restaurants. I hope you enjoy a very nice Portuguese meal this evening.
And that completes the first day of leading the digital decade. I would like to thank you all for having participated. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the second day of the conference from 9:30 a.m. Central European Time for the Digital Europe program. That's it from me, live from Sines in Portugal. I'm Rodrigo Pratas. I've been very honored to have hosted this very important event on the future of digital policy for the European continent. See you next time. Bye-bye.